Hello guys, welcome to the channel. Today we are talking about what if Gohan was in Highschool DXD? After Buu defeat, everything should have gotten back to normal. That's what Gohan thought as well. Unfortunately for the Demi-Saiyan, he was transported to the world of the supernatural, all eyes set at the alien hybrid. No way of returning home. This world would be his new home, where he would make friends and enemies alike. If you enjoy the video, please like and subscribe. It will help us make more videos for you. Now let's begin. More about her new classmate. Well, the black-haired teenager began, not sure how to answer. My family lives in the mountains far from here. It was true that his family lived in another world, This only confused Akino as she gives the Demi-Saiyan a bewildered expression, which Gohan found very cute. Then how do you go to school? Akino inclined her head. The truth is that I'm living in a small apartment to attend school here. Gohan didn't lie to her. The Demi-Saiyan just didn't mention he had a roommate. Well, began the violet-haired girl as she gave the Demi-Saiyan lecherous gaze. Maybe someday you can show me your apartment, she whispered in his ear. Cheeks to slightly turn red. He didn't understand why he blushed, but there was something in her words that disturbed him a little. Sure, he answers even with the present blush. Akino giggle a bit seeing the Demi-Saiyan reaction. The two settles into their seats waiting for the bell to ring. After school was over, Akino kept an eye on the black-haired teenager, which Gohan takes notice and began to panic. Had he been discovered? But the more he began doubting on the possibility. Right now, the Demi-Saiyan began walking back to the Azazel apartment to tell him of what happened today. Man, what a strange day, Gohan thought to himself as he continued walking down one of the city streets, not to mention the problem with the student council, the 5 girls on the council. Gohan knew that he needed to know more about these devils, but he didn't have the time to explore everything. The first thing he was going to do is make a mental school. Then find out who the leaders are. Luckily he already knew who this Sona Citri was, but he still doesn't know who this Rias Gremory is. And what about Issei? He continues walking, remembering the chestnut tree. It seems that he is not aware of his power, he added. Realizing this detail, Gohan guessed that the chestnut has no idea of his power, and he didn't believe that the student council knew about this. After all, he could feel that Issei was one human. Then there is Akino. Gohan continued with his thoughts as he crossed the street. She seems like a nice girl, but her energy felt somewhat like Azazel, but a bit deep. For the Demi-Saiyan, she was very strange, although all the girls in school acted bizarre today. He was sure that Akino suspected the Demi-Saiyan, and that worry. Who knows what would happen if she found out? Speak of the devil, Gohan murmured as he realized that someone was following him. It seems that Akino is following me, he thought, and continued walking. The Demi-Saiyan was correct. Akino was following him ever since he left the campus, hoping to see where he lives. Looks like he need to be on his guard. She conceals herself, hiding in different buildings, alleys, or by some pedestrians that passing by. She was good and Gohan recognized this, but unfortunately for Saiyan was able to sense her key. Gohan acting normal as possible while making a left to a large building, while using his super speed, that was so fast no one can even notice the Demi-Saiyan. Luckily the people who saw Gohan disappear thought it was just their imagination. Said the confused Akino, who followed the black-haired teenager as she went around the building. Losing sight of the Demi-Saiyan, I swear I saw him here. With bewilderment, what Akino didn't know that Gohan was on top of a big building staring down at the girl below. He had made sure to decrease his ki altogether to avoid being found. I'll have to be more careful, Gohan murmured, not taking his eyes off from Akino. He stayed there for a couple of minutes before heading out to the Azazel apartment, but until he was sure that Akino didn't see him. Azazel burst out laughing. Your first day and you are already having girl troubles. He continues listening to the black-haired teenager report of Issei. Gohan had told him everything that happened to the Demi-Saiyan on his first day at school. He thought it would be a good idea to tell Azazel of everything that happened. The adult was laughing at the Demi-Saiyan misfortune. I don't see what's so funny, murmured the black-haired teenager with an intense blush on his face. I know, but it's still so funny, the adult replied, calming down a little. Well, thank you so much for your support. came a sarcastic tone from the Demi-Saiyan. I'm sorry, Gohan. Azazel apologizes while retaining his composure, but still had that shady smile on his face. But tell me more about this Issei Hayadu. Hikoto no more about the chestnut. With that, the black-haired teenager began to tell him everything about Issei from his first encounter of the chestnut tree until the last time he saw him. And that's all I know, he finished. I see. Azazel murmured as he began to rub his chin. You have to keep an eye on him, Gohan. I have a feeling something bad is going to happen. Azazel warned Saiyan as his nonchalant tone turned into a serious gaze. Of course, Azazel, answered the black-haired teenager, seeing how serious Azazel is comparable to his laid-back attitude. By the way, the adult looked up at the teenager again. I got a little apartment for you and tomorrow we will meet her, he continues with an unreadable smile. Her? Gohan asked, confused about who was the fallen angel talking about. I'm going to bring a fallen angel to asset you. The both of you are going to work together to keep an eye on Issei. Azazel said as he walks towards the living room. Thank you, I can use some assistance looking out for Issei. It's only been a day and I already receive unwanted attention, Gohan grumbled, and he shake his spiky annoyance as he remembers the undesirable glares he receives from male and female students. It's the burden we must pay, Gohan, my boy, to be so desirable to the female gender, Azazel said with a sly comical smirk. The two began to laugh at Azazel remark. Gohan didn't understand the joke. The fallen angel was a mystery to the Demi-Saiyan. Gohan knows he's a good man, but he just has a mysterious atmosphere. Alright, all jokes aside, what's the name of the fallen angel? Gohan recomposed himself, wanting to get back to the topic. Her name is Rainier. She's about your age, you know her when you sense her. Who knows, play your cards right, you might get a new roommate, but be careful, fallen angel teased to the teenager, but to no avail as he only sees a confused gaze from the Demi-Saiyan. Well, okay then, Azazel. I better start doing my homework, the Demi-Saiyan responded as he began to open his backpack that contained his homework, but before he could do his assignment he forgot an important detail that he need to ask Azazel. When will I meet this Rainier? Gohan asked as Azazel never mentions when I meet the fallen angel. I'm going to introduce you two when I show you your new apartment. There you two will exchange information. Now if you excuse me, I'm going to inform her of the fallen angel, finished explaining to the Demi-Saiyan as he left his apartment. Letting the Demi-Saiyan his own work. Or the next morning Gohan walked quietly towards his school. He was grateful that Azazel lends him his alarm clock. Although the adult hasn't returned yet from meeting the fallen angel, helped the Demi-Saiyan to keep an eye on Issei. Azazel mentioned, I will meet Rainier when I receive my new apartment, although I wonder why Azazel didn't ask me to meet her yesterday afternoon. I could finish less than a minute, although being a leader of the Grigori, Azazel must have other responsibilities. Thought the black-haired teenager while making his way to the RGHH. Came the monstrous noise, causing the pedestrians close by to the Demi-Saiyan began to worry as they thought it was some kind of wild animal like a beworse. But when searching, the owner of the noise, much to their shock, was a teenager who only scratched his head timidly. Hee. A nervous chuckle escaped the Demi-Saiyan lip as he heard his belly growl. I think I'm a bit hungry, he murmured, embarrassed of the whole situation as head. While making a fast pace get away from the scene as soon as possible. It was true that he hadn't eaten anything since the martial arts tournament that took place in his world, fortunately for him during his fight with Dabura. His father sends a bean to heal all his wounds, and thanks to the bean his stomach was full for 5 days. Under normal conditions would be full for 10 days humans, but being they occupied more food than the average human. Gohan, came a familiar voice, surprising the dark-haired boy, turning. Gohan notices Matsuda and Motohama in the distance approaching the Demi-Saiyan. Sup, guys. Gohan greeted the two when they approached him. We're just waiting for Issei, said Motohama as he adjusted his glasses. I see. Gohan said when he saw the perverted duo. I don't know why he is taking so long, said Motohama as he was cut off, as his mouth went wide open, gawking at the scene that got his attention. The Demi-Saiyan then felt the Issei ki approaching behind him, but that wasn't bothering him. It's the energy that right next to Issei that have him worried. This energy was very high, but it felt malicious, and it's very similar to Azazel but only weaker. Sup guys. Issei greeted them. Gohan turned around just to see the owner of the energy. You got to be kidding me, the black-haired teenager thought as he looked at the owner of that energy. There in front of him was Issei and a girl holding Issei's hand about the same age as the chestnut. She had long black hair that reaches to her hips and violet eyes. School uniform, that consisted of a dark red jacket with the letter P embroidered in gold, a white button shirt, a green bow and finally green skirt with a thin white the lower end of the skirt. How can this girl radiate so much evil? Mirth began to erupt as the group of girls pass. Sona Citri is certainly the greatest president of the student council ever had, said another girl with admiration. Don't forget about the vice president, Shinra Tsubaki, added another student as he stares at her with the eyes of dinner plates. So, this is Sona, the Demi-Saiyan whisper. For once he was grateful. For once the gossip wasn't about him. He remembered what Azazel told him that night about the three factions, that GOKU was controlled by two noble houses of Gremory clan and the Citri clan. And Up girl was the heir of the Citri clan, and he could only assume that the other girl was her servants. What a very peculiar group, the Demi-Saiyan thought as he watched them walk away. He was about to head off, but something caught his attention thanks to his eyesight. There to his right a few meters of the grassy hill where Issei, whom seemed to be talking to two boys close his age as they were lying down on the field. It's Issei. Gohan began. It seemed that the chestnut didn't see him. I think I'll go say hello, he murmured as he walked towards him. Of overflowing breasts, shrieked the brown-haired boy as he stood up and posed a strange pose with a victory sign. Hi, Issei, greeted the Demi-Saiyan as he approaches the brown-haired boy and listened to the last part of his bold speech. Began the astonished the chestnut tree as he notices the black-haired teenager. Gohan, what are you doing here? I enrolled yesterday, Gohan answer. Really? Issei said, while gawking at the Demi-Saiyan. You must be really smart to join in the middle of the semester, he added. Still amazed of the black-haired. Well, Gohan stated nervously while scratching his head, something like that. Haha, he continued, giggling nervously. Hey Issei, began a guy with glasses, watching the scene. Do you know him? He asked his friend with a frown. That's right, I met him yesterday at the park. He answers, a little confused of the situation. Why do you ask? He continued, not understanding why his friends are seized with rage. You damn traitor. He yelled at the boy with tears that threatened to emerge from his eyelids. Traitor? Why I'm a traitor? He asked them in complete dismay. Hearing such accusations from his friend, Gohan just looked at the scene in puzzlement as he hadn't have the slightest idea of what's going on. Son, Gohan is the new student that all the girls are talking about, he answers while adjusting his glasses with his index finger. How do you know my name? Asked the Demi-Saiyan, confused by this information. He could have sworn that the boy said his name with some resentment. And that guy make him hate me so much? Because all the cute girls are talking about you. He answered sharply as he stood in front of the black-haired teenager. Is that so? Sorry about that. Gohan scratched his head in embarrassment as beads of sweat were running down his neck. Hey guys, Gohan is cool. Take the word from Chestnut. Realizing why his friends were so angry, he had to admit that he was jealous too, but Issei didn't want to be Demi-Saiyan. After all, the black-haired teenager were nice the entire day. You're a traitor, Issei. One Issei friend yell again at the Chestnut. Quiet. Stupid, Issei is right, said the one with glasses, as he adjusted them with his index finger and stared closely to the Demi-Saiyan. Motohama, he began in disbelief as he listened to his other friend. You betray me as well, he asked in disbelief as more tears threatened to emerge from his eyes. No, I'm just saying we'll give him a chance, besides. Motohama started by smiling strangely and whispering something in Matsuda's ear. If we stay with him we become popular, he responded in a whisper. That means more beautiful girls, exclaimed the boy upon learning of his friend's plan. Gohan and Issei only stare at the two perverts, confused of the conversation. It's decided. Welcome to the group, Gohan, said the guy with the glasses as he extended his hand to the Demi-Saiyan. Nice to meet you, Gohan, said the other with a huge perverted smile. It's nice to meet you too, took the word of Demi-Saiyan, a bit uneasy of the two boys. Well, that was Interesting, Issei whispered to himself as he witnessed the entire scene. He was about to say something else until a group of girls wearing a white t-shirt and blue-color short shorts jogged past the perverted trio. "Look at that measures!" exclaimed Issei as he watched the girls. "Yeah, her tits are bouncing with every move," said Motohama as a drop of saliva came drip out of his mouth. "Man, I wish they weren't wearing t-shirt," added Matsuda with the same perverted gaze. "What's happening to these guys?" came from the mind of the disturbed Demi-Saiyan. "I don't know why. But they remind me of Master Roshi." After Gohan watching the girls pass by, he was about to ask them why they were gawking at them, but his senses stopped him. Gohan felt a massive energy, not so Akino, but something to take account for, and apparently it was approaching towards his direction. What is this energy? He thought with a serious gaze as he found the owner of such energy who was walking down the path where the girls had trotted. Looking at him, he could tell that he was a boy a year younger than him. He has short blonde hair, gray eyes, and just like the Demi-Saiyan, he wore the Academy uni, the black ribbon on his neck. "Kiba!" screamed three girls who were chasing at the blonde boy. This caught the attention of the three perverts and directed their gaze to the small group of girls who were speaking to the blonde boy. "To see Kiba Yuto," said Motohama with venom in his tone. "All the girls want him," added with zeal in his tone as they watched him walk away. "Not by much, XD so. His name is Kiba Yuto," thought the Demi-Saiyan without looking away from the retreating blonde, "only because he the best student in school and the handsome guy around." Issei shouted in complete jealousy. "Don't say that, it makes me feel worthless inside," murmured Motohama as comical tears pour out of his eyes. "Why does life have to be so unfair?" Issei commented with a crestfallen expression. Gohan could only be more confused than he already was. Why is life so unfair? Perhaps the three perverts' lives were unfair in some way. Gohan questioned, seeing him, the perverted trio about to take their leave. "Guys, where are you going?" Gohan asked perverted trio. Issei only raised his thumb as a lewd smile crept on his face, which Motohama understood the message and began to follow. "What strange guys? Don't you want to come, Gohan?" Issei asks the Demi-Saiyan, taking notice that he wasn't following them. "Huh?" Gohan, taken by surprise. "Sorry, I can't, I have other things to do," he replied with a bow and made his goodbye. Issei just shrugged and left with his friends. "Look! It's Gohan!" come from a loud shriek behind the Demi-Saiyan, which startled him a little. Gohan turned around to see three girls tailing him. The dark-haired boy stumbles as he saw the group of girls behind him. "Is there anything I can do to help you ladies?" he asks them with a polite tone. "Ah. He's very polite," said the middle one with a small shriek. "Handsome, tall and kind, what a combination," said the other one to the right with as her cheeks began to turn red. "Gohan, were you with those three?" asked the girl with absolute dread in her tone as she pointed towards Issei and his two friends walking away in the distance. "Huh?" came Gohan's response as he notices the direction the girls pointed. "Actually, yes. Why do you ask?" still confused of the situation only to see the girl terror. "Gohan, are you a pervert?" asked one of the three, terrified of the possibility. The Demi-Saiyan was shocked of such accusation, wondering how they got the idea from. "And no, for Kami's sake, I'm not a pervert," Gohan screams with terror in his voice. The three girls just sighed in relief. They couldn't imagine Gohan being a pervert, handsome to be one of them, but it wouldn't bother them that much if he was. "Thank God," said the middle, relief in her tone as she let go a sigh. "But what's a Kami?" "Kami is, Gohan paused for a second, thinking for an excuse. "He's my dog," he answers the three girls as a nervous chuckle escapes his lips. "What a nice name." The girl from the left gleam a bit. "I would like to meet your puppy, Gohan," she continues as her cheeks turn red and shyly lower her face. "Maybe one day I'll show you," he said with a nervous smile as the girl blushed even more as the girls glared daggers at their friend. "But I have other things to do." Gohan took his leave as he from the girls. After answering their questions, he wanted to explore the school a little more to make a mental map. So he won't get lost. He walked for a little while but stopped when there was a small building on the side of the school with a group of girls dressed in strange clothes holding wooden sword. Gohan takes a closer look at the scene and notice Issei was the center of attention. This only confuses black-haired boy. Perhaps he wasn't the only one that the girls won't stop approached him without any apparent reason. Not wanting to disturb the Demi-Saiyan decide to leave Issei alone to deal with his fans. XD. After walking for a while the Demi-Saiyan decided to return to his classroom since it was only a couple minutes before for his break to come to an end. I wonder what Azazel is doing right now. Gohan asked himself mentally, remembering that the adult left before he woken up. Hello, how is your day going? Began a familiar voice startling Gohan a bit. Aquino. Gohan exclaimed surprised by the girl's sudden appearance. Aquino just smiled at him as she sat down next to Gohan. Sorry about that, I have been distracted lately. Gohan answer. Not letting his smile disappear as he sat down. So Gohan, your family, could you tell me more about them? She asks him, seeing an opportunity to learn. Could you tell us why you're not reading? He repeated the question as he glares daggers at Gohan with a scowl. Because I've finished reading. Gohan answer casually, surprising the confused teacher. Really? The teacher baffled, not believing in him at all. There no way anyone can't finish a textbook for 5 minutes. Then would you mind handing over your book? Continues as he extends his hand to give the book to him. Without hesitation Gohan handed the book to him. The Demi-Saiyan saw the teacher review his answers of the questionnaire and eyes keep going wide by each moment. Gohan knew that history wasn't his forte, but the answers to the questionnaire were all correct. But how? The teacher wondered, seeing each answer was correct. Then he began to read. The Demi-Saiyan essay was long and the teacher had calculated that it was approximately 15 minutes to read it completely without counting the small questionnaire that he had already solved. But here was this boy who only took 5 to finish. I just read it. He answers, not understanding why his teacher was looking at him like a freak of nature. His mother forced him to read longer things so he doesn't. Problem is, and the teacher was not the only one in shock, but the students as well with time to spare, everyone except a certain girl with violet eyes who only look amused at son Gohan. Aquino thought, keeping her gaze at the scene that was developing in front her. You are a very strange boy. She smiled beautifully. She didn't know about the power of the spiky hair boy, but she was a little suspicious when she saw him. It wasn't normal for someone to enroll the middle of this with the fact that it was a tall, handsome boy that was in good physical shape. That definitely was not seen every day. Although I won't be bothering losing myself to those muscles, Aquino murmured as she blushed slightly with a lustful smile. Luckily for her no one heard her. After the small incident the day went by normally. The Demi-Saiyan didn't have any problems since he just sat in his seat doing nothing at the request of his history ring. The buzzer sounded to indicate that the first period was over. Remember to read page 35 because and also study for your pop quiz, the teacher told his students before getting up and leaving the room. The Demi-Saiyan was confused why the teacher left. Thinking that they are the ones to leave for their next period, he was about to get up and follow him too in the question until someone stopped him. Gohan, said a girl with brown-haired girl, whose hair was tied up in a ponytail and her eyes matched the same color brown to her hair, wearing the academy UA. Gohan began. Unsure of what to do. Hello. Was the only response that came to mind. I was wondering if you had a girlfriend? She said nervously while blushing like a cherry. Well. The Demi-Saiyan scratches his head in confusion. Why would she ask that? Gohan thought to himself, still not understanding the simplest signs. I don't have a girlfriend, his answer, but soon realize his mistake. Oh. She responds as her cheeks turn red. Well then, bye, she said with a cheery smile. Run off to a group of girls who were waiting for her. Gohan stares with dismay at the girls who start shrieking in joy. The Demi-Saiyan heard something that the girl who had previously come to him told the girls that he couldn't hear what they were saying thanks to the girl's squeals. Poor Gohan, your ignorance is much of 9000 mil, XD, Gohan, you might want to think your eardrum is shattered. This is a weird school, he murmured, no one in particular, as he drops his gaze of the group of girls. It's the first day, you get used to it, came Aquino's voice startling the Demi-Saiyan. Forgetting that he was sitting next to a girl with a high level of energy. Thank you Akino. Demi-Saiyan startled a bit. You're welcome Gohan, she replied with a polite smile directed to the black-haired teenager. I wonder if she's a fallen angel like Azazel? Akino was about to continue their conversation, but their next period teacher came in. Good morning everyone, I want you go to page 22 to 25 of your math book, said the teacher with cherry tone who seemed to be younger than the previous one. We work pants along with a white button shirt with a red tie. This only confuses the Demi-Saiyan, wondering if teachers need to go their next room to attend other students. In his world the students are the ones to reach but it seems this was the other way around. Are you new? The math teacher asks when she spotted the Demi-Saiyan. She knew this class very well since one of her best students Akino Himejima attends. Yes, it's my first day, the black-haired teenager replied as he got up, handing her the paper the secretary gave him. Very well. Take a seat, the teacher replied as she returns the schedule to the Demi-Saiyan. Gohan sat down again and wait for today's lesson. Remember that the formula for the began the teacher when writing numbers on the board that nobody cares about. Well, I think to Gohan and Akino. Yes, readers do not think. XD, agreed. The time passed on without any problem for the Demi-Saiyan. The entire period went on without any problems, although the black-haired boy had no problem with the saying wouldn't be said to his new classmates, apparently. The group of girls take turns spending time with the Demi-Saiyan whenever their teachers left heading towards their next class. This only confuses more. Perhaps the girls were just kind and want to be friends with him. When free period started the Demi-Saiyan was walking through the hallways of the academy, much to his relief. As he made way to the hallway Gohan couldn't help other students whispering about him. Look, it's that boy who got in the middle of the semester, in 3B, said one of the male students. A man. That guy looks tough, comment another. His name is Son Gohan, added another without taking his eyes off the Demi-Saiyan. I heard he's dating Akino, said another in complete jealousy. That can't be true. Damn it. It can't be. A girl chirped as she passed by the other student. He's more handsome in person, said another. I heard that he doesn't have a girlfriend, said another female student in complete joy. He will be mine, said another girl. Gohan couldn't believe that the whole academy already knew who he is. The Demi-Saiyan was wondering how the entire school already knew about the Demi-Saiyahurs. It's like the whole school went through his file. If he had won, this can't be happening. The dark-haired boy wondered as he continues his pace, trying to ignore the gossip as best as he can. How did this happen? He continued an exasperated sigh. The entire school knew who the Demi-Saiyan is and there's nothing he could do without going unnoticed. Right now he just hoped that everything would turn out well. Close to Gohan, location unknown to the Demi-Saiyan. Akino along with another girl around her age was gazing at the Demi-Saiyan at the second floor. So that's Son Gohan, said the girl without dropping her gaze of the dark-haired teenager who was walking down the aisle. Like Akino, the girl has fair skin, her eyes were almost greenish-blue and a characteristic crimson hair that reaches to her thighs, with a single strand of hair that to the top of her head. She also has long bangs that cover part of her forehead frame at her face. She also wears a Kuho Academy uniform and like the girl next to her, she has very bulky breasts for someone her age. This girl was none other than Rias Gremarith Gremory clan and president of the occult club. That's him. Akino began without dropping her gaze at the dark-haired teenager. Interesting. Rias giggled a bit as the Demi-Saiyan just re-entered the school building. Akino, I want you to keep an eye on him, she continues, bringing back her violet-eyed girl. Of course, Rias, she replied to the redhead without dropping her gaze to the Demi-Saiyan. I see you're doing an excellent job, the redhead giggled. Leaving the area, leaving a confused Akino as she dropped her gaze. What did she mean by that? She thought for a while before walking towards Rias' direction, or with Gohan through the path of Kuo backyard. Gohan was amazed by the size of the yard, which consisted of a large lot with small green areas on it. To his right there was where you could see a tennis court next to a small path of a sloping hill of green grass. To its left was a large dome-shaped building which was supposed to be the G. This school is very big, he thought with astonishment as he stood still at the backyard entrance. His former school wasn't as big as Kuo, the yard was much bigger than his old one and had a bigger gym. The Demi-Saiyan previous gym was big, but with Gohan's statement, now not the time to think about this, remembering the only reasons why he came to this school, Azazel told me that there were two factions in this academy. Seems to belong to one of them, remembering her new classmate that he definitely needs to keep an eye on Akino. After thinking for a while he decided to re-verify his key senses to sense their owners. After all, if he wants to know what's going on at GOKU he had to know who there are 5 high-level energies gathered in one place, he thought as he perceived several energies at a considerable distance from him. When searching for the owners Gohan noticed that there were 4 girls who were following a smaller girl. She had short black hair, and like Akino has violet eyes. Re-wearing the school uniforms. At her side was another girl a little taller than the previous girl. She has long black hair that reaches to her knees with open bangs and heterochronic eyes. In added GOKU uniform with semi-saddle blue square glasses, I can sense that the two of them are the strongest in their group. The Demi-Saiyan thought as he watched them walk away in the distance, Sona is so magnificent, Moore. History of this world and its geography. After 15 minutes of answering the exam question, he decided to give it to the secretary and see how he did. He was sure that he was not going to have any pro for history and geography of course. Began the secretary while inspecting the answers and comparing them with the answer key. In all subjects you took a 10 except for history, receiving a geography a 7. She continues a little surprised by this. There's no doubt that you passed the exam. She continues to be astonished by the near-perfect test result. Congratulations Gohan. Azazel congratulate the Demi-Saiyan while smiling a bit. Powerful and intelligent, what a strange combination, he added in his thought. The dark-haired teenager result. It was nothing, haha. Gohan started scratching the back of his head as he laughed. Classes start tomorrow. The secretary commented after overcoming her shock. I suggest you buy your uniform today. She continues with a kindly to the teenager. I already bought them. Well, my guardian bought them, the Demi-Saiyan replied politely, while lifting a bag where his new clothes were, along with his uniform. Said the confused secretary. He bought the uniform before he even knows he was accepted. She wondered mentally, not understanding the reason. Please information. She snaps out of her inner dialogue and continued typing on her computer for the Demi-Saiyan data. We'd better get back home. Take the word from Azazel after he gave Gohan information to the secretary. We have to prepare you for your first day, he added with Demi-Saiyan who only nodded. Both Gohan and Azazel said nothing as they walked into the apartment. When Azazel reached the door and the Demi-Saiyan followed through, then closed the door back at the adult. You'd better rest Gohan, Azazel said as he looked at him. Tomorrow will be a busy day, he added with that indecipherable smile. Right, agreed the Demi-Saiyan as he headed to his room. Good night Azazel. Gohan continued while he began a deep yawn, while closing the door behind him. Good night, the adult murmured as he stares at the closed door. What fate have in store for you Gohan? He asked, mentally, without taking his eyes off the door. The next morning I'm going to be late for my first day, Gohan shouted as he ran to the school. Classes start at 7 in the morning and it was only 5 minutes before class started. Gohan had overslept, having completely forgotten to set up his alarm clock. Wasn't any help either. In fact he already left before the Demi-Saiyan woke up. How could I forget? He thought in frustration. He ran until he reached to the academy entrance. It seems they are already started, he muttered as he enters the academy. The Demi-Saiyan couldn't see anyone outside so he decided to go to the school secretary from yesterday. Hi, I'm son Gohan, the black-haired teenager said as he arrived to the school secretary. You're the new kid, she answers, remembering the day before. Here's your schedule and give this to your teachers. Your first class is right there, she continues to the left hallway. Your class is in 3B, since you are 17 years old, she added, handing the time and the sheet to Gohan. Thank you. Gohan thanked her with a bow, making way to the direction she indicated. Gohan walked through the hallways, passing through rows of doors until he reaches to class 3B, taking a deep breath, remembering his first day of school. He no waiting for the teacher to answer. Can I help you with something? The teacher asked as he opened the door, staring at the Demi-Saiyan. He seemed to be in his mid-40s wearing transparent glasses. I'm Son Gohan, the new student, Gohan answered as he handed the paper that the secretary gave him to his homeroom teacher. Well, give me a moment. The teacher replied as took the paper and began to walk in the center of the room. We have a new student, I hope you treat him like student, he told his students while he signals Gohan to introduce himself. He hesitantly walked in and looked at his surroundings. There was a decent-sized desk in a corner and a blackboard next to him. There were about 31 students in the sitting at their respective desk. I introduce you to Son Gohan, he will be your new classmate today, the teacher replayed as he introduces the Demi-Saiyan. The students were in complete silence until the teacher finished introducing the black-haired boy, who was still nervous being the center of attention. A new student, whispers another student to his friend, how is that possible? No one can enroll after the semester started, added another confused student. Gohan. That's a weird name, strange name, another said. He's so cute. Said several girls. Does he have a girlfriend? Others asked and they looked at the black-haired boy. Gohan couldn't help but blush at the students' comments. Although he was very naive when it came to girls, he wasn't dense as his father who didn't understand wife. This is going to be a long day, Gohan thought as he watched all of his classmates' reactions. Suddenly Gohan senses a huge energy signal, but not so much as his be detected. Looking at the owner of that energy, Gohan jolted. There in front of him was a girl. His age, with long black hair and violet eyes. Her hair was tied in a long ponytail, their legs with two hair antennas protruding from the top, that slope backwards along with an orange ribbon that holds everything in place. Like most girls in GOKU Academy, she wears the female uniform, along with black knee socks. She was looking directly at him, as if she was trying to figure out the enigma, when she realized that the black-haired boy was looking at her. In response, and India, this is going to be a long day. He thought again without looking away from the beautiful girl. Gohan stood there in front of the classroom, where all eyes on him, but there was one person that caught the interest of the Demi-Saiyan. More specifically a girl no less. Gohan stares directly at the girl's eyes and notices she has a high amount of energy. In some way she resembles Azazel, but only on a smaller scale and different. You can take a seat on that desk over there, the teacher said, pulling him out of his trance while pointing to an empty desk. Why yes sir, the Demi-Saiyan replied as he broke his gaze from the violet-eyed girl that he looked at an empty chair that was coincidentally on one side of the black-haired girl with violet eyes. He was making his way to his seat trying to act normal. Willito, ignore the murmurs of the room. Gohan is sitting next to Akino, murmured a girl in a solemn tone. Although I think they would look good together, added another, imagining the two in a relationship. It's not fair. I wanted to sit next to Gohan, one of them pouted. Is it just met me or they're talking about me as if they know me their entire life? Thought the black-haired teenager, being a little baffled by the reactions of these. What are they thinking? He wondered when taking a seat right next to the violet-eyed girl who didn't drop her gaze at the Demi-Saiyan. Why does he have to sit with Akino? Growled one of the few boys in the class. Dude, I don't think it's a good idea to mess with him, added another, referring to the height and muscles of the Demi-Saiyan. Kami, thought the black-haired boy as he continued to hear the murmurs of the male students. They make me out to be a bully, was his last thought as he didn't mean to present himself in some kind of delinquent, that he was so caught up in his shame that he didn't realize that the girl next to him extended her small, delicate hand towards the Demi-Saiyan. Hello, nice to meet you Gohan, the girl said, pulling him out of his embarrassment and making him look at the girl. I am Akino Himejima, girl said smiling. Boha, began the Demi-Saiyan as he was dragged out of his thought. Hello, nice to meet you Akino, Gohan said cautiously as he shakes the girl's hand. Gohan knew that Akino was not a normal human. In fact, now that he shook her hand he could feel her true power was hidden inside her. This only confuses him. Ev knows how much power this girl had. The pleasure is mine, Akino replied as she let go the Demi-Saiyan hand and gave an attentive glare. Can she sense my power as well? Gohan froze as eye widens as the size of dinner plates. I didn't lower my energy, but still she shouldn't be able to feel my energy, continues in his thoughts as he calms down a little and began to power down to the average human. Good morning class. The teacher began drawing the attention of everyone present. As I was saying before, Son Gohan arrived. He continues to pause as he stood. The Demi-Saiyan could only sink more in his seat as he notices everyone was staring at him. This is going to be a long day. Open your history book to page 33, he told them as he returned to his desk and took a seat. Time passed on without any problem for the Demi-Saiyan except for the occasional glances the girls gave him when he was writing or reading mostly. After the Demi-Saiyan reads for a while and answering a small questionnaire in the book, he relaxed while putting his head on his right hand for support. I can feel Issei on the second floor. The Demi-Saiyan thought, making a quick scan of energy in the building. There are also others with a very high energy. Signa continue as he extends his detection capacity. It was true that he could feel several energies through the building with a power level above the average human. He would have to go around the academy in Seer Counter's signature, while going unnoticed after the attention I caused just by coming to class. This will be more difficult than I thought. Remembering his classmates when they saw him, son Gohan, could you tell us why you're not reading? Teachers demand. Startling the black-haired teenager by making Gohan once again the center of attention. Snut Tree was completely different from the ones he felt when he arrived in this world. This only surprised him more. Sure would bring him challenges in the future. After exploring the park some more, the Demi-Saiyan decided to return to Azazel apartment and wait for him. Now what? The Demi-Saiyan wondered as he felt like an idiot. When he had arrived at the Azazel apartment, he forgot of one important detail. I don't have the key. Normally this wasn't a problem, but this was Azazel apartment and he didn't want to just knock the door down. He forgot that the door can automatically lock itself. Get in is with a card key which the Demi-Saiyan doesn't have. Hello Gohan, what are you doing out here? Said the voice of Azazel, startling the Demi-Saiyan in the process. Hello Azazel. Gohan answered back, recovering from his shock. How did he do that? I didn't even sense him, the Demi-Saiyan mentally said to himself. Having no Azazel sneaks up behind without him noticing. You look good in those clothes Gohan, Azazel said again as he inspected the Demi-Saiyan wardrobe. Now how about we just get your clothes for school, the foul before turning around, returning back to the street. Sure, Gohan replied as he follows after Azazel. They walked for about 15 minutes since, when they reached their destination Gohan could see that it was a fairly large building. He remembered those markets while shopping with his mother, but that was on rare occasions like during the weekdays, but now that he saw one on the weekend he was surprised by how many Azazel gestured Gohan to follow him. Once inside, he could notice all kinds of shops and people around. To say that he wasn't impressed was a very blatant lie. He had many people gathered in one place before. Have you ever seen so many people before? Azazel asked, aware of the Demi-Saiyan reaction. Honestly, not really. He answers, still observing the mall. I've never been to a place with so many people before, except when I go to school. Gohan continued. To whole crowd, all except of going to school. The Demi-Saiyan has been other places before, but those times have only been very few and mostly when he was a child. I hope you enjoy this, Azazel told the Demi-Saiyan with the same snarky grin. They walked through the crowd with some difficulty, while more specifically Gohan made his way through the crowd of people. Azazel just walks through in a straight. Strange reason the crowd of people all moved aside from the fallen angel. Does it have something to do with being a fallen angel? The black-haired boy thought, seeing the adult walking around with no one bumping into the fallen angel. We're here, said the adult's voice, shattering the Demi-Saiyan train of thought. Clothing store. Gohan read out loud, as the sign hung at the entrance above the glass door of the store. Clothing store, ha 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 ha, that's original. Come on Gohan, don't just stand there, Azazel said to the Demi-Saiyan, seeing that he wasn't following him. Right, answered the black-haired boy as he enters through the door with Azazel. When he was inside, Gohan could see the clothes being shown in corridors. Aware about 8 corridors with 2 rows of clothes on each side of one. Hello. How can I help you? Asked a young girl, what they could assume was one of the store employees. Hello, actually W-. Azazel began as he gave a small glance at the Demi-Saiyan who was still looking around the shop. We are looking for GOKU Academy uniform clerk. Of course, follow me. She replied politely as she led the duo one throw of the corridors. In this hall are the uniforms for the GOKU Academy, she continues. Well-organized uniforms, thank you very much, Miss, Azazel thanked her as he did a seductive smile to the employee. There's no need for that, replied the embarrassed clerk with an intense blush on her face. that left in a hurry. Why were you looking at her like that? Gohan asked, confused seeing that Azazel didn't take his eyes off the girl. One day you will understand, Gohan, Azazel answered, simply leaving Gohan more confused than before. What will I understand? He asks the adult, not understanding what Azazel implying. Azazel instead only smiled and laughed softly. He had to teach the Demi-Saiyan many things. Nothing. Nothing. He said, still smiling. Why don't you try this one on? The fallen angel asked as he left a uniform from the academy in front of black-haired boy. Well, said the Demi-Saiyan, unsure of what Azazel was referring to. I be back, Gohan said as he walked to the cubicle where people were changing. After a couple of seconds, the black-haired boy left the cubicle and showed the adult his uniform. You are left with perfection. Azazel congratulates the Demi-Saiyan. The uniform consists of a black dress coat over a white long-sleeve button shirt with small black stripes going vertical. A colonial black tie around his neck, matching, and finally brown dress shoes. I don't know, Gohan said as he began to take a good view himself wearing his new uniform. The bow up sets the neck a bit. The Demi-Saiyan continues while the collar of his white button shirt that was tied together with the bow. Then get rid of it, Azazel replied to the teenager, amused of the Demi-Saiyan antics. Well, Gohan murmured as he throws away his tie, then unbuttoned his white button shirt, showing his blue t-shirt that is tucked into his pants, also revealing the black belt around his waist. That's better, the Demi-Saiyan smiled to himself. It annoys the Demi-Saiyan to wear those white button shirt. In his world he never wore shirts before except when his mother forced him to for a special occasion. We got to hurry, Gohan. Take the word of Azazel, remember something important. The school office is close at 7, the fallen angel said as he turns around to receptionist paying the Demi-Saiyan uniform. I'm already going, Azazel answered the black-haired teenager as he ran to the cubicle to take off his uniform. After paying for the uniform and another small set of clothes for the black-haired boy, they were on their way to the store register before they closed. Gohan could see that the school was quite large with a huge courtyard in front of the building and could only assume behind the building was a larger one. Although was quite large and more advanced, the duo passes the large entrance of the door leading to the front yard of the school. When entering, the Demi-Saiyan could notice a small fountain in the middle of the. He continued walking to the entrance of the building, which were two large doors. Being outside, no one could tell that the school was empty today, maybe because weekend. To their left was a great blackboard where they put the school announcements for everyone to see. In front of the duo was a small table with a young Wo. The other side. Lovely place, right, Gohan? Azazel asked the dark-haired teenager, who could only nod in agreement. As they walked towards the school secretary, how can I help you? The secretary asked kindly. Hello, I would like to enroll this boy to the academy, Azazel replied, pointing to the Demi-Saiyan behind him. I'm sorry, but we don't accept new students at the moment, began the lady as she apologizes to the duo in a polite tone. In the addition to that, attending the mid-semester would be difficult and we can't accept new students that were delayed, she continues while looking at Azazel. I understand. But Azazel began as he smiled at the secretary. There has to be some other way? He asked without dropping his smile. I'll see what I can do, the secretary answered awkwardly. Feeling the young man smile in front of her as she got up and enter a door behind her. How do you do that? The Demi-Saiyan asked suspiciously to Azazel. Do what? The adult answered back to him with another question while still smiling at the boy. Get what you want? The dark-haired teenager asked the adult again without understanding how he did it. Someday you will understand, was the simple answer from Azazel without letting his smile fall. Gohan didn't say anything. This was the second time he said the same thing and still didn't understand. It frustrated him a bit. They waited for about 5 minutes until the secretary came out with a couple stacks of paper in her hand. The director said that if he manages to pass these exams, he would be accepted at GOKU Academy, the secretary said, handing the papers to Azazel while blushing. Fallen angel, thank you very much, Melissa, he replied in a husky tone when he said her name, causing the secretary to blush more intensely. How do you know my name? She started with a blush still plaster on her face as she gawked at the young man. It says it on your tag, Azazel answered, pointing at the tag on the secretary's chest. The secretary didn't say anything else as she mentally struck herself for being so stupid. Why don't you go solve the exam, Gohan? the adult asked the Demi-Saiyan while he handed him the exam. "I'll be here talking to the young lady," he continued to secretary. "Okay." Demi-Saiyan murmured as he was a little puzzled at the scene in front of him. "But I need something to write with," he told them. After all, he had nothing. "Sorry, my mistake." The secretary apologized to the Demi-Saiyan while searching for a pencil at her desk. "Here you go," she replied, giving the pencil to the Demi. "Here's your seat, Gohan," Azazel said as he pointed to a bench that was standing a considerable distance from the small office. "I'll wait for you right here." He caught that strange smile. "Well," murmured the black-haired boy as he walks away from the two adults, sitting down the bench. "Azazel is a very strange guy," he thought to himself as he tutor chat with the secretary. Gohan began the exam. At first the exam was easy for the Demi-Saiyan. Apparently, science, math among other subjects were very similar to his world. The only for geography and history, since the black-haired boy didn't know the Oh, while Azazel was away, Azazel said he would arrive at 4 in the afternoon. The Demi-Saiyan thought as he took a glance of the living room clock. "What can I do before that?" The Demi himself mentally, he was very bored and standing around doing nothing wouldn't help. "I have an idea," the Demi-Saiyan shouted to himself. "How about I take a stroll before he comes back?" Gohan left the apartment. He didn't see the need to leave a note, since he had planned to return before Azazel arrived. While leaving the building, Gohan could see 3 roads. One on his right, another on his left, and the last one in front of him. Uncertain as to which route to take, he followed a small family who walked down the street in front of him. "What strange structures," Gohan murmured as he looked at every house and shop that went by. "Why build them square? Is it better if they are spherical?" Heath continues walking down the street. After walking for a while, Gohan found out that he was at a park. Taking an interest in the park, the Demi-Saiyan began heading towards it without paying attention surroundings. The Demi-Saiyan continue walking towards the park until a loud horn bring Gohan back to reality. The Demi-Saiyan turned his head in the direction from where the coming from, only to discover what he assumed was a hovercraft of this world, but instead of hovering the ground, the wheels attached to the asphalt. It had "WHE watch where you're going, idiot," the driver shouted at Demi-Saiyan as he poked his head out the window. "Idiot? What did I do?" the Demi-Saiyan asks. Confused of the driver outburst. Said the driver with annoyance in his tone as he gave Gohan a stern glare with annoyance written all over. "Watch where you're going," the driver said. A little black-haired teenager question. "Sorry about that." Gohan apologized to the driver as he scratches his head embarrassed of the situation. "I'm sorry for my incompetence, sir," the Demi-Saiyan apologized. Doing a short bow, the driver was just confused by the action of the young man. "Whatever, just be more careful," he responded with a calmer tone and resumed his way to his car. The people who were nearby could only stare at the scene as murmurs began to spread of the entire scene. "You see that? He almost got himself killed," a woman said to her husband. "Yes, that boy needs to be more careful," her husband replied. "It's a good thing that nothing bad happened to him," said another bystander. "Especially since he's too cute to get hurt," said a girl agreeing with her friend. Gohan could only blush in embarrassment as everyone was talking about him, especially the girls. One of the few things the Demi-Saiyan would never be accustomed. "Only Mom and Bulma called me that," Gohan thought to himself as he made his way to the park, ignoring the gossip that was around him. Or close to Gohan location, a 16-year-old boy was driving home on his bicycle after doing his chores for his mother. This boy had short brown hair and brown eyes. He wore a loose yellow t-shirt, black pants and white sports shoes. This boy was known as Issei. "Why did Mom send me out for something like this?" Issei muttered as he continues to pedal his bike. While looking at the contents of the bag in his hands, inside the bag was a bra. The teenager could only blush in embarrassment at the idea of his mother sending him out for something like this. "The only good thing about this is that I could see all those breasts," he thought with a depraved smile on his face, remembering that there were adult women at them. Imagine those fully developed breasts wearing their bras. Issei was so in tone of his lewd fantasy didn't notice there were a black spiky teenager in front of him. This caused the perverted teenager to run over the black hair that was supposed to happen. Issei made contact to the spiky hair teenager, or maybe it was a wall. He wasn't quite sure as he fell off his bike. hitting the hard ground. Gohan turned out to the brown-haired teenager he bumped into and was stunned of what he saw. Although the blow didn't hurt him, it did take shock the Demi-Saiyan. Taken the words of black-haired teenager as he recovers from the impact. What happened? The Demi-Saiyan wonder out aloud. He could see a bicycle in front on the ground, and next to the bicycle was a boy a year younger than Gohan lying on the hard concrete floor. I think. Issei complained as he rubbed his butt. Did I crashed into a wall? The teenager wondered, trying to recompose himself. Hey, are you okay? Huh? Began the brown-haired teenager as he looking up to the Demi-Saiyan. Why yes, I am fine, he continues, still confused of the situation. That's good to hear, said the Demi-Saiyan as he extended his hand to Issei. Let me help you up, he told him as Issei took his hand and got up. Thanks, said the brown-haired teen. Do you know what hit me? He asks to the Demi-Saiyan, wants to know what he crashes into. After all, he didn't see any wall him, but only teenager a year older than him, in fact. Gohan trailed as he scratched his head as a nervous giggle escaped from his lips. That would be me, he continues, putting the two together. You? Asked the astonished brown-haired teenager. Are you okay then? I didn't hurt you, did I? He asked again, not wanting to be rude. Even though it felt like I ponders. I'm fine, thanks for asking, the Demi-Saiyan replied as he scratched his head again. No problem, Issei said with a smile. You're new around here, aren't you? I haven't seen you before in town. Well, Gohan began as he paused to answer. Yes, I just moved here and I was just going for a walk, he replied with a nervous smile to the brown-haired teen. Well, it's nice meeting you, Issei responded as he about to make his way home, until he forgot something very crucial. Oh yeah, I almost forgot. What's your name? Chestnut face palm himself, forgetting to ask the teenager name. After all, he was the one that bumped up to him. Gohan, son Gohan, the dark-haired teenager answered with a pause. And yours? He asked the brown-haired boy. It's a nice to meet you, Gohan, Issei answered as he extended his hand in greeting to the Demi-Saiyan. My name, Issei Hayadu. The teenager presented himself. Black-haired teenager hand, feeling like his hand was being crushed. It's nice to meet you, Issei. After the presentation, the two were silent, not knowing what to say next. Gohan still has no idea what to say. He's still inexperienced of the socializing with people. Hissing goes to Issei as well, who was still in days of running into the Demi-Saiyan. Hey, Issei, is that yours? Gohan asked the brown-haired teenager as he pointed a bag with stacks of bras inside, that Issei had bought for his mother. Ah. The teenager jumped as he stares at the direction Gohan pointed at. Why yes, Issei stutter, seeing his mother's bras lying on the floor. The last thing he was Demi-Saiyan, thinking he was some kind of pervert. Which is true. XD, Gohan pounder as he approaches the bag filled with bras, picking them up. Those looks like Bulma's when we went to Namek. Gohan muttered. Eighth contents. What are you doing? Issei yelled, being surprised by the Demi-Saiyan action. Haven't anyone told you that it's rude to stare at another person's belongings with a permission? The pervert chastised again as he watches the Demi-Saiyan inspect his bag. Sorry, huh? Gohan chuckled nervously while scratching his head again. It's just that my friend wears one of these and I was curious, he said without having thought what it was. The one Bulma used is much bigger though. He continues in his thoughts. Why, you saw? Issei stared in complete shock, imagining tits flying around him. Why, you breasts? He finishes raggedly without giving credit of the naive Demi-Saiyan. Yes, although my friend was bigger, the dark-haired boy replied, while pointing to the bra. Issei didn't say anything, instead he only gawked at Gohan in complete jealousy. He has seen the breasts of his friend. He thought in complete jealousy as gawk at the Demi-Saiyan. Why must he be so lucky? Issei kept thinking while finding the floor interesting. Gohan, who had seen the sudden change of Issei's demeanor, decided to ask him if he's alright. Are you okay? He asked the teenager, not sure the reason of the chestnut's sudden gloom demeanor. Yeah, I'm fine, Issei said, not wanting to be rude to the Demi-Saiyan. Are you sure? He asked again, not sure if he was telling the truth. Positive, answered the chestnut with a fake smile. It's a bit late and I have to go home, Issei continues as he picks up his bike. I can tell if he's lying. Gohan thought to himself as he watched the boy lift his bike, but that's not all. I can feel his energy. He continued making a quick scan. Oh, it's just as strong as Yamcha, but it feels like the tip of the iceberg of his power. Is this guy the one Azazel has been looking for? Gohan continued in his thoughts. Gaze on Issei. It was nice meeting you, Gohan, Issei said as he took the bag from the Demi-Saiyan. By Issei, answered the black-haired teenager as he watched the boy climb onto his bicycle. I hope you enjoy the city. The chestnut left, riding back on his bicycle. While Issei was riding home, he thinks about the encounter he had with the Demi-Saiyan. He seemed to be a strange guy, as if he knew nothing. He was also a little Demi-Saiyan body. But that didn't seem to bother him that much since Gohan was a very friendly guy. Son Gohan. Issei murmured Issei as he continues to pedal towards his house. What a strange guy. He continued to remember the Demi-Saiyan nativity or with Gohan. After the incident with Issei, Gohan decided to explore the city a little bit more before returning to his apartment. He was still shocked by the power he felt from Issei moments ago. Although that power was not even close to do any harm to the Demi-Saiyan, Gohan also felt that the energy of the Che. Okay, go on. Gohan said as he gestures Azazel to continue. As I was saying, he returns to back of the story. All angels come from heaven and have the power to inflict pain on devil with our light-based power. They also have wings and a halo over their head. Azazel continues as he took a drink of whiskey he put aside when he Goku voice, like fallen angels, the number of wings represents the power they have. Azazel finish while putting his drink down. Waiting for the next question from the Demi-S. But what about the other energies I felt? The dark-haired boy asked, recalling those energies resemble that of his mentor. Well, you see. Azazel stumbled for a moment, thinking of a way to explain to the teenager. Devils are powerful beings that belong to the underworld. The hike known as pure devils rule over lesser devils by their family houses. Azazel continued as he paused his story. Pure devils can have up to 15 slaves, which are Reaper chess pieces, knight, pawn, etc., the fallen angel stated. Gohan gestured for him to continue. To the devils that low class is despised, and usually serve a devil authority. Although they can raise up their rank becoming high-class devils, be free from their masters, and have servants as well, he explains in detail to the black teenager. If a devil rebels their master, they are known as stray devil. They have to be eliminated before they get out of control. Whoa. Gohan started a little disturbed by the information. I don't know what to say. You don't have to say anything, Azazel started. But that's not all about in this world, he said, catching a look of disbelief of the Demi-Saiyan. There more? He asks, perplexed of the subject. How much? He asked again, surprised by this development. A lot more, Gohan, Azazel replied with his usual smile to the black-haired teenager. But that's another story, for another day, he said, looking at the clock on the talked for hours and didn't even realize. Yes, I think you're right, the Demi-Saiyan replied, noticing what Azazel was staring at the clock. So Gohan, Azazel began with a mischievous smile was planted on his lips. Have you ever gone to school before? Gohan slept peacefully in his bed. It had been 2 days since he had arrived in this world. 2 days. Azazel found the injured Demi-Saiyan at the park. Black-haired teenager yawned as he lazily opens his eyes. Began stretching his arms. The rays of light illuminate the curtains of the dark room. After rubbing his eyelids, the baffled Demi-Saiyan take a good look of his surroundings. So, it wasn't a dream. Gohan dejected. He hoped it was just a dream. But apparently everything that happened with Bu was all too real. At least Bu no longer continues. Seeing the positive side of the situation, Gohan knew that there was no way to return home. After all, if Shenron couldn't bring him back, then who can? Devils, angels and fallen angels. Gohan thought to himself, remembering what Azazel said yesterday. What a strange world, he murmured with a smile, desperate, heartbroken of never returning home again. He couldn't stop being enthusiastic about the possibility of a new adventure. After all, he is a Saiyan. That he got up from his bed, then went to the mirror that was placed in Azazel's room. I'm a mess. He murmured as he inspected himself in the mirror. He still has his orange GI pants, which was still torn by his fight with Bu. Along with bandages chiseled chest and his broad shoulders. I need a shower, he continues to murmur as he ran his fingers through the blood-stained bandages. The Demi-Saiyan was about to ask Azazel about where the bathroom is. But when he went through the door that led to the living room where there was no sign, where is he? Gohan thought as he looked around the room, maybe. He began to murmur before stopping to see a small letter on a small glass table in the mid. Gohan approached the table, taking the note in his hand, and began to read it. Gohan, I'm sorry I'm not here for the moment, I had some business to attend to, but I'll be home by 4 o'clock at the latest. Remember that we have to get you and also arrange your registration to GOKU Academy. Atta, Azazel, GOKU Academy. Murmured the Demi-Saiyan after reading the note. I still can't believe I agree to this, he continues to mutter, remembering of what happens this 2-day slumber, retrospective scene, yesterday night. So Gohan. Azazel began with an indecipherable smile. Have you ever attended school before? He asked him, while still keeping his strange grin. The dark-haired boy began to confuse by Azazel's question. Well, I went for a while, why you ask? Gohan asks him, still confused by the sudden question. That's perfect, Azazel began, you see. There is a very respected school in the city and I plan to enroll you there, he said with the same analytical smile. Plaster. Oh what? Began the black-haired boy. Why are you going to sign me up? He asked suspiciously as he stares into the adult eyes. Because your mother said that you wouldn't leave your studies, replied Azazel, still retaining holding his calculated attitude. Well, murmured the Demi-Saiyan in embarrassment. He has a point there. Gohan thought, feeling like an idiot for asking, but that's not all. Continued Azazel as his tone becomes sterner than before. It's not? Gohan asked, a little bit worried, as Azazel tone changed analytical. With a slice of humor into a stern expression. No. Azazel said as he began to ponder the right words towards to the Demi-Saiyan. You will see in that school there are many devils and other types of creator continues, explaining to the Demi-Saiyan, but don't worry. They're not evil, he added quickly to seeing the worry expression of the teenager. What do I have to do? You see, the school is controlled by the devil factions, one of them happened to be the president of the occult research club. Goes by Rias Gremory, heiress of Clan G, student council commanded by Sona Citri, heiress of the Clan Citri. He continues its explanation as pause for the Demi-Saiyan understanding the situation. I want you to be aware of them, I'm sure they will not do anything that harm anyone. But you never know, he told the black-haired boy who just nodded his head. Do you want me to spy on them? Gohan asks, not sure if he got the big picture. Not that, just keep a watchful eye, Azazel told the Demi-Saiyan. But that's not the real reason I want you there, he continues to take the black-haired teenager. That's not the reason? Gohan wondered mentally in confusion about what could be the real reason. Then what is it? He asked as his dumbfounded turned into a SE. The real reason is that there is someone in that school, someone with a power outside of our reality. He replied by taking a short pause. I don't know who his name is, but I want to be sure he doesn't get into the wrong hands. I'm very cautious about this. Are you afraid that Rias Gremory or Sona Citri will use his power? The Demi-Saiyan asks again to the adult. I don't know. Azazel said as he leaned back in his chair, just as there are kind beings, there are also evil beings, and I am sure they will try to find him. That is why you to keep an eye on him, he ended, giving the Demi-Saiyan a serious gaze. I understand, answered the dark-haired teenager, seeing the severity of the situation. You can count on me, he continues with determination in his tone. Then it's decided, Azazel commented as he smiled at the Demi-Saiyan. Tomorrow we'll go get you the uniform and fix your inscription to GOKU Academy. Retrospective scene ending. Maybe it's not so bad, he thought as he reflected on what his new school will be. I get to know more about this plane's history, continued with his thoughts. Stares at the letter again only to discover that there was another paragraph below that he didn't read. The restroom is located in the corridor that is near the kitchen, is the first door on the right. You will have a fresh change of clothes in the bath as you. Wow. That's convenient, said the Demi-Saiyan with confusion in his tone and a bit of relief. Gohan walked by the address that the letter had and actually found the bathroom. Upon entering he could note that it was a very small room, but despite its size elegant, the color of the walls was a blue sky, which it was strange since the other rooms had dark colors. He also noticed that the floor had small tiles that were very bright with small figures in them. The bathtub occupied a small corner that could only fit a person. The toilet has a small distance from the bathtub to the left where he was standing, a bit strange, considering the other rooms are much bigger, Gohan murmurs as he inspects the bathroom. Where are the clothes? He continues while searching Fat Tire. Gohan found the clothes on top of what was supposed to be the sink, which was behind the door. I'd better start the shower, he said as he closed the door and began to remove his GI's pants. He then went to the mirror above the sink and began to remove his. The Demi-Saiyan didn't seem to need to them anymore. He was already healed up thanks to his Saiyan DNA and Azazel healing his wounds, so he didn't see what dirty bandages. I still don't know how I ended up like this, he thought. Remember that his injuries weren't this severe when he was absorbed by Bu. Gohan went into the shower and let the hot water pour down his body. He relaxed completely as he felt the drops of water hit his face and his well-defined chest. He very drop of water slip his naked body. After a while in the shower, the Demi-Saiyan decided to try on his new clothes. It's okay, the Demi-Saiyan said to himself, while staring at the mirror. He was wearing dark blue jeans and a blue shirt. His clothes were not too tight or too loose, accentuated by his own. After inspecting himself in the mirror, he decided to go back to the living room, contemplating on what to do to protest again about her son's decision. I promise you that I'll be good, mother, the Demi-Saiyan reassures her. I hope you're okay about this, Gohan, said the Namekian, a little agitated of his pupil's decision. I am Mr. Piccolo, answered the voice of the Demi-Saiyan to his teacher. Brother, shouted the little Goten as more tears streamed down his face, don't leave us, he told his older brother. After hearing everything, Goten began. The Demi-Saiyan, upon hearing the cry of his brother, you don't have to cry, no matter where I am. I always be your brother. Also you have Trunks going to play with, he told his younger brother to calm him from his small sobs. Yes, but, said the sobbing Goten, but was interrupted by his brother. But nothing, began the Demi-Saiyan, who will take care of Icarus now, when I'm no longer here? How can you take care of him if you are crying because I am? Goten immediately stopped his tears and thought about what his older brother said. It was true, his brother's dragon had gotten sick before Kid Bu show up and need take care of him. He remembers going from time to time with Gohan to help him to take care of the poor little dragon, but now his brother was not here. He had to them. You're right, brother, I promise you I'll take good care of Icarus, the boy said to Demi-Saiyan with determination in his eyes. That's the way, Goten, the Demi-Saiyan said with a smile. Son, takes the word of Goku after a long time in silence, you made me proud. Continue the Saiyan with his typical son smile with pride in his tone. Thank you, father, answered the Demi-Saiyan voice. And it's not only him, commented Gohan mother. We're all proud of you, son, she continued now with a depressing smile, but a little happy for his son. Mother, said the Demi-Saiyan, a little touched by his mother's words, you can be sure of it, Gohan. This time it was Krillin who spoke up. Krillin, with every second Gohan's voice broke as his friends and family said goodbye to him. Have no doubts, boy, this time it was the Namekian. Gohan/brother, you're the best. Cheer the two little Demi-Saiyan, we are all proud of you, Gohan. This time it was Bulma whom paused for a second and turned her attention to a certain arrogant prince, even Vegeta. Right, Vegeta? The pure-blood Saiyan grunted. Whatever was all Vegeta had to say. This caused a couple of laughs from the others including Gohan. Thank you very much, for everything, guys. The Demi-Saiyan croaked, you're the best. He continues after remaining silent for a while. No, Goku stated, you the best, son, he replied with his usual smile. Father? Gohan said with his voice on the verge of tears. Gohan, before I forget, take the word of the teenager's mother, don't stop studying. Everyone faces planted the ground in their traditional anime style of Chi-Chi comment. My God, he ceases to exist in his world only to find himself in another, and his more concern about the Demi-Saiyan study rather than his own son. Ahaha. Gohan starts to laugh as he heard his mother comment, I assure you, I will mother. The Demi-Saiyan answer sincerely, time is running out. Shenron growled, starting to lose his patience with these mortals. Sorry Shenron, Goku giggled as he scratches the back of his head. I think it's time to say goodbye Gohan. Gohan/brother, be careful, said the too short Demi-Saiyan, take care of yourself, son. Goku said. As more tears slip out, don't stop training. This time was Piccolo, who gave his last goodbye to his pupil. I hope you tell us about your girlfriend. Bulma said with a wink, thus causing Gohan to blush. Show this world the true power of a Saiyan, Gohan, began Vegeta, taking everyone by surprise to hear the Prince of all Saiyan calling Gohan of his actual name. Whiny insult. Well, that's the first time Vegeta calls Gohan by his actual name. Krillin stated, still shock of what happened. No matter, Goku began bringing everyone's attention. Remember that we will always be here for you, son. Father? Guys? Everyone. The Demi-Saiyan stated, thank you. He continues with a murmur, but everyone could hear him, goodbye son. Goku said as a single tear slips out of his right eye as it streams down to his cheek, or goodbye son. Gohan heard his father's voice as he stares up at the ceiling. As the Demi-Saiyan finally let out stream of tears that he was struggling to let out, I swear I won't disappoint you, came the last thought of the Demi-Saiyan saying farewell to his friends and family. The room remains quiet, not a word was said, the only trace of sound was the small whimper that was coming to the Demi-Saiyan. Azazel, who had heard the whole, decided to remain silent, letting the boy vent of his situation. He was confused about how they could communicate more, so that Gohan was from another dimension might explain a lot. He did feel a little disturbance on the planet. Ones of the like he has never seen. Gohan was so deep in his thought that he had completely forgotten that he was not alone. He quickly wiped the tears from his face and looked at the adults sitting. Oh, I'm sorry, Gohan said as he sat down again in his chair in front of Azazel. Why? For not telling you where I came from, Gohan replied, being a bit embarrassed. You don't have to apologize, Azazel said with a sympathetic smile. He understood the boy's pain and didn't blame him, but still. Began the Demi-Saiyan as he lowered his head, you were very kind to me. It's the least I could do, continued the black-haired teenager with some hut. One that doesn't matter anymore, Azazel told the Demi-Saiyan with a calculate smile that characterized him a lot. What really got my interest that you from another continues while watching the reaction of the black-hair boy. Well, Gohan chuckled nervously, touching that kind of subject. I think, I have a lot of explaining to do. Was more than a fact than a question, it depends on what you have to tell me. Azazel stated with a carefree attitude. But it was a facade underneath that appearance was a calculated man. And right now know more about his new guest. Well, Gohan started, he had already decided to tell the gentleman the truth. After all that he did heal his wounds, it all started when a child came to Earth. He bowled story to Azazel without omitting any detail. Azazel could only nod and marvel of the young man's story. He had lived before the world was even born, met powerful deities, but what this boy told him was somewhat ordinary even for himself. Azazel couldn't believe that there were beings powerful enough to destroy planets with only an index finger. This is insane. He might be entire cities with little effort, but destroying a planet so easily was way above his league. And that's how I ended up here, said the dark-haired teenager after a brief time of narrating every event of his life to the adult in front of him. Well, Azazel started to recover from his shock. I would never have imagined this, the adult stated to the Demi-Saiyan as he contemplated on what the black yeah. Gohan started when he notices the look Azazel been giving him. It's a little strange, he said with amusement as he let out a small laugh. Anyway, the adult replied with his own unusual smile, but out of nowhere his gaze changed to a serious, you told me the truth, it's only fair that I return the favor with a serious gaze. This only confuses the teenager. The truth? He asked uncertainly as he was taken aback by the man's sudden demeanor. That's right, Azazel began as he got up from his seat. You see, I'm not a human being. Azazel informs, surprising the Demi-Saiyan with his statement even more. You're not human? The Demi-Saiyan mentally beaten himself for not realizing it before. He could have felt the older man key from the beginning, but he didn't figure wasn't human. It was like the energies he had felt before he arrives to this universe, but was stronger. Then what are you? the dark-haired teenager asks again aimantly at the man in front of him, I am a fallen angel. He gave him a simple answer. Out of nowhere a pair of black wings sprang from his back, each side had 6 wings totaling to 12. What the hell? Gohan shouted, taken completely by surprise. He had never seen anything like this winged creature before. This was definitely the weirdest thing. So have wings? He asked the obvious, unable to believe what he had just witnessed. Yes, Gohan, he replied, as he retracts his wings. We are known as fallen angels. Azazel said as he sat back down to his sofa. Fallen angels? He had never heard of fallen angels, and or angels for that matter. Fallen angels were angels who fell from the grace from God because we have impure thoughts that depart from their teachings. Our appearance is similar to that Oldhoff. We have black wings. The number wings also represent our power, and we also lack the halo on the head. Azazel began to clarify a little to the Demi-Saiyan. We have been cast out of heaven. Fallen angels have somehow preserved the ability to use light-based weapons, he continued, explaining as he paused. Their ice organization created for us called the Grigori. The members include the exiled human of the church and sacred gear users to train themselves, he continued with keeping a keen eye on the boy in front of him. That sounds incredible, but... Gohan interrupted as he scratched his head in shame. What's an angel? He asked with the usual bashful tone. Ha 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 ha. I think I should have told you that first. Azazel laughed in amusement at the black-haired teenager. Yes. I think so, he replied with a small laugh of the old man comment. Angels are powerful beings who serve God, Azazel told him as he waited for the Demi-Saiyan to understand every detail. God? Like Kami? Gohan asked. He had heard something that God is a lot like Kami. From what you have told me of this Kami, it's something like that, Azazel answered, recalling Gohan's story. Bulma answered, not wanting to be the center attention of the dragon anger. B. Asked the alarmed monk, but I want to live. Continued now in a whisper as his legs trembled. Come on Krillin, take the word of Goku as he tries to encourage his childhood friend. It's not like he going to kill you. He continues with the sun-fashioned smile, but... He couldn't finish when he was abruptly cut off. Shut up and call him so I can have my Gohan back. Chi-Chi yelled while giving the monk a murderous glare. Yes, ma'am. The bald man replied quickly. He was more afraid of Chi-Chi's wrath rather than the dragon god. The others present at the scene could let a drop of sweat escape from their forehead. They knew very well the wrath of the dragon god, but the rage of the mother and Goten was far worse. Krillin approached the dragon balls, putting his hands out in front of spheres as beads of sweat kept streaming down from his forehead, his only hope that the drag not kill him. Shinran. The monk began as he closed his eyes. Come out and fulfill our wishes. He was about to call him again, but before he could even blink, the bright blue sky darkens and out of nowhere a lightning bolt shot out of the dragon balls towards Thunder Roar, announcing that the beast has been released to the world. This caused the monk to lose his balance as he falls down on the hard ground floor. The lightning began to take the form of a very long, colossal serpent with small claws, a typical dragon head with antlers that belonged to deers, 2 long catfish musside of his cheeks. Taking color scales of lemon-green color appeared along with a cream color on the lower part of the body that traced down towards his chest. To grabbing everyone's attention was Shinran Red Blood Eyes, who has awakened me from my eternal sleep. Shinran voice boomed, I can only fulfill 2 wishes. They can be whatever you desire. He continues as he stares mortals below him. See, it wasn't going to be so bad. Goku cheered his childhood friend. Easy for you to say, murmured the monk as he rose up from his position. Tell me, what is your wish? Asked the dragon god, who want to return to his eternal dream. The dragon remained silent as his eyes turned deep red. After several minutes Shinran eye color turns to normal red. This so-called Son Gohan doesn't exist, the dragon simply replied. Shocking everyone here, doesn't exist. Everyone said out loud, bewildered by the news. How come Gohan doesn't exist? Goku asked. That's correct, he doesn't exist, or at least not anymore, replied the dragon god with the same manner as before. Shinran. Goku recovered of his bewilderment. What do you mean Gohan doesn't exist anymore? He simply ceases to exist. Shinran answered, being frustrated at the mortal. I don't understand. Stated a bewildered Goku, still confused of the situation. The same goes with his friends and family, Goku. Came a voice surprising the Saiyan, old Kai. Asked the Saiyan immediately recognizes the owner of the voice, Goku. I have an idea of what happened to Gohan, answered the retired Kaioshin, tell me. Where is he? Chi-Chi demanded as she heard the conversation Goku is having with the Kaioshin as well with the others. Okay. Replied the old Kai, a little frightened of the Saiyan wife. You see, when Kid Buu destroys the earth he opens a dimensional rift, dragging Gohan. Toa continues. Remembering every detail of what happened. But old Kai, how did you know about that? Asked the Saiyan, being surprised by the information. The truth is, I'm not sure, answered the voice. This information will be provided to me, XD, huh? Goku answered. Not sure whether to believe him or not, but then he was the guardian of the universe. All those present could only remain silent when they heard the words of the old Kai and were thinking of a solution for this new development. What is your wish? The dragon asked impatiently. Being silent the entire time, that's it. Krillin shouted, getting everyone's attention. Why don't we bring Gohan back to our universe? He continues, surprising everyone of such a simple solution. That's a good idea, Krillin, replied Goku with his typical sun smile. Well, what are we waiting for? Said the impatient Namekian. Okay, answered the Saiyan, returning his gaze back to the dragon who is waiting impatiently. Shinran. We wish to bring Gohan back to this dimension. Shouted the divine dragon. The dragon's eyes blinked red for a few moments before fading. Why can't I feel my brother? Asked a panicked Goten, not feeling his brother energy. It's impossible for me to bring son Gohan back. The dragon answered after a moment of silence passed. They couldn't believe that the eternal dragon couldn't bring Saiyan back. What? Shouted almost everyone in panic, being shocked of what the divine dragon said. Why can't you bring him back? Piccolo demanded with annoyance in his tone. Son Gohan belongs to another dimension now, Shinran replied. Not being bothered of Piccolo outburst, everyone was confused about what the dragon said. Gohan belonged to another dimension? Is what was going through everyone's train of thought. Unfortunately Sheik stand it anymore and fainted. Fortunately Goku was nearby towards his wife and caught her before she fell on hard floor tiles of the lookout. Shinran, is there any other way? Goku asked desperately as he held Chi-Chi in his arms. Couldn't believe that Gohan couldn't return home. There's no other way, began the annoyed dragon. By the many questions of these mortals, son Gohan belongs to that dimension. It's not in my power to bring H. Shenron continues looking at all those present. No one dare say a word. Gohan no longer exists in their dimension and there was nothing Shenron can do. Goten could no longer hold it in anymore as he began cry. Believe what was he hearing? Trunks tried to comfort his friend while he tries to suppress his own tears. The others were not an exception, each suffering the loss off their own way. Goku, sounded the voice of the old Kai, who had been listening to everything of what the dragon said. Maybe Shinran can communicate with Gohan, said old Kwai. To communicate with the Demi-Saiyan. He's right, reply an optimistic Piccolo. Maybe Gohan can find a way back. I'm not sure he can, the old Kai told him, unsure whether he could return or not. But it's worth asking. What is your wish? Snarled the dragon god, who was already eager to return to his dream. Shinran, can you get us to talk to Gohan? Goku asks, hoping that the dragon could fulfill his wish. I will try, answered the dragon while his eyes returned to deep red. Everyone present could only watch as Shinran tried to fulfill their desire. After a short time you can speak to son Gohan. Shinran said to the mortals. Gohan, can you hear me? Goku asked, hoping that his son would hear him. Dad? Gohan voice asked, where are you? He asked again, but with more force in his tone. I'm here son, the Saiyan replied, overjoyed to hear his son voice again. Follow through with the others, brother. Goten screamed as the tears continued to flow through his small face. Goten, asked the Demi-Saiyan, a little surprised of his younger brother's outburst. What's wrong? Gohan voice asked the crying child. Come back big brother, yelled the little Demi-Saiyan again to his brother. That's the problem Goten, I do not know where I am, Gohan. Shinran says that you are in another dimension. Take the words from Piccolo wanting to talk to his former pupil. What? Gohan panicked as his voice left an echo hearing what the Namekian said, another dimension. Yes son, Goku replied, a downcast Goku. We tried to ask Shinran to bring you back, but he can't. Then came the crestfallen Demi-Saiyan, I can't go home? Gohan continued, not wanting to believe the truth. I'm sorry son, but we can't bring you back, Goku answered with distress in his tone. He never imagined that Kid Buu would take away one of the things he loves. The Gohan, don't you know a way to return home? Bulma asked. No, Bulma, answered Gohan voice. I don't know how to get back, the Demi-Saiyan answered as his voice losing focus with every passing minute. Gohan. Chi-Chi cried out, woken up from her fainting. Mom? Gohan asked as he heard his mother's voice. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Gohan reassured his mother. He didn't want more people crying over him. Gohan, don't worry, I'll do everything in my power to bring you. Goku said with determination, but was interrupted by his eldest son. No father, forget me, interrupted the Demi-Saiyan, taking everyone by surprise. But Gohan. Goku started. But stop when feeling a hand on the shoulder by the Namekian. Piccolo? Are you sure about this, Gohan? Yes, Piccolo, I don't want everyone worrying about me. Gohan voice answered, he wants them to enjoy their own happiness. Gohan also didn't want to Goten miss as he did, but Gohan, his mom protest, but the Demi-Saiyan didn't let her. Mom, forget about me. Gohan said with more force into his voice as he trailed off. Please, he murmured with a depressed tone. But he knows what was he doing. Everyone was taken surprise of such a request, all except for Piccolo, who already knew why the Demi-Saiyan was doing this. Goku was still thinking, a way to Brinnet want to accept his son's request, but he had to even if the Saiyan didn't like it. He wanted to bring Gohan back, but the Demi-Saiyan didn't want to come back and respected his decision no matter how much he hates it. The Saiyan knew that Gohan was no longer the 4-year-old boy anymore playing the forests of Mount Pao. Disappeared the day when Raditz arrived. Son, Goku stated, taking everyone's attention. Are you sure about this? He asked with dejected tone. Father. This world is much like the land from my dimension and I would like to see more of it, replied the son of Goku. Those present could only remain silent. Demi-Saiyan decision, but Gohan, his mother want. La tries to push the spirit bomb towards Kid Buu. Damn, Vegeta comment as he takes in of the younger Saiyan. I misjudged the calculations. Kakarot doesn't have the strength to launch the spirit bomb. He can cursing himself for not seeing that detail before. I can't give up. Goku scrum up trying pushed back by the resistance of Kid Buu. Damn it, if there was only one way to return Kakarot energy. Vegeta began as he stares at the scene in front of him. Wait. We still have one more wish. That's it. What? Mr. Satan didn't get to finish when he felt a mighty blow in the stomach. Courtesy of Vegeta. Shut up, buffoon. Vegeta shouted as he stood up on his own. Dend, we still have a wish. Tell the dragon to restore Kakarot energy. The Saiyan continues. Now Lasky, of course, came a voice out of nowhere. How come I didn't remember that? The voice continued now in an enthusiastic tone. Damn, I can't stand it anymore. Goku shouted as he lowered his hands in defeat. Ha ha ha. Buu laughed as he throws the largest sphere of energy towards the exhausted Goku. Damn it. I wasn't able to beat him. Goku thought as he saw the large sphere of energy and waited for the inevitable. Mr. Goku, said a familiar voice. Dend, where are you? Goku said as he reopened his eyes to the surprise of hearing his voice. That's not important now. I asked Porunga to restore your power, he continues, surprising the younger Saiyan. Thank you, Dend. Goku thanked as he felt his energy returning to him. With this I will defeat him, he continues as he looked up at the spirit bomb who was Apremor and more. He stares at the blue sphere for a moment. Then transform to the Super Saiyan state and raise his left arm to stop the spirit bomb with a huge gust of wind. Goku there as he uses his right arm while imitating his previous action and push the energy sphere back to Kid Buu, surprising the pink monster who could only look in horror. Try to stop the sphere again, but this time failed miserably only to be dragged back again as his hands bit slowly. You were an incredible fighter, Bu. Goku started. Stop the spirit bomb with one hand. You went through several transformations. Yet you were so powerful. All Yoa's hatred. The Saiyan continues with a smile. I hope you come back and be a better person, and maybe we can have that rematch. Goodbye, Bu. Goku finished with a shout as he put more pressure into the sphere. Kid Bu could only look in shock as the spirit bomb consuming him completely. After so much destruction, pain and suffering that he had caused, this would be his EOF energy went its way, consuming Kid Bu to the last molecule after having completely as it explodes in the distance, creating a blinding light. Vegeta, who had been looking at everything from a safe distance, only smiled at Goku. Grateful that this war was finally over and that everything would return back. He was very wrong about that. Or moments later, what? Goku shouted in complete shock, having finished the evil known as Bu. He had returned to Earth, more specifically the Lookout, where his friends and fame, except for one, Gohan. Not with you, said the Saiyan in shock of the information. I can't even feel his energy, said a tall green guy with a turban with pointed shoulder pads and a cape along with a purple GI below it. This strange man was a free-off. The Demi-Saiyan is known as Piccolo, but where could he be then? Goku asked again to Piccolo. I don't know, Goku, I don't know. Piccolo murmured, Goku. Came another voice, startling the Saiyan. Where Gohan is? He supposed to come back to life like the rest of us? She continues, the voice that belonged to Goku wife, but Chi-Chi. Goku began, getting nervous at his wife's temper. I don't know where Gohan is. The Saiyan continued, taking a few steps back away from his wife, Chi-Chi. Bulma said while putting a hand on her shoulder. Surely Porunga couldn't bring Gohan back for a reason. That is why I suggest that we get the Dragon Bee Earth and wish him back, continue the beautiful scientist. Bulma right. Krillin comment, smiling with hope in his eye. I am sure Shenron can bring Gohan back, continue the ex-monk. Are you sure this will bring my brother back? Asked the mini version of Goku with hope in his eyes. Of course, he can, Goten, Trunks replied as he tried to encourage his best friend. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's get going, Goku began as he smiled at the others. Let's find the Dragon Balls, he continues while levitating in the air and flew searching for the Dragon Balls. The others also follow Goku lead except for Vegeta, Dend, Majin Buu and Mr. Satan or DXD universe. The next day Gohan woke up. He felt the pain from yesterday was gone, and thanks to his Saiyan gene all of his cuts and bruises began to fade. The Demi-Saiyan got up from his bed and began to stretch in the process. I feel much better, Gohan murmured as he inspected his body. He still wore those bandages on his abdomen and chest. With his shirt was gone. He only had his blue boots. I still have to thank that guy for his kindness. Gohan give one last look. Leaving the room, he entered what appeared to be the living room. There was a set of 3 sofas. 2 of the same size and a smaller one in the middle of the 3 sofas was a smather. Was also a cabinet with a large television. It came with a lot of video game console. In the room there was also a small bar with bottles of whiskey on the shewer, the same color as in the previous room. What a peculiar place, came the thought of the Demi-Saiyan as he observes the room. Gohan had never seen a place like this before. It seemed that the owner liked to drink or just had the little bar fridge for fun. He also notices some strange shapes wall. He was so absorbed by what he saw he didn't realize the presence of the man that saved him was approaching. I see you feeling better, said a male voice, startling to the black-haired teenager. Relaxes, continued the owner, calming Gohan down when he realized that he saved Demi-Saiyan live. Yes, I feel much better already, Gohan began as he took a deep breath, calming himself a bit. Thank you, he continued as he remembered how kind the man Hai already told you that you don't have to thank me. Began the subject as he remembers the Demi-Saiyan conversation last night. But, you're welcome, continue the black tunic while keep his eye on the Demi-Saiyan. I'm sorry, for the trouble I cause, Gohan said to the adult, while scratching the back of his head. By the way, you never told me your name, continued the black teenager, remembering that he didn't get the adult name. Don't you think it's a bit rude to ask for someone's name without introducing yourself first? The man in the tunic commented with an indecipherable smile. Haha. The Demi-Saiyan chuckled nervously at the man comment. Sorry about that, my name is Son Gohan, and yours? he finished with a question. The older man, "A pleasure to meet you, son Gohan," replied the man while wearing an honorific smile towards the Demi-Saiyan. "My name is Azazel." Both Gohan and Azazel were sitting at their respective seats, as they continue their conversation they had last night. "So Gohan, how did you get all those injuries?" Azazel asked as he observes the young man. "Well," Gohan started, not sure if he should tell the adult truth. "I'm not really sure." Gohan chuckled nervously, while he scratched his head in a typical son style. Azazel just stares him directly at the Demi-Saiyan eye. It was obvious the boy was lying to him. Maybe he didn't want to remember, or maybe the boy was hiding. "How come I got this feeling that you're lying to me?" answered the older man as he rose from his seat. "As he walks towards his mini-bar, I," said the black-haired teenager as he drops his gaze to the adult, staring down in defeat. "I'm sorry," Gohan continued. He wasn't sure to tell the blonde Bangma how he got his injuries. After all, he doesn't know him well enough. "He was kind to me and he did heal my injuries. It's only fair I tell him the truth," he thought as Hagen meeting the adult gaze. "If you don't want to tell me, it's fine," the adult said as he took a bottle of whiskey. It's clear to him that the boy doesn't want to tell him the truth. "If he got those, wasn't going to pry. I'm not going to force the truth out of you," he continues while he pours the whiskey at the glass chalice. The black-haired teenager didn't say anything. Gohan just sat there, as he was debating to tell him the adult the truth or not. It still confuses the Demi-Saiyan. The remembers was his fight with Bu. Then he was absorbed after waking up in a place very similar to his world, but very different in so many ways. Maybe he knows where I am? Gohan thought to himself. It was true, Azazel did live in this world. "Regardless of whether you want to tell me or not," said Azazel, breaking the Demi-Saiyan train of thought, "I must know who your parents are and where you live," continued as he took a seat on the sofa. "After all, your parents must be worried about you," Azazel finished as he stares into the Demi-Saiyan eyes. Gohan was about to respond when a voice suddenly stopped him. This voice didn't belong to anyone here present. "Gohan, can you me?" the voice said, surprising both Gohan and Azazel completely. "Dad," the black-haired teenager asked when he heard his father's voice. "Where are you?" he asked again as he jumped up from his seat. "As look around his sir, I'm here, son," the voice replied, cheering the Demi-Saiyan, but leaving a confused Azazel as he observes his surroundings of his apartment. Or to mention DBZ Goku along with the other Z warriors had found all the Dragon Balls. They divided into groups to find the Dragon Balls faster. It was a simple job and now they were waiting to call the Dragon God to bring Gohan back. "So, who's going to call him?" Krillin asks sheepishly, knowing the dragon gets grumpy when being summoned. "You." At this rate Kakarot is going to lose, he kept thinking as realizing the situation. "Ha ha ha ha." The pink monster cackle again as he skyrockets towards Goku, causing a sonic boom in the process, but unfortunately for the pink monster the Saiyan prepares himself. Goku avoided the blow of being pink monster by doing a left kick to Kid Buu face. The pink mon have time to react as Goku punched the monster so hard that he crash-landed towards a mountain nearby, leaving a huge explosion in the process. But Goku didn't stop there. Wasting no time, Goku skyrocket towards the pink monster, giving him another good kick towards the stomach, putting Kid Buu deeper into the mountain. Kid Buu, unable to prevent the Saiyan onslaught, crashed down on the hard floor, creating a crater in the process, with debris flying in all directions. Goku wasting no TOF energy to the crater, creating an explosion that was growing in size with each sphere of energy he shot. Boom, a huge dust cloud was blocking Goku's view of the pink monster. With the smoke cleared, there was no trace of Kid Buu. "Where is he?" Goku thought as he looked around for the pink monster. "Where did he go?" he murmured as he descended towards the sky. As soon as Goku's feet touched the ground, a Kid Buu leg came out below from the earth, taking the SSJ-3 by surprise, sending him back to the sky by such a force. Instinct Goku recover himself of the blow. He looks down only to meet a fist towards the Saiyan face, causing him to ascend upward towards the sky. Kid Buu, not stopping his onslaught, didn't stop there. He disappeared and reappeared above the SSJ-3. Before Goku can recoup himself, Kid Buu punch Goku so hard crashes landed towards the earth below, causing another crater in the process, leaving flying debris. Damn. Vegeta thought, who had been watching the whole fight, what can we do? He kept thinking as Kid Buu was only playing with the SSJ-3, if there was only enough to eliminate that monster. He murmured as he observed the fight, that attack that Kakarot used on me, why didn't I think this before? Vegeta murmurs shout as he remembered that day, Goku was still fighting with Kid Buu, while Goku was exhausted. He was panting and just watched with murderous pink monster fun cackled like a madman. What can I do? Goku thought while looking at the pink monster, he's too strong, Kakarot. Vegeta shouted, getting Goku attention. What is it? Asked the younger Saiyan. I have a plan to defeat that gum. Vegeta answered with the same tone while looking at Goku. Really? He asked again to the shorter Saiyan, with shining hope in his eye. How? Goku kept asking, uncertain what Vegeta had in mind. Come here so I can tell you, replied the Prince of all Saiyans again with a smile. Okay. But Goku didn't get to finish his sentence as a fist slam into his face, sending him flying towards a nearby mountain. Damn. Cursed Vegeta in a snarl as he forgotten the pink monster. This not over, he said as he prepares to fight the pink monster. Kakarot. Shouted the Pink Saiyans. Yes? Asked the SSJ-3 as they emerged from the rubble of the mountain and looked at his rival/friend. Prepare yourself, said Vegeta while still standing by the side of the younger Saiyan, and go make the spurt bomb. He continued, taking Goku by surprise. Vegeta, you're a genius. Goku shouted in his SSJ-3 form as he looked at the older Saiyan with astonishment. Wait. He won't leave me alone, he continues, remembering being who remained silent the entire time. I'll take care of him, said Vegeta as he upwards at the pink monster in front of them. You sure? Goku asked the prince. Just don't die on me, because if you do, you'll disappear forever, he continued as he sadly looked at his rival/friend. I'll disappear? Vegeta whispered as he lowers his head to the ground. It doesn't matter, because I won't die, he arrogantly replied. But deep down he knew it. Wool stepped into a posture waiting for the inevitable fight. Or Dimension DXD, where am I? Thought the Demi-Saiyan, as he couldn't see anything but darkness, but he could feel that he was in a cushioned place. Is that a bed? He kept thinking to open his eyes. He opened his eyes slowly only to find himself in a little dark room. The walls were a dark red with the ceiling being a gray, equally dark. The Demi-Saiyan moved his side, achieving an almost complete vision of the room. There was a small piece of furniture with a lamp above it and a small first aid kit. How did I get here? He murmured weakly as Gohan inspected the room further. That's what I would like to know, the stranger that saved the Demi-Saiyan replied, startling the Demi-Saiyan and causing him to look at the newcomer. Gohan looked at the owner of the voice, who turned out to be the same man who found him in the park. Of course he didn't know that. But after all, Gohan is an inti, deduced that he was the one that brought him here. Who are you? The Demi-Saiyan asked weakly again. Don't move, the man began as he walked through the open door. Your wounds haven't healed yet, the adult continued as he walked towards the bed where the blay. After listening to the man, the Demi-Saiyan take a good look at his body, noticing a pair of bandages by his abdomen and chest. You treated on me? Gohan asked again, looking up to see the man. That's right, replied the adult standing on the right side of the bed. When I found you were a mess. Thank you, murmured the black-haired teenager. You have nothing to be thankful for, just rest, commented the adult as he walked back to the entrance. Tomorrow you have a lot of explaining to do, he finished, indecipherable smile to the Demi-Saiyan. Well, Gohan said with a nervous tone of the adult's smile. The blonde bang man said nothing else and left the room. Why did I feel so nervous? Gohan wondered. He didn't even tell me his name, he kept thinking as the black-haired teenager looks up at the ceiling again. Gohan stayed like this for 10 minutes thinking about what might have happened. He couldn't feel his father or any of his friends. The strangest thing was that he could millions of small energies belonging to humans. How is that possible? He thought in shock. Gohan concentrated senses to make sure he wasn't losing his mind. There were definitely humans still alive, but there was something more. What is this? He wondered in his thoughts as he discovered several energies greater than the average human being. These energies felt very strange, some of them mentor Piccolo, but it wasn't him. Then there were others that felt like his friend Dend when he became Kami of the Earth, but it wasn't him either, and there were same as the second but with some more malice. Where am I? Or dimension DBZ. Currently Goku floated in the air with his arms raised to the sky. Above him was a blue giant sphere of energy. This sphere had all the power of the people Earth. Wished back to life thanks to the Dragoon Balls of Namek. It's ready. Goku shouted, who had been away from the fight in front of him, in which Vegeta and Majin Buu had been beaten by Kid Buu. The Fat Buu joined. The F Buu tried to kill Mr. Satan, who was hiding in a rock nearby. Stated Kid Buu in fear. Seeing the giant sphere, he could feel the energy of his sphere, and for the first time in his life he was afraid. It's time for you to die, imbecile, Vegeta said in a growl a few hundred meters from the pink being while lying face down with barium cuts and bruises on his body. Take this, shouted the younger Saiyan, but stopped when realizing how close Vegeta as towards Kid Buu. Damn, if I throw the spirit bomb Vegeta will get caught, Goku thought with frustration at the new development. Throw it, Kakarot. Vegeta shouted to Goku, knowing what the younger Saiyan was thinking. Don't worry about me, idiot, he continues, seeing no other option. Take the word of Kid Buu, confused of the situation. Now clucking at the realization of why Goku not throwing the spirit bomb, the pink being made way to Vegeta position and crushed his foot of the already wounded prince as he to scream in pain. Kid Buu didn't stop there, he then shoots energy at the prince. I'm going to kill you, Kid Buu said as he created a larger sphere destined to kill. It can't be, Goku shouted as he prepared to launch the attack. Forgive me, Vegeta, he kept shouting. Knowing what he's going to do, Goku was about to launch the spirit bomb when out of nowhere the Fat Maju Buu tackled Kid Buu to the ground, releasing Vegeta. Satan, the Fat Buu shouted to Mr. Satan, who got the message and went to grab Vegeta body as he put him on his back and run away as fast as he could. After a little struggle between the Fat Buu and the Small Buu, he was able to free himself from the claws of the Fat Buu with a sphere of energy which sent Majin Buu. Forgive me, Majin Buu. Mr. Satan continues in his thought as he continues to run away as far as possible with a half-conscious Vegeta on his shoulder. Throw it, shouted to Goku, who could only smile in response. Thank you, Mr. Satan, shouted the Saiyan as he smiled in relief. Now take this, Buu, he kept yelling as he lowered his hands from the sky to Kid Buu direction. The pink being could only look in horror at the incoming sphere, as the spirit bomb was a few meters away towards Kid Buu. In a desperate act, the pink monster incoming sphere with his arms. At first it seemed that the blue sphere was winning through the struggle of the pink monster, but all that changed when the spy advanced any further. What? Goku shouted in shock as he witnessing the struggle. Damn it, stop, he grunted in despair. The spirit bomb slowly recoiled back as Kid Buu regained his posture while gleefully takes another step forward. Kakarot. What's going on? Vegeta shouted as he regained some of his energy back, but was still too weak to aid the younger Saiyan, as he was still being carried. I ran out of energy, Vegeta. Goku answered to the Prince Whi. Ken back by the sudden outburst of his father, which caused the earring to pass by him and to be lost in the rubble that was once mountain. Damn, he cursed as he dug up the rubble where the earring failed. I won't allow it, Buu shouted atop of his lungs, as he left out a burst of pink energy from his mouth heading in Gohan direction, which caused the rocks to flutter along with the earring. Luckily the blast wasn't destructive enough to physically hurt or killed Gohan. Gohan, there they are, Goku shouted to his son, pointing to the earring location. Go get it. I'll take care of Buu. Goku continued as he flew towards the pink mons. Goku kicked Buu in the stomach, with such a great force that sent pink monster headfirst towards a small mountain, causing yet again a small explosion. This only let us snarl. Playtime was over. With that, Buu disappeared and reappeared behind Goku, kicking behind the Saiyan back, sending the SSJ-3 crashing down to the rocky field. Goku shouted from his position as he shot towards Buu. The two godlike beings exchange blows with each punch, and kicks can destroy the planet with ease. Unfortunately, Buu was landing more hits, forcing Goku to take position. Using instant transmission, Goku was able to teleport behind Buu, blasting him with a sphere of energy, sending the pink monster crashing down a once grassy field barren wasteland by the chaos Bu brought. Quickly Bu raises up firing multiple energy sphere towards Goku direction, whom begins dodges the barrage of occult. Bu fires a last wave of pink energy, as he uses all of his strength to increase his speed to sneak atop on Goku, giving him a fearsome axe kick causing Gokuto the rocky field. Where is it? Gohan thought desperately as he heard the shock waves from the battle to his direction. Dad can't keep this up, I have to hurry up. He kept thinking through all the rubble until he saw a small glimmer of light. It was the Potara earrings. Here it is. Gohan shouted, calling the attention of the two fighters. Did you find it? Goku asked as he rose from the rubble. Were it before he was cut off as Bu shot right past by Goku. I won't let you, shouted the pink monster, damn it. Gohan murmured as he tried to put the earring in his right ear. In a panic, you think I'll let you foo? Bu didn't get to finish as he halted in midair. His eyes widen when hears stomach growling like a wild animal that haven't eaten for week. A sharp pain in his stomach, he clutches stomach in pure agony. Feeling like someone was tearing him apart from the inside out, both Gohan and Goku stop what they were doing as they were left in a daze of what's going on. Boom. There was a small explosion leading to a blinding light. As the light faded, the Saiyan and the Demi-Saiyan noticed Bu the new set of clothes. Still wearing baggy pants with the buckle of it with the letter M. But his vest was replaced by a white turban cape covering up the extremely long shoulder pads. It's Piccolo clothes. Goku pointed out the obvious and his power decreases considerably. Gohan added with a wolfish grin as the tables turned. What? Bu stated, horrified by the change of events. Feeling his once high power level decrease indescribably. You should know that the fusion only lasts for 30 minutes, Goku added, and it looked like your time ran out. This can't be. Bu stated in disbelief. You are no longer a threat anymore, Goku stated, making the Bu angrier than he was before. I don't even need to Gohan help to beat you, he continued, making towards the pink monster. I wasn't expecting this. Bu thought in frustration, forgetting the time limit merge from the two brats. Damn it, now what? He kept thinking. Figuring out a way until his vision caught his tail was covered by the rumble. Perfect. He couldn't believe his luck. His tail is at walking distance towards Gohan, ready to lose Bu. Goku declared, ahahaha. Bu cackle uncontrollably, confusing both Goku and Gohan. What is he laughing about? Gohan asks his father as the pink goo was inching closer to the Demi-Saiyan. What's so funny? Goku demand, you fool. Bu stated as he looked up towards Goku, do you really think you'd beat me? Bu continues while secretly giving orders to his tail. Well, yeah. A confused Goku answer, preparing what tricks the pink monster was planning. Your energy level decreased drastically. You have no chance. For now. Bu finish as a large piece of pink goo jumped towards Gohan, covering the Demi-Saiyan. The pink goo. Gohan. Goku shouted in pure terror. What the hell, was the last thing Gohan last word as the pink substance finished devouring him. In a last act of deviance, Gohan threw the Potro earrings to Goku. That his father confused with someone else, or Gohan mind there was nothing but a black void surrounding the Demi-Saiyan. Everything around Gohan, from left, right, back and forth, wherever you look there was only was nothing. Am I dead? Gohan wondered in his thoughts after looking around his surroundings. Maybe I'm not dead. Gohan doubted. Dad said that when he died, he went to pee. Speaking of his father. What happened? How did he get here? What happened to Bu? Was Bu defeated? Was the earth safe? Kakarot, came the voice of a certain arrogant prince whom Gohan knew all too well. I found the Namekian and the brats, shouted the voice, making Gohan frant around his surroundings, knowing who the voice belongs to. Vegeta. Gohan shouted, trying to get the Prince of all Saiyans' attention. Where are you? Vegeta, we got to find a way out. Gohan eyes widen. Knowing the last voice belonged to his father, Dad. Gohan screamed, trying to get his father's attention. Where are you? He shouted again, but no one answered. Now he's a kid? Came the voice of a confused Goku. Damn it. He destroys the earth with that, said the frustrated voice of Vegeta. Making Gohan eyes widen. No. Gohan shouted in determination as he was thinking, a way out of this realm, I won't let the earth be destroyed. Ahaya, he screams, releasing every single ounce of his energy trying to escape this dimension. I won't give up. Gohan kept shouting as he begins to reach the power as a blue energy sphere surround the young Demi-Saiyan. A breaking sound was heard, followed by a bright light that appeared out of nowhere and covering the black void. What was all that Gohan said before feeling that his body was being torn from the inside out, then everything went black. That he had never felt this level of pain. That rivaled the blows he received from his old fights when he was a child. It couldn't be compared to this tremendous agony he faced. Demi-Saiyan knowledge he was in an open field surrounded by trees. I'm sure it's here, said a male voice. Where is it? Continue. As it was getting closer to the Demi-Saiyan body, the owner of the voice seemed to be in his mid-30s, wearing a full-bodied gray dressing gown. On top of his dressing gown was another one, but shorter and on waist. His hair was disordered with black hair, with yellow bangs that covered his forehead. The blonde bang man continues walking down to the deep forest. The blonde bang man continues walking in the forest, sensing the faded energy. He continues his investigation, looking around the cause of the disturbance. There the strange energy that crash-landed in his world, until he heard a weak moan. What was that? The man thought to himself as he looked in the direction of the noise. Sound like someone is injured, he kept thinking as he walks through the foresaid subject being a meter away. He could see a boy off at 17 years old lying face down on the floor. Getting a bit closer to the Demi-Saiyan, he notices that his shirt has burned. Noticed that the young man was in a poor condition with cuts and small traces of blood that protruded to his spiky hair. What could have happened to him? He murmured as he stares down at the dark-haired boy. Was he the one that cause of the disturbance I felt? He thought. Rem came here. The subject continued looking at the body of the Demi-Saiyan while pondering the possibility. The man stayed like that for more than 5 minutes before making a he seems alive, he murmured as he inspects Gohan vital signs. I'd better take him to my house to patch him up or else he'll die, he continues in his thoughts as picking up the Demi-Saiyan. He lifted him to his shoulder only to discover that the young man weighed more than a ton. This took the adult by surprise. The boy was almost the same height. Astant excuse for him of why he weighs so much. Heck, he didn't even seem fat, to the contrary, he was really fit. With muscular arms, but not exaggerated to the pan, with a chest and abdomen that would put any man to shame, no doubt about it. Once I patch you up you are going to answer some question or to mention DBZ this battle. No, this war was a spectacle for all to see, as key blasts that can easily destroy planets were colliding at the Kai home world. Failure was not an option. Whole universe is left by the clutches of Bu. The only one that can stop the monster was none other than Son Goku. There was a big difference of this Bu than the previous Bu. This Bu was much smaller, almost childlike than the first. He also no longer wore a vest, he was only white pants, which were reduced to be at his level. Ahaha. Began the cackle of the pink monster as he stares down his opponents on the ground. Damn. Cursed the SSJ-3 Goku as he glares upward towards Kid Bu. At this rate, I won't be able to beat him, he continues with a low tone. Far from the two fighters was another figure who watched the two forces of nature right next to the orange-clad hero. This man was wearing a blue king full body. He wore pointed white boots. His black hair was like a flame that always pointed upward. This man was none other than the Prince of all Saiyan. Vegeta, you can't be. Vegeta thought as he watched the fight unfold in front of him. This wasn't supposed to happen. Pressed into a corner, Gohan breathed heavily, his body decorated, of scorch marks from the various ki blast. His orange GI was in ruins, his orange pants and blue shirt burnt out holes. Under normal situation he would have received some sort of help from his friends and family, but that's no longer an option. Everyone he had ever dead, killed by this very monster responsible for his injuries. This abomination had annihilated almost all of humanity, leaving only 3 survivors, denned, Mr. Satadam. Gohan clench his teeth, tighten his fists. If only I killed him when I had the chance. What happened to that power you showed before? Came a small chuckle of the pink monster. Wearing loose white pants along with a black belt and a yellow buck letter, M, with it, and a blue king vest with yellow lumps on its shoulders as well the nape, along with wrists of the same blue of the vest, damn it. Thought the Demi-Saiyan looking upwards to at the pink monster. Not even the power of old Kai released within me would be enough to defeat Bu. Why aren't you attacking me? Said the new Bu with a cheeky grin. Gohan could only look down, as beads of sweat began to pour. Well. Bu lingered as taking each step towards Gohan. It seems that you have already noticed the differences between our powers. Bu continues as he stares Demi-Saiyan. I can't beat him, he's too strong. Gohan shut his eyes leaving a scowl. What can I do? What's wrong? Bu tease, getting a better view of the Demi-Saiyan face. Cat got your tongue? Once again. There was no response. You don't want to answer, huh? Bu stated, well, I think it's time to finish you off as I did with your friends. The monster continued with a sadistic smile as go his last comment, damn. The black-haired boy thought in rage remembering how his friends and family were slaughtered by the monster floating above him. Without thinking twice Gohan tried to surprise Bu with a burst of ki energy to Bu's face, trying to wipe that cocky grin. But Bu prepared himself. He crouched back. Blast would pass over him. Stretching his arm like taffy, grabs Gohan by the face. Dragging him against several deserted mountains and not before reaching an abrupt mountain much bigger than the others. So that's the best you can do? Asked the pink monster as his left arm shrank to its normal length. Shut up. Shouted the black-eyed boy as he shoves off the mountain's debris, while shooting multiple ki blasts at Bu. Gohan shot upwards Bu. He retracted his right fist for a fatal blow at Bu's face. Taking a single step aside he avoids Gohan blow with ease, grabbing his wrist in the taking notice of what just happened. Gohan did a roundhouse kick at Bu's hip. Unfortunately Bu his upper and lower torso separate themselves like putty. What the hell? The Demi-Saiyan saw Bu split himself into 2 halves, then his stretch-out body regenerate itself. Seeing the opportunity Bu lower torso kick Gohan with such force that he crashes landed a new mountain. As the debris covered Gohan body, Ka, came a voice of the mountain, me. Continue the voice taking more force with each second, ha. A light began coming out as the mountain rubble, small rocks were lifted by an incredible blue light radiated. Hiya. Out of nowhere a giant beam of blue light shot out of the rubble toward Bu. The beam continued its trajectory toward the monster while destroying everything in its path. Bu remained calm as he saw the beam approaching him. 27 feet, 10 meters, 3 meters, and at the last moment Bu retracted his hand and then directed it forward while releasing his own pink beam. The twinergies collided abruptly, creating a shock wave of their surroundings. As the pink beam began to consume Gohan attack, Gohan watched in horror as the beam of energy starting to swallow his own and continuing its path towards himself. Idiot, nobody can beat Super Bu. He laughed manically as the pink monster put more energy into his attack. Damn, the giant pink energy began to reach at Gohan direction, causing him to slide back by the sheer force. I can't let him destroy the earth. I got to beat him. Using all of Gohan energy he deflects the pink energy to the Earth's atmosphere, ha. Gohan shouted as he expelled all his power deflecting the beam as far away as possible. The energy beam flew out of the atmosphere and then exploded to an unknown planet far from the Earth, followed by a flash of a blinding pink light. That was everything I had, the Demi-Saiyan gasped as he fell on all fours. You see better days? Came a voice in front of him, a voice he knew too well. The voice of one who admired so much. Son, the voice continues as Gohan look up. Fight didn't lose his sanity. When Gohan lifted himself up he saw an orange GI just like his own, only that his newcomer was a better condition. He has onyx eyes just like his own, the same Kohim, but the huge difference that his hair was pointing in several directions. While Gohan hair was pointing straight ahead, this man was none other than Son Goku, greatest hero. Dad? Gohan blink rapidly, making sure that he wasn't delusional. Of course, it's me. Goku tilted his head. Who do you think I was? Goku asks as he scratches the back of his head scalp. But, what are you doing here? Gohan gasped, I thought you can't come back to life, he kept asking, trying to regain his composure. Will you see, or this can't be happening. Goku shouted as his sight was glued at the glass ball, showing an image of a battered Gohan failing to land a hit on Buu. Gohan lost the only chance to defeat Buu, exclaimed an elderly voice. The owner of this voice was a very short old man. His skin was purple. He had white hair that stood up in a line, leaving the sides of his scalp bald. He wore a sleeve blue spandex that came down to his knees. Joining that suit was a colored red scarf and a button in a corner of the chest. Underneath he wears a loose tunic that whole body, along with yellow earrings hanging on his pointy ears. This man is the guardian of the universe known as Supreme Old Kai. The universe is lost, said another voice, with distress in his tone. This man wore the same clothes as his elderly counterpart. The only difference was the color scheme. That variant of his clothing. His spandex was red instead of blue. Orange handkerchief. He had long white hair that reached to lower back and pink skin. This man was known as Kibito Kai. His power is much greater than before, Goku pointed out. At this rate Gohan, going to die. I see that there is no other choice. What are you talking about, ancestor? Kibito Kai questioned. Goku must go and help Gohan, the old Kai stated, sees no other solution. What? Goku exclaimed, not sure what the old man was saying, but I'm already dead. I can't go back. Don't worry, I'll give you my life, said the old man, stunning everyone. What? Kibito shouted, shock of what the elder was suggesting. This is unheard of, old Kai, you shouldn't give your life for a simple mortal. Kibito, said the Supreme Kai, putting more force in his tone, getting his assistant's attention. Remember that they are the only ones who can stop Majin Buu. Kai, while staring at his descendant with determination in his eyes that once were weary. But you don't have to do it, ancestor. Take my life instead, Kibito pleaded. Don't be a fool, boy. The old man snaps at the young Kai, who flinch of his elder words. You are too young and you have so much to live for. Seriously? Goku gawked at old Kai in disbelief. Thank you, old Kai, you won't regret this. He gives a small bow in gratitude. Without saying a word, the old Kai sat down, legs crossed, and closed his as if he was meditating. After a few seconds nothing happened. Is he? Goku wondered as he saw no movement from the old Kai. Not a word was said as both Goku and Kibito Kai as they stare at the elder Kai body in disbelief. He gave his life for me. Goku clench his fists with tears threatening to leave, as his halo vanishes from his head as he was once living again. I swear, your life vain, he swore with determination as he stares down at the elder Kai body. Just how stupid are you? Shouted the old man as he jumped up, frightening both Goku and Kibito Kai. Where do you think I would end up? He kept ranting. Wigok struck, but anyway, it's time for you to get going. Old Kai clarified after finish his tantrum. Alright, was the only words Goku can spout. Still processing of what just happened, he turned around and was about to use his instant transmission. Wait. Take this. Old Kai stopped Goku in his tracks. He took off his earrings, giving to the baffled Saiyan. They're called Pot-era earrings. You can fuse with anyone. He also wore the other pair, like the fusion technique? Goku asked while gawking at old Kai earrings. Something similar, only more powerful, with no time limit. Old Kai finished explaining, shocking everyone once more. Really? Goku wondered, tightly squeezing the earrings with more determination than ever. Yes, but now it's time for you to go. Got it. Goku placed 2 fingers on his forehead. Goodbye was the last thing he said before you disappeared from the Supreme Planet, or back with Gohan and Goku. And that's what happened. Wow. Was the only thing Gohan can say as he picks himself up from the rubble, hearing every detail of the events that transpire, and to say it astonished the Demi-Saiyan. Understatement. Interesting. Came a malevolent voice, gaining the attention of 2 heroes. It was Buu, who was sitting on a nearby rock. When I'm done with you two, I'll go. Pack continued as he rose from his rock. How much did you hear? Goku panic, enough to not let you two. Fuse, was all Buu said as he skyrockets towards Goku and Gohan direction. Damn. Goku shouted as he turned into SSJ3, Gohan catch. He shouted again as he threw the earring towards Gohan, huh? Gohan responds being ta. Ice that rundown shivers Donaseek's spine. Slowly Donaseek turned around only to confirm his fear. There he was, Gohan without a scratch on him. Gohan stares daggers to Donaseek core. Unforgiving and kill, if he wasn't a fallen angel. He would have crapped his pants. Before he could make a comment, he felt the air escape from his lungs by a tremendous force towards his stomach. The last thing he saw before falling unconscious of his attacker, as he stares down at him with eyes full of fury, ready for the kill, Rias, Aquino, Kaneko. Kiba and Issei saw Donaseek crash landed on the other side of the park, creating a crater in the process. Follow through. Gohan gently landed the group in perfect condition. Gohan stares down at the unconscious fallen angel, still breathing. Something in the back of Gohan's mind keeps telling him to kill the fallen angel, but he was not. What's happening to me? Gohan pondered to himself in frustration as he tightens his skull. He just wanted to protect his friend. But something inside him wanted real terror, giving him a slow painful death. His inner monologue was interrupted as he felt something soft and wet behind him. Aquino, Rias, came the shock Demi-Saiyan as he saw the stream of tears of the two teenage girls. What's wrong? His tone was out of concern, of the two teenage. If he did something wrong to upset the two, idiot, came a relief. Rias follow through with a relief. Aquino, who only just smile at the Demi-Saiyan safety. Is he? Issei lingers as he stares down at the fallen angel body. Almost afraid to ask, dead? Gohan finish his sentence, no, just unconscious. He answers as Issei just let out a breath of relief. He couldn't imagine Gohan killing someone. It was just so uncharacteristic of him. What will you do with him? Kiba asked as he approached the four with Kaneko in tail. Let him go. I don't kill. Gohan stated as he takes a glimpse of the unconscious fallen angel. Only when it's necessary. He ended with a murmur as he recalled Hagen's cell. It would be best that we go home and get some rest. Rias suggested as the group nodded in agreement. They all went their separate ways, except for Gohan and Issei, whom the Demi-Saiyan suggests to escort him home. As the group left the park, Black Feather began to descend from the sky as none other than Rainier appeared as she stares down her fallen comrade. I didn't expect him to be that strong, she muttered to herself as she picks up Donaseek towards her shoulder. She watched the whole fight from a close distance, believing Donaseek was able to handle the situation. Clearly that was not the case. Seeing Gohan display of point credible, who knew that the boy was capable of this level of destruction, but that's not what's been bothering her. When Rainier presumed that the teenager was nauseous. She doesn't know why, but it annoyed and confused her. But when the reveal of the Demi-Saiyan was alive, that discomfort was misplaced with joy. She was happy. That was something she didn't understand. Why was she happy to see him alive? Because she wants to kill him with her own hands. Right? Rainier just shook her head. It doesn't matter. She cleared her thoughts as her cheeks felt hot at the touch. I have to get him out of here, was her last thought as she flew away from the power with Gohan. Gohan let out of a heavy breath as he turns on the light of his apartment. He couldn't believe the hectic day he had, and his willingness to kill the fallen angel push edge. The times he acted like this was during his battles with Cell, Bojack and recently Bu. Gohan knew that there was strong intent to kill in his mindset, to demolish the enemy with no hint of mercy, but that's only when he transforms to Super Saiyan St mystic form. It began to concern him, worrying what's pushing him to have these malice thoughts. I have to relax, he muttered to himself as he shook those thoughts out of his head for the moment. He took off his cloth as he made way through his bathroom, entering the bathtub after finishing his bath. He decided to go to the kitchen and have a small snack, before going to bed. 30 minutes after eating his snack, he plummeted to his bed. Just before Gohan could close his eyelids, he felt a soft hand touch his chest. Being startled Gohanly to see a bare Aquino sleeping under his sheets. What the hell? He shrieked as his cheeks turned deep red. He did not know what to do. He could wake her up and ask her why she was in her bed, undressed, but seeing her sleeping peacefully, stop him at his tracks. He let reluctance laying down the opposite direction to Akino. The Demi-Saiyan closed his eye, yet again embracing sweet field slumber. Until he felt two small, delicate arms surrounding his chest, as well as two fleshy lumps against his back. I was worried about you, she murmured into his ear. Grasping the Demi-Saiyan attention, she was worrying about him, but why? Gohan turned around only to see tears streaming down her violet eyes. Carefully Gohan wiped away Akino's tears with his thumb as he cupped her cheeks, not stray or violent eyes. He doesn't know what to do. But he couldn't bear to see Akino in such a state. I thought that you died, she muttered between shaken breaths. Died, came to the bewildered Demi-Saiyan, whom Akino could only nod. Akino. I know I'm not immortal and might not be the most powerful being in this universe. Never let leave your side, he continues with determination in his tone as he never stray his gaze from the violet-eyed girl. I promise, he assured her with a soft too. Akino couldn't form any words as her amethyst eyes began to shine by every second. Gohan was drawn to Akino's gaze as neither of them were willing looked away from each other. Gohan was about to open his mouth. Until Akino plant a deep kiss Tollops, much to Gohan's shock, but let Akino take lead enjoying each sensation of this moment. Finally, Akino released Gohan from her grasp. Both were dazed, blushing like a tomato as they catch their breath. Be the first one to recover. Akino just smiled at bared her face to his well-toned bare chest, with a smile settle on her beautiful face. What just happened? Came the fluster Gohan, he didn't know what to think. He never been kissed before, the only time someone kissed him was his mother and girlfriend Marin. But those were only on the cheek or his forehead. This was his first real kiss. Recovering from his shock, but still blushing, Gohan looked down at violet-eyed girl who was snuggling at his chest. Slowly he closed his eyelids as he fell to slumber, unaware that he wrapped his arms around Akino's upper body, enjoying the embrace. Create destructive energy spheres, increase your strength, speed. And you can also fly, he added, remembering that little detail. Fly? Rias bewildered of that detail. She wasn't the only one as the three students were confused about how ki can help you fly. This ki can give you some kindred. Head asked again in shock of such a possibility. This raises further questions for the Demi-Saiyan. He supposed that in this dimension, it was impossible for them to fly without the use of wings. Not exactly, ki allows me to fly without any use of wings, he stated, much to everyone's shock. Seeing the stunned looks of his classmates. I think it would be best added before getting up from his seat. Akino was about to question what was Gohan going on, but kept quiet as she felt a small breeze. Which was odd since all the windows and the door was locked. Bunex dismissed the sudden breeze as everyone in the room gaped at the sight they were seeing. Even the stoic Kaneko was glued at the sight. Gohan was hovering 12 inches apart from the ground. This is how I fly, by using the ki. Gohan told them as he landed to ground, the breeze disappearing with it. Any other question? He asks the group as they were soft. Gohan remained silent of his little demonstration. Akino was the first to recover as she gave her usual seductive smile to the Demi-Saiyan, which just run down shiver to his spine. What strange powers you have, Gohan. I wonder what else you can do, she whispers with a seductive tone, quite enough for only the Demi-Saiyan to hear, but notice Rias heard that last bit. I must say, Gohan, I wasn't expecting this, Rias stated, astonished of this new ability, but still annoyed by Akino's behavior. You said that the ki enhanced strength and right? That's the basics, he explains, taking them by surprise, wondering what else can this ki can do. When you master ki control, you be able to perform different techniques. Gohan didn't want to go into details of the different ki techniques could provide, since they were so many to name out of the bat. Gohan was about to continue on the topic, but stop himself, as he felt Issei ki started to spike. Confused by this sudden development, he extends his senses only to wasn't alone. Damn it. Issei! Gohan shouted. In the blink of an eye as he shot past the window behind Rias, soaring towards the chestnut tree. Gohan! Rias yelled, confused of the Demi-Saiyan outburst, but before she could question, he was already gone, leaving only shards of glass from Rias' window. Issei must be in danger. Kiba guesses, seeing no other reason why Gohan panicked in such a manner. Konkyo agree node in agreement to the blonde. We have to HR with Issei today has been just another average day for Issei. He went to Motohama house watching a magical girl movie, staring 3 over-sexualized teenagers. With all said was starting getting dark and it was high time for Issei to come back home, but going against his better judgment he returns to the scene of the crime of his murder. Has anyone ever told you that it's dangerous to be alone at night? Being startled Issei whiplash to see none other than Donna-seek. Who are you? Brunette trembled in terror. He doesn't who this guy is, but his instincts were telling him that being all alone in the night with a stranger is never also dead. He panics in his thoughts as the man gave a sinister smile. My name is Donna-seek. Prepare to die, the man stated as he took a step toward him. Issei recoiled back, taking a great leap towards the other side of the fountain. Him much to Issei's shock. What? He thought in shock of his surprise landing on the other side of the fountain. I did that? He wondered in his thoughts. Issei just shook his head. Remember Rias, that he was no longer human. Are you trying to escape? Donna-seek raised an eyebrow that was hidden by his fedora hat. Issei didn't answer. Instead he ran as fast he can away from the fallen angel. Donna-seek just watched as the teenager was running away from him. He summons black feather wings from his back, tailing the chestnut. Run, 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 damn it. Issei shouted to himself, not looking back from the fallen angel, but it was all in vain as he notices black feathers hovering above him. Looks up above just to see Donna-seek hovering above him only a few meters apart. Enough of these games, time to die. Donna-seek shouted as he throws his blue light spear towards Issei. He's going to kill me. Issei panics as he saw the spear was making way towards him, just as the spear was 10 centimeters towards Issei. The teenager disappeared. What? Came a confused Donna-seek, wondering where the boy went. I arrived just in time. Gohan-seek heard up above him. He turns just to see a black-haired boy with spiky hair, wearing a Kuo uniform hovering above him. Without he also takes notice that he was holding his target in a bridal manner. Gohan-seek just frowned at the scene in front of him. He was of course surprised that the boy was able to fly without the use of the wings. But ever the solider he wondering that was the boy Rainier warned about. Gohan descend towards the ground. Gentling placing Issei down. Gohan. Issei shouted as he snaps out of his near-death experience. What are you doing here? He questioned, still a little shaken by his sudden appearance. I sense you were in danger. Gohan answered, taking a breath of relief that this time he saved the perverted boy. Still confused, Issei just nodded to the Demi-Saiyan, grateful that he saved his life. Well, that was unexpected. Donna-seek commented, getting the two attention. Gohan narrowed his gaze towards him as he stood in front of Issei, separating from him and the fallen angel before him. It was Gohan ego that got in his way. Of stwas his naivety that failed to save Issei once, that he will not fail again. I don't know who you are and I do not care, but you tried to kill my friend and I won't forgive that. Gohan declare as he glares at the man who just remained impas before Donna-seek could say another word. Older, a red magic circle appeared out of nowhere, blinding them with its red light, revealing Rias, Aquino, Kaneko and Kid Gohan. Aquino called out him, but pay no attention towards her, as he keeps his focus of the fallen angel with the trench coat. Issei. What's going on? Rias asked the boy, after getting off his stupor. I don't know. He stutters after still dealing with his brink of death. As he approaches towards the group, Rias just takes a breath of relief, as she turns her attention to the Demi-Saiyan. You may have superior but Donna-seek was cut off as a fist made contact with his face. The force was so fierce that the fallen angel crash landed towards several park. I told you I wouldn't forgive you. With a venomous tone Gohan lowered his fist. Everyone just gawked at the feet in front of them, even Kaneko, who happened to be the strongest of Rias' peerage when come to physical strength. They didn't even. Teenager takes a first step, he just disappears and reappear, like some kind of teleportation. So they believe. Holy crap. Issei mutter as a bead of sweat run down his forehead. I didn't even see him take his first step. Kama Tun Kiba, wondering how anyone can move in such speed. Not even an ultimate devil can move that fast. He sent him flying with just one blow, ran Kaneko thoughts. Dumbfounded of such a feat, Gohan Was all Akino could say. Like everyone else, she was dazed of such a feat and the sudden shift of tone coming from the black-hair teenager. He acts like a compare to his shy self, but now he was sterner and was ready to dismember the fallen angel. Speaking of the fallen angel, Donasek was slowly emerging from the rumble, limping by each step. His clothes were torn to shreds, leaving only loose fabric and from the impact, the small cuts of blood reaching towards his torso. As a speck of blood trenched down to his mouth, "You've taken me by surprise, that's all," Donasek muttered in a low tone, pausing in each sentence, grasping his breath. The Demi-Saiyan didn't say anything, just frowned at the fallen angel, keeping a keen eye towards on him, waiting for any tricks he might pull. Donasek didn't want to admit, but that kid punch hurt like hell, but no, he was aware of how fast and strong the teenager is. Unfolding his wings, he shot out towards the sky before raising his arms in the air and creating a spear of light in each hand, throwing them towards the Demi-Saiyan. Main impassive of the act, Gohan move. Rias and Akino shouted as Donasek threw his spear of light towards him. The spear made contact to the Demi-Saiyan, causing a huge explosion in the process. The debris risen as the smoke covered the occult club vision. Both Rias and Akebreath hoping that the Demi-Saiyan got out of time. But the heart sank when the smoke dissipated, with leaving only a small crater with no trace of Gohan. Rias and Akino couldn't believe it. Gohan had died. That wasn't possible. He was very strong. There was no way that a simple fallen angel could have killed him. But unfortunately, there was no trace of him and their feared worst, Gohan. Akino murmured as tears streamed down her face. Gohan dead, and they did nothing but watch. Rias covered her mouth while tears started pour out. If she had only intervened, none of this would have happened. Gohan. Issei murmured as he pounds his fist into the concrete ground. His friend died trying to protect him, and all because he didn't have the courage to defend himself. The boy had guts, but, in the end, he was all talk. Donasek stated with a satisfied smile. Issei clenches his fist, his anger towards the fallen angel above. He doesn't know how, but he will make that fallen angel pay. He was about to retort, but his eyes notices that there was someone behind the fallen angel. As a relief smile settle on his face as the others follow through. Why are they smiling? Donasek wondered in his thoughts, a bit disturbed of their sudden shift of mood of their dead friend. Look behind you, came a familiar VO. Ear and neck, but after processing what Gohan said, her cheeks got even crimson in embarrassment. Excuse me, Akino murmured as she approaches to the shy girl that took her seat, about to apologize to the female student. The female student just gave him a sympathetic smile, reassuring Akino. She just sighed in relief for this before taking back her attention to her teacher, who started equations on the board. Gohan just giggled at Akino's expense, seeing how cute she is when she blushes. He made a mental note to make Akino blush more often in the future. Or location unknown. High up in a building was 3 fallen angels with their black feather wings in sight. One of the 3 was a tall, buxom adult woman whom to be in her mid-30s, so big that it made Rainier, Rias, and even Akino flat-chested by comparison. She had long legs that make even the most uptight angel gawked, thighs so thick the human neck. This fallen angel is known as Calawarner. Her long navy hair reaches to her ankle with a curl at the end, and bangs barely covering the right corner eyes. She had fair skin with no sight of blemish without the use of makeup. Her outfit consisted of a violet, raincoat-like top with a wide collar, a matching miniskirt and blue high-heeled shoes. The top gabardine was a wide-open view of her cleavage. Around the cleavage was a golden necklace. What's taking her so long? Calawarner growled quietly to herself as the 2 fallen angels heard her in the distance. Oh, come on, Calawarner. Maybe she was very busy with something. Came a childlike fallen angel. Known as Mitlet, Mitlet was a little girl whom seemed to be in her pre-teens. She has blonde pigtails and light blue eyes. She was wearing a gothic lowly made outfit, which consists of white details, a large black bow tied at the front of her waist. Along with a bow tied to her neck embedded a green jewel and another that shape as a bun that tied finally white socks that reached to her thighs and black dress shoes. Shut it, brat. Calawarner growled to the childlike fallen. You want to fight? Do ya? Mitlet challenged as she gave a sinister smile, believing she can take the adult fallen angel with overgrown breasts. Enough. Both of you, came a male fallen angel that appears to be in his late 30s, but being a fallen angel who knows how old he is. This man was known. A satire consisted of a pale gray trench coat over a white dress shirt with a matching ascot, black pants and shoes, a pair of black gloves, and a black fedora. You two children, Calawarner just sigh in annoyance as she folds her arms at her enormous breast. Come on, Donasek. I am a kid, Mitlet grumble, but still keeping her cheery attitude. It was true, Mitlet was just a child, being a endangered species, the fallen and soldier they could get, especially the children. Donasek just ignore her, as he stares down the entrance of the abandoned church. Waiting for Rainier to arrive, the blonde-haired girl just pouted about retort to the old man, but was interrupted when a certain fallen make her appearance at the gaping roof above. It's about time you arrived, Calawarner chastised to the fallen angel. Wearing a dominatrix bikini revealing her voluptuous features, I had things to do. Rainier gave a simple answer as she softly touches her ribs. My wounds haven't completely healed yet, she thought, feeling a sharp bit of touching them. Why did you send us? Donasek asked. Wanting to get to the point of the whole meeting, Rainier just gave a reluctant sigh, about to inform them her failed mission. I lure the boy, Issei, to a remote location to assassinate him, but he escaped. Calawarner cut off. Seeing where Rainier was leading the conversation, the dark-haired woman just shook her head at her assertion, doubtful to continue or not. So Mitlet linger in confusion. Not sure what's going on. The boy survived my attack. He had some assistance. Rainier confessed as she squeezed her hand in a fist, remembering a certain black-haired boy, apparently somehow. When he put his hands on him, she finishes in her thoughts. Rainier made a small visit to GOKU Academy. Upon her visit, she saw a perfect condition Issei. She also spotted the Demi-Saiyan, and it goes without saying that's what she sees. Rainier saw the spiky hair boy chanting with two gorgeous girls, and they were often clingy to said teenager. In fact, she was more upset with the raven-haired teenager than her failed attempt of killing Issei Hayadu, for defeating her, humiliating her, along with the fact he that Akino girl. And, what am I thinking? Rainier scolded as her cheeks began turning red. That idiot, I swear I'm going to kill him, she growled to herself as she squeezed her fist. Unbearable fury directed at son Gohan. The three fallen angels just stood there bewildered of the cause of Rainier tantrum. All except for one. I'm assuming you angry at the one who saved Hayadu. Donasek stated, seeing the only reason of Rainier tantrum, but wonder why she was blushing. Shut it. You idiot, she growled to Donasek, misplacing her anger to him rather to the prime source. Both Donasek and Calawarner only frown in disapproval of their leader attitude. It was obvious that Rainier was angry at the one that saved Issei Hayadu, but reason to direct her anger at them. The two fallen began to wonder if there was another reason of Rainier tantrum, rather than her broken pride. Ahaha, Mitlet just giggled, breaking the tension of the atmosphere. Someone jealous. She joked as Rainier cheeks were turning red. Rainier girl cleared her throat as she shifts her gaze away from the fallen angels, hiding the small paint of red still present at her cheeks. Enough. Donasek shouted, annoyed of this tedious banter. Wanting to return the main topic at hand. If the boy remains a problem, what should we deal with? Rainier only frowned at her thoughts. She wanted to be the one to kill the spiky-haired teenager for humiliating her, but she knows he won't be defeated so easily. This guy, strong. Very strong, she told them, remembering the tremendous blow the Demi-Saiyan gave her. If Hayadu continues to stick by him, then they're Nafto him. Then what do you suggest? Calawarner asked with a raised eyebrow. Rainier looked back at them. She knew they couldn't finish Hayadu off if Gohan is with him. We'll have to wait for Hayadu to be alone, she said with an intense glare. As for Gohan, I'll see what I do, she finished with a sadistic smile. Or with Gohan and Akino, an hour has passed from last period. Gohan was being led to the occult club by a clingy Akino, whom relent of letting go the Demi-Saiyan arm, much to Gohan's unwanted attention from his classmates. Akino, why are you holding my arm? Gohan hesitantly asks while trying to repress the heat that is coming from his cheek. As the raven-haired girl was bury into her large breast, Akino answered the Demi-Saiyan with a seductive smile which round down shivers to Gohan's spine, because it feels so good. Akino allured to the Demi-Saiyan as she shoves his arm further to her chest, making Gohan blushed even furiously than before. Finally, the two teenagers arrived at the occult clubhouse as Akino let go his arm. Much to his relief, Rias was sitting behind her desk waiting patiently for the two teenagers. To the Demi-Saiyan's surprise, there were two Kuo students sitting on a different set of Ku opposite end of the room, from the right and left corner of the room. There was a handsome boy with blonde hair, whom to be at his mid-year at Kuo. The one taupe-tight girl with white hair, in Gohan's opinion. She appears to be 12 years old rather than a high school student. We were waiting for you. Rias frowned at disapproval as the two finally arrived. What took you two so long? She asks with irritation in her tone. Ahaha. Akino just giggled at Rias' irritation. We were just enjoying our stroll. Rias just frowned in disapproval, but decided to let it aside and focus on the matters in hand. But still wonder why she was so bothered of Akino spending so much with the Demi-Saiyan. Well, Rias began, pushing back her thoughts. First of all, I would like to introduce you to my servants, Kaneko Tuju and Kiba Yuto. She finishes pointing to the occupants. Kaneko just nodded at Gohan, whom resumed back eating her treat. Gohan could only return the greeting with his own inclination with a drop of sweat running down his face. He was a bit surprised that a girl whom seemed to be at her have such a stoic attitude. Nice to meet you, son Gohan. The blonde-haired boy extends his hand with a gentle smile. Fitting for a gentleman such as himself, in which Gohan returned in kind. Shak, the pleasure is mine. Now that we have introduced ourselves, Gohan, would you please take the word of Rias Gremory as she signals the Demi-Saiyan to take a seat. She wants to know what I am. But I can't tell her about Azazel or that I'm a Saiyan. Not yet. Gohan, what is ki? Rias indicated to the Demi-Saiyan. She did her research about ki or chi, but there wasn't much to say. Ki is an energy that flows at every living. Kaneko stopped eating her treat as she was now engrossed to the Demi-Saiyan. When hearing the word ki, well, Gohan began as he puts his finger on his cheek, thinking, a way to simplify the conversation. As I said before, ki is an energy that flows in every living thing, plants, earth, water, etc. He said with a small pause, this energy can be exploited if you train properly, to have a better control of it. He paused for a second question to pop up. And what this ki can do, Gohan? Kiba asks. Taking an interest about this ki, Akino and Rias couldn't agree more with Kiba's question. They have already seen the sphere of the energy yesterday, but they were almost certain that there was meets the eye. Kaneko, however, just remained silent, listening to every word to the Demi-Saiyan. Well, you see, Gohan began while ponder on a way to simplify the topic, with the ki UCA. Always this way to embrace him, but this time there was something in Hebefuled him more than before. Addition that the girl's hands began to travel to the Demi-Saiyan waist. Hello Akino. Gohan said awkwardly as he moved uneasily. How is Issei doing? He asks her when he tries to change the subject. The violet-eyed girl frowned at the Demi-Saiyan question. She knew that the black-haired boy was trying to escape from her. She would normally just let it pass whim, but knowing that Rias had a little interest in the black-haired boy too, she couldn't hold back her. She wouldn't let the president take Gohan for herself. You don't have to worry about that, Gohan, the girl replied as she ventured her hands below his waist. You should worry about yourself, purring in his ear as she traveled below the belt. And, morning guys. Issei shout from the distance, interrupting the two teenagers, much to Gohan's relief, making Akino moving away from the Demi-Saiyan in defeat. To doing? Issei asked the two as he approaches them along with an angry red-haired girl that was following behind Issei, who narrow her eyes at Akino. Akino glanced at the red-haired girl smugly as she saw her friend's annoyance at her. Morning Issei, Rias. Gohan greeted them as they approached the two, grateful that they were interrupted. In fact, we weren't doing anything at all. He continued them in gratitude. Really? Rias asked him, still looking at Akino with her eyes closed. it seemed to me that you two were doing something. With a little zeal in her voice, everyone present realized how annoyed Rias was. Gohan and Issei just looked at her in complete confusion, not knowing what spurred her to get her so angry, but Akino knew exactly the annoyance of her friend and just smiled at her. Well, began the violet-eyed girl, still smiling at Rias, is someone angry? Akino told Rias more of a statement than a question. What are you talking about? I'm not angry. Rias answered, now in the complete confusion with an invisible blush on her cheeks. Why am I disturbed to see Gohan so much? Rias thought to herself, try to reason her sudden anger. These feelings were weird for Rias, she had never acted this way before. But she couldn't deny that Gohan was a very interesting person with his powers, and Abelitai she was only interested in his powers and nothing else. Right? You can't fight temptation, okay? Gohan murmured in disbelief at Rias' reaction. How are you feeling, Issei? He asked the chestnut tree as he tried to change the subject. Gohan knew that Issei was in perfect condition, but he could feel that the energy of the chestnut had changed a little. He was no longer human but a devil like Rias. I feel better than ever, exclaimed Issei as he stretched his hands to the sky. Really? The Demi-Saiyan began as he looks at him closely. I can tell. Gohan continued as he looks at Rias, who had stopped looking angry and gave a nod to Thito, confirm that Issei already knew everything. Riggggggnnnttt. The school bell rang indicating that classes had started. We better hurry, Gohan, or we'll be late, Akino said as she took the Demi-Saiyan hand, leading him to his classroom. But not before giving a hard glare to Rias. Sure. Agreed the black-haired boy. Bye guys. Gohan said goodbye to two before disappearing down one of the corridors. Bye. Issei began as he watched the two walks away. They seem to be in a hurry, right, Rias? He added when he turns to Rias only to see she have disappeared. This is a weird day, he whispered quietly before walking towards his class. If there was a time for an alien invasion or an ancient evil awake from its deep slumber or something wreaking havoc within the world, now would have been time. The Demi-Saiyan was being led by hand in his classroom by one of his many admirers, much to Gohan's disarray. He wants to tell Akino that she can let him go, but smile keeps stopping at the Demi-Saiyan tracks. Just seeing the raven-haired girl smiled was a force that could stop such a force as himself in his tracks. He still is dead. Hat was good or bad. Right now, all he could do is to let Akino drag him to his first period. What am I going to do? The raven boy pounder as he was dragged to one of the school corridors, by the violent-eyed girl. I can't reveal more of my past than I'll need to talk to Azazel about this. They finally arrived to their classroom while Akino still grasping the Demi-Saiyan hand. I'm sorry we were late, sensei. Akino bowed to the teacher, which Gohan follows through. Their teacher and fellow students came to a complete halt. The sight of their vision was glued of the two raven teenagers, who were holding each other hand like a couple. This can't be happening, shouted one of the male students as he jumped up from his seat, pointing at the two tardy teenagers. Akion and that bastard holding hands, he declared for the entire academy to hear. Suddenly both Gohan and Akino were surrounded, a swarm of their classmates. Why? One of the female students cried out. Damn you, son. Gohan. One of the boys cursed the Demi-Saiyan name as his eyes began to moist. I was about to ask Gohan out. Another girl cried out as one of her friends consoled her. What does Akino see in that jerk? Growled another student as he clenched his fist, wanting to punch the Demi-Saiyan at his stupid face. Gohan was bewildered by his classmate's outburst. He was about to ask Akino what was going on only to notice there was a small shade of red at the raven hair just stares down to his hand, still grasped by Akino, and Gohan finally understand the outburst. Gohan's face turns a deep shade of red, embarrassed of the commotion as his classmates keep bombarding him with questions and kept cursing his name. Thing out of hand, the young Demi-Saiyan tried to defuse the situation, but it was futile. His classmates' outburst keeps getting louder and louder, that it reaches to a point Academy can hear them. Gohan began to lose his patience. His teeth started grind, as a vein began to pop up at his forehead. Would everyone shut up? Gohan screams atop of his lungs, bringing everyone to a silence by the Demi-Saiyan outburst as they just gaped at the black-haired. Was the first time the young Demi-Saiyan make an outburst before. He was either polite or shy to speak out. Congratulations Mr. Son, you the first student in GOKU that managed to make this much commotion. The teacher broke the silence as he stares daggers to the raved attention. Gohan sat alone in his desk, his classmates right now having lunch. For punishment for causing a ruckus, Gohan was to stay here until the end of free period. Then was able to grab a small lunch for himself. His once large appetite was gone as he begun to contemplate his attitude since arriving this strange world. What's wrong with me? Gohan thought to himself as he stares the window looking down at the courtyard below. I've never shouted before, he never loses his temper like that before. There were times the young Demi-Saiyan lost control before, but that when he fought demons, alien invaders, and Cybo arrived in this world. He started to become more agitated than usual ever since he arrived this strange dimension, being surrounded with beautiful girls, especially violet eyes. Gohan, the young man turns around as he saw Akino, whom once cheery attitude was gone, now replaced with anxiety as she approaches the Demi-Saiyan. I'm so happy, don't worry Akino, it wasn't your fault, he assures her with a reassuring smile. Gohan had a lot of problems he needs to deal with, but right now he didn't want such a crestfallen state. It was mine, for causing such a ruckus. Ha ha ha. Gohan gave a nervous chuckle trying to lighten up the mood. This seemed to work as the girl in front of him gave a small giggle, seeing the Demi-Saiyan goofy smile. If you say so, she said with a delightful smile as she takes a seat next to him. Since I caused this mess, it's only fair, I stay with you. As punishment, she finishes, causing young Demi-Saiyan cheeks to turn red. Ha ha ha. Gohan just gave a nervous chuckle as he was unable to repress his embarrassment. If you insist, Akino gave a small chuckle seeing the young Demi-Saiyan at this state. Time passed by as both Gohan and Akino start a conversation with each other discussing novels and hobbies. It was difficult for the young Demi-Saiyan to let out any information from his world. When Akino stated she never heard the novels Gohan read, telling her they were ancient and most likely no one ever heard of them. Which were true, the novels Gohan read were at least 300 years old. Thanks to high obsession of getting Gohan a formal education, the two teenagers were so engrossed with their conversation that they didn't even hear the school bell ring. Take a seat, said the teacher as he approaches to his classroom. Follow through with his students, whom hastily get to their seats not wanting push their teacher. Palready is thanks to their outburst of Gohan arrival. Neither Gohan or Akino take notice of their surroundings as the two were so engrossed with their conversation that the two didn't even notice the several of stood into each other, trying to reach their seats. Until one of them approached them. Excuse me. Akino. Came a stuttering girl calling the attention of the two. The violet-eyed girl began with a confused look. What is it? The girl was more nervous than before and began to stutter when confronting the two teenagers. It didn't help that her classmates take notice and their attention the scene, much to the girl's dismay. And nothing, it's nothing important, she said with a nervous pitch before walking towards another desk belonging to Akino. Was Akino's response as she watches the female student took her seat. I think she was trying to tell you that's her seat, the Demi-Saiyan whispered to her ear. The violet-eyed girl blushed slightly as she felt the dark-haired boy warm breath on her. Girl, busy as always, Akino said as she put the palm of her hand to her cheek and smiled. The direction Graphia had disappeared. Rias just nodded before returning her gaze to the chestnut, who is still in complete shock before her. Rias knew this would be a very, very long conversation, first Gohan and now Issei. Rias thought to herself as she sighs in defeat, this will be a long night, the red-haired girl murmured as she looks up to the roof in Compalore with Gohan. The black-haired boy was walking down the street, heading to his apartment complex, wondering what to do with the new twists of events. It was obvious to him to go unnoticed at school anymore. What will I do now? Gohan thought to himself as he walked back to his apartment complex. They already know about me and my powers, he continues as he turned while he faces palm himself. Regret began descending over. Gohan had no choice but to continue the mission Azazel had given him. He hopes not to reveal more of his past than he already had. Then there was this Yuma, or should I say Rainier. Gohan continued in his thoughts. Despite what she did to Issei, she doesn't seem all that bad. She was alone a wrong path, he continues as he stands in front of the building of his apartment complex. The Demi-Saiyan knew that Rainier wasn't that bad, it was just that the girl had wrong ideas. A very good example was the self-proclaimed Prince of all Saiyan. Af was way worse than Rainier before he changed and become Earth's greatest defenders. If Vegeta could change, why couldn't she? Gohan wondered as he entered the building, heading for the elevator without even paying attention to the receptionist who out to him, Mr. Son. Excuse me, Mr. Son, the young receptionist shouted to get the Demi-Saiyan attention, but failed miserably. Oh well, he'll find out when he gets there, Sloughed to herself and shrug. Gohan kept walking with thoughts of Rainier plaguing his mind. Gohan felt something else coming from the fallen angel girl behind that malice and her bravado. Gohan felt something inside Rainier. She was angry, alone, and sad. This confuses the Demi-Saiyan. Why does he feel so much pain coming from the fallen angel? It Piccolo when he first met his mentor. Gohan remembered the story his father told when Piccolo nearly conquered the world and tortured his father when he was down on the ground. But despite that, Gokuskan chance, treat him with kindness. When their battle was over, it wasn't a straightforward process, but it worked. Gohan felt that same sorrow and isolation come Rainier. This is feeling Gohan is going through right now. Ever since he arrived in this universe, he was separated from his loved ones with no hope to ever see them again. Demi-Saiyan accepts that there is no way to go back, she alone. Just like me. Gohan stated as he got out of the elevator and began to walk to the hallway. With Rainier thoughts in his mind, Gohan began to remember Azazel's presence. When the two went shopping together for Kuo Academy, Gohan noticed people were Azazel's presence with each step he took. Is this what's meant to be a fallen angel, to be alone? Is this what Rainier and Azazel are feeling? Gohan wondered in his thoughts. Gohan kept walking to his apartment and took out his key out of his pocket before opening the door knob and enter his apartment. The black-haired boy was surprised the light was still on. He didn't remember leaving it on when he left. Maybe I'll forget to turn it off, he said to himself, shrugging his shoulders, entering his apartment before closing the door behind him. If only, a voice that did not belong to the Demi-Saiyan. Nice to see you, Gohan, continued the voice, taking the Demi-Saiyan by complete surprise. The Demi-Saiyan was shocked for a moment before turning to look the owner of the voice, only to discover Azazel sitting on the couch with a glass of water on the. Gohan could only stare in complete disbelief. He didn't understand how it was possible for Azazel to sneak up on him so easily. The only other person who could doubt was his mentor, and he doubted that Azazel had trained with Piccolo. How did you do that? Gohan asked in bewilderment as he walked to the kitchen while still looking at the adult. Do what? Azazel answered with another question while he returned the look with his indecipherable smile. The Demi-Saiyan frowned on the adult's smile. That cocky grin confused Gohan to no end. He knew there were so many things that were hidden with that smile. Both slightest idea why or what it was, and for the first time he accepts Azazel's mission. Gohan began wonder if he had made the right choice trusting Azazel. It doesn't matter. Gohan murmured in defeat, knowing he lost to the adult again. What are you doing here, Azazel? Gohan asked as he looked away from the refrigerator. What? Can I visit a friend of mine, Gohan? Azazel answered with another question from to the teenager. Gohan looked away from the refrigerator and to Azazel again as he looked at him suspiciously. Okay. Azazel gave up, knowing the black-haired boy wasn't in the mood. The real reason I came is to know if Issei is doing alright. The adult confesses a snack from the fridge with disbelief written all over his face. The Demi-Saiyan did not know how the hell Azazel knew what had happened to Issei. Was he watching over them? How did you know Issei almost died? Gohan asked in total surprise. Which the adult who just smiled again. I didn't know, but now I do, Azazel said without letting his smile fall. Hee. The Demi-Saiyan laughed nervously as he realized his mistake. I think I have a lot explaining to do, Gohan murmured with a blush on his cheeks as he Azazel just smiled at the clumsiness of the black-haired boy. He knew Gohan had much to tell him tonight. Gohan told Azazel of the events of what happened during the date Issei had with Rainier, the near-death experience, the fight Gohan had with the fallen angel. An introduction of Rias Gremory, Azazel was paying attention to every word of Gohan's story, listening to every word. Apparently Rainier almost killed Issei, but thanks to Gohan, the brown hair boy gone other day and become the devil for the house of Gremory. Azazel mind shifted, he didn't understand why would Rainier disobey an order from him. It wasn't like her, Rainier might not be the strongest fallen angel but loyalist to the Gregory. The Gregory has been plagued with strife, leading towards a civil war. One thing was certain, Azazel need to find Rainier to get full details of get her out of Kuo before the devils find her. Azazel care about Rainier like a father would with a daughter. Azazel felt that way with all fallen angels, he doesn't there since it will only cause more heated tension for the Gregory. Thank you for telling me this, Gohan. Azazel responded as he got up from his seat. No problem, Azazel, Gohan said as he saw the adult about to head towards the door. Azazel, wait. Gohan shouted, gaining the fallen angel attention. What is it, Gohan? What's going to happen to Rainier? Gohan asks, showing concern in his tone. Azazel just raises an eyebrow. I honestly don't know, I know she your subordinate. But can you not punish her? Gohan said to adult as he looks down at the floor. There's something I got to know. Azazel just smiled. Alright then, Gohan. Azazel finished as he left the apartment. 2 days later, Gohan was sleeping in his bed. He had been grateful that yesterday, nobody had bothered him. This only gave him time to rest from all the problems he had with Arias, Rainier, Issei, devils, angels, fallen angels, etc. No one had bothered him, and this day would be no exception. The black-haired boy was sleeping on his bed without a care in the world, with no one to disturb his peace, rigggggnnnnttt, except that alarm clock. Damn, I forgot school. Gohan yelled as he leaps out of his bed, get his supplies and clothes for school. Gohan ran towards the door and down the stairs, forgetting to take the elevator. Good morning, Mr. Sun, the young receptionist greeted the black-haired boy as he ran down the stairs. Hello, what's your name? Gohan asked as he scratched his head in shame. It's Tuka, Mr. Sun, she replied with a bead of sweat running down from her neck. Yesterday you had a visitor, but you weren't listening. It seemed that you were, said as Gohan looked apologetic. Sorry about that. He apologizes and left the building, but this time instead being a horse, he waved his goodbye to the receptionist. Gohan ran all the way without breaking a sweat to the academy. After all, this speed was nothing compared to his true speed. After a time of running he could see Kuo Academy at a distance. Gohan began to slow down and starting to walk slowly, not to attract any attention, which was a moment when he arrived at the entrance. There were other students, left to right, staring at him. Look, it's Gohan! Shouted one of the girls in the crowd. Is it me, or does he look more handsome than usual? Another girl asked her friends, who only nodded in agreement with her friend. That damn Gohan always getting attention. A male student grunted through his teeth as he clenched his fists in fury. Calm down, man, remember what he did to that other guy. A male student tries to reassure his friend. Gohan only shook his head hearing the murmurs, although he wanted to go unnoticed. That option seems like wishful thinking. At least everything going back to normal, he whispered softly to himself, walking to the entrance of the building of the academy. Only thing is missing is a kino. Finish his sentence when he felt 2 fleshy round objects that were pressing on his back and then 2 delicate, creamy hands around his chest. Good morning, Aquino said to the Demi-Saiyan in his ear, causing a chill down to the black-haired boy. Hello, Gohan, she whispered in his ear as sensually as the Demi-Saiyan remained frozen in his uncomfortable position. He knew that Aquino was girl, busy as always. Aquino said as she put the palm of her hand to her cheek and smiled. The direction Graphia had disappeared. Rias just nodded before returning her gaze to the chestnut, who is still in complete shock before her. Rias knew this would be a very, very long conversation. First Gohan and now Issei. Rias thought to herself as she sighs in defeat, this will be a long night. The red-haired girl murmured as she looks up to the roof in Compalore with Gohan. The black-haired boy was walking down the street, heading to his apartment complex, wondering what to do with the new twists of events. It was obvious to him to go unnoticed at school anymore. What will I do now? Gohan thought to himself as he walked back to his apartment complex, they already know about me and my powers, he continues as he turned while he faces palm himself, regret began descending over, Gohan had no choice but to continue the mission Azazel had given him, he hopes not to reveal more of his past than he already had. Then there was this Yuma, or should I say Rainier, Gohan continue in his thoughts, despite what she did to Issei. She doesn't seem all that bad, she was alone a wrong path. He continues as he stands in front of the building of his apartment complex. The Demi-Saiyan knew that Rainier wasn't that bad, it was just that the girl had wrong ideas. A very good example was the self-proclaimed Prince of all Saiyan. Af was way worse than Rainier before he changed and become Earth's greatest defenders. If Vegeta could change, why couldn't she? Gohan wondered as he entered the building, heading for the elevator without even paying attention to the receptionist who out to him, Mr. Son. Excuse me, Mr. Son, the young receptionist shouted to get the Demi-Saiyan attention, but failed miserably. Oh well, he'll find out when he gets there, sloughed to herself and shrug. Gohan kept walking with thoughts of Rainier plaguing his mind. Gohan felt something else coming from the fallen angel girl behind that malice and her bravado. Gohan felt something inside Rainier. She was angry, alone, and sad. This confuses the Demi-Saiyan. Why does he feel so much pain coming from the fallen angel? It Piccolo when he first met his mentor. Gohan remember the story his father told when Piccolo nearly conquered the world and tortured his father when he was down on the ground. But despite that Gokuskan chance, treat him with kindness. When their battle was over it wasn't a straightforward process, but it worked. Gohan felt that same sorrow and isolation come Rainier. This is feeling Gohan is going through right now. Ever since he arrived in this universe, he was separated from his loved ones with no hope to ever see them again. Demi-Saiyan accepts that there is no way to go back, she alone. Just like me. Gohan stated as he got out of the elevator and began to walk to the hallway. With Rainier thoughts in his mind, Gohan began to remember Azazel's presence. When the two went shopping together for Kuo Academy, Gohan noticed people were Azazel's presence with each step he took. Is this what's meant to be a fallen angel, to be alone? Is this what Rainier and Azazel are feeling? Gohan wondered in his thoughts. Gohan kept walking to his apartment and took out his key out of his pocket before opening the door knob and enter his apartment. The black-haired boy was surprised the light was still on. He didn't remember leaving it on when he left. Maybe I'll forget to turn it off, he said to himself, shrugging his shoulders, entering his apartment before closing the door behind him. If only, a voice that did not belong to the Demi-Saiyan. Nice to see you, Gohan, continued the voice, taking the Demi-Saiyan by complete surprise. The Demi-Saiyan was shocked for a moment before turning to look the owner of the voice, only to discover Azazel sitting on the couch with a glass of water on the. Gohan could only stare in complete disbelief. He didn't understand how it was possible for Azazel to sneak up on him so easily. The only other person who could doubt was his mentor, and he doubted that Azazel had trained with Piccolo. How did you do that? Gohan asked in bewilderment as he walked to the kitchen while still looking at the adult. Do what? Azazel answered with another question while he returned the look with his indecipherable smile. The Demi-Saiyan frowned on the adult's smile. That cocky grin confused Gohan to no end. He knew there were so many things that were hidden with that smile. Both slightest idea why or what it was, and for the first time he accepts Azazel mission. Gohan began wonder if he had made the right choice trusting Azazel. It doesn't matter. Gohan murmured in defeat, knowing he lost to the adult again. What are you doing here, Azazel? Gohan asked as he looked away from the refrigerator. What? Can I visit a friend of mine, Gohan? Azazel answered with another question from to the teenager. Gohan looked away from the refrigerator and to Azazel again as he looked at him suspiciously. Okay. Azazel gave up, knowing the black-haired boy wasn't in the mood. The real reason I came is to know if Issei is doing alright. The adult confesses a snack from the fridge with disbelief written all over his face. The Demi-Saiyan did not know how the hell Azazel knew what had happened to Issei. Was he watching over them? How did you know Issei almost died? Gohan asked in total surprise. Which the adult who just smiled again. I didn't know, but now I do, Azazel said without letting his smile fall. Hee hee. The Demi-Saiyan laughed nervously as he realized his mistake. I think I have a lot explaining to do. Gohan murmured with a blush on his cheeks as Azazel just smiled at the clumsiness of the black-haired boy. He knew Gohan had much to tell him tonight. Gohan told Azazel of the events of what happened during the date Issei had with Rainier, the near-death experience, the fight Gohan had with the fallen angel. An introduction of Rias Gremory. Azazel was paying attention to every word of Gohan's story, listening to every word. Apparently Rainier almost killed Issei, but thanks to Gohan, the brown-hair boy gone other day and become the devil for the house of Gremory. Azazel mind shifted. He didn't understand why would Rainier disobey an order from him. It wasn't like her. Rainier might not be the strongest fallen angel but loyalist to the Gregory. The Gregory has been plagued with strife, leading towards a civil war. One thing was certain: Azazel need to find Rainier to get full details of get her out of Kuo before the devils find her. Azazel care about Rainier like a father would with a daughter. Azazel felt that way with all fallen angels. He doesn't there, since it will only cause more heated tension for the Gregory. Thank you for telling me this, Gohan. Azazel responded as he got up from his seat. No problem, Azazel, Gohan said as he saw the adult about to head towards the door. Azazel, wait. Gohan shouted, gaining the fallen angel attention. What is it, Gohan? What's going to happen to Rainier? Gohan asks, showing concern in his tone. Azazel just raises an eyebrow. I honestly don't know. I know she your subordinate. But can you not punish her? Gohan said to adult as he looks down at the floor. There's something I got to know. Azazel just smiled. Alright then, Gohan. Azazel finished as he left the apartment. 2 days later, Gohan was sleeping in his bed. He had been grateful that yesterday, nobody had bothered him. This only gave him time to rest from all the problems he had with Arias, Rainier, Issei, devils, angels, fallen angels, etc. No one had bothered him, and this day would be no exception. The black-haired boy was sleeping on his bed without a care in the world, with no one to disturb his peace, rigggggnnnnttttt, except that alarm clock. Damn, I forgot school. Gohan yelled as he leaps out of his bed, get his supplies and clothes for school. Gohan ran towards the door and down the stairs, forgetting to take the elevator. Good morning, Mr. Sun. The young receptionist greeted the black-haired boy as he ran down the stairs. Hello, what's your name? Gohan asked as he scratched his head in shame. It's Tuka, Mr. Sun, she replied with a bead of sweat running down from her neck. Yesterday you had a visitor, but you weren't listening. It seemed that you were, said as Gohan looked apologetic. Sorry about that. He apologizes and left the building, but this time, instead being a horse, he waved his goodbye to the receptionist. Gohan ran all the way without breaking a sweat to the academy. After all, this speed was nothing compared to his true speed. After a time of running he could see Kuo Academy at a distance. Gohan began to slow down and starting to walk slowly, not to attract any attention, which was a moment when he arrived at the entrance. There were other students, left to right, staring at him. Look, it's Gohan, shouted one of the girls in the crowd. Is it me, or does he look more handsome than usual? Another girl asked her friends, who only nodded in agreement with her friend. That damn Gohan always getting attention. A male student grunted through his teeth as he clenched his fists in fury. Calm down, man, remember what he did to that other guy. A male student tries to reassure his friend. Gohan only shook his head hearing the murmurs, although he wanted to go unnoticed. That option seems like wishful thinking. At least everything going back to normal, he whispered softly to himself, walking to the entrance of the building of the academy. Only thing is missing is a kino. Finish his sentence when he felt 2 fleshy round objects that were pressing on his back and then 2 delicate, creamy hands around his chest. Good morning, Aquino said to the Demi-Saiyan in his ear, causing a chill down to the black-haired boy. Hello, Gohan, she whispered in his ear, essentially as the Demi-Saiyan remained frozen in his uncomfortable position. He knew that Aquino was stars in both girls' eyes. Are you serious? The 2 girls asked the Demi-Saiyan simultaneously as they looked at him with bright stars in their eyes to learn this amazing power. Why, yes. The Demi-Saiyan nervously replied when they saw how cute they looked, like kids during Christmas Eve. You have to concentrate, Gohan, he mentally himself, being carried away by the beauty of these two girls. Both Rias and Aquino were very interested in this information. The thought that a human could achieve such a thing, just imagine what devils like they could achieve. But before I go further, I would like to know about who and what you are. The dark-haired boy asked. He knew a lot about them thanks to Azazel, but he didn't know anything about them. To not attract any attention, the girls exchanged a brief glance with each other before Rias answered the black-haired boy. You see Gohan, we are. Rias told him about the devils and everything Azazel had said only in her own words. Watch the anime. Gohan was attentive to Rias' explanation. He already knew what she told him, but he wanted to make sure what Azazel said was true, and that's it. Rias finished as she let out a small sigh of exhaustion. Well, that's crazy, commented the black-haired boy as he nodded to the girl's explanation, but I'd like to ask you something. If it doesn't bother you, he'd be rude to Rias. Of course, Rias said, smiling at the educated Demi-Saiyan. Gohan was silent for a moment, trying to find the right words to ask. When we were in the park, you said that you had given a gift to Issei. Gohan began. Remembering the words of the redhead, what did you mean by that? He looked up to Rias closely. Oh, that. Rias murmured to herself as she looked at Demi-Saiyan's serious face. She could see that the black-haired boy was very concerned about Issei. This only smile. What I meant is that I turn him into a devil, she confessed without letting her smile fall. This took the Demi-Saiyan by surprise. Issei, no longer human, now everything made sense. Rias had saved the chestnut tree by turning him into a devil like her and Aquino. But now there was only one problem. How will Issei handle that he was no longer human? Don't worry Gohan, Aquino knowing what's been bothering the Demi-Saiyan, I'm sure Issei will understand, she assures him, to calm his discomfort. I hope so, Gohan murmured softly as he looked down at the floor. I hope Issei understands. The room was completely silent after this. The girls could feel the depression of the Demi-Saiyan. Aquino felt downcast seeing the black-haired boy in this state. She had never seen him like this before. He just always smiles or being nervous. I think it's getting late. Rias responded after a brief moment of silence. She wanted to talk to Gohan more, but seeing him in this state made her a little sad. Why each other on Monday at the same place? When school is over, she asked them, but more specifically to the depressed boy. Right, replied the Demi-Saiyan as he rose from his position on the couch. But before I go I would like to know where Issei at? Gohan asked, not knowing the chestnut. Normally he could feel his key to find him. But being unconscious he couldn't locate it. He's resting in his house. Aquino answered to the concerned Demi-Saiyan. Gohan just nodded. He couldn't check for himself since he didn't know the location of the chestnut tree home, but he would have to trust them. After all, they never bad people. Well, said the Demi-Saiyan as he walked towards the door. See you in Monday. Gohan finished as he went to the door saying his goodbyes to the two girls. Before Rias and Aquino watched in silence as the dark-haired boy leaves the room. Neither of them said a word for a while. Aquino, we have to talk, Rias said with an authoritative nod to the girl at her side. Huh? Aquino said when she looked at Rias in complete confusion. Or with Issei in a simple room. There were white walls, illuminating the area. A bed on the left side of the room and a desk on the right side of the room with a computer on top. Issei was in his bed beginning to waking up from the strangest dream, leaving only a yawn as he slowly rose from his bed. As if Yuma would do such a thing, Issei said in his thoughts. Remembering his date had killed him, the strangest thing was Gohan and that girl? He murmured in disbelief. Issei already knew Gohan. But that girl in his dreams was so beautiful, with her red hair and a face so perfect and delicate. The light reddish glow that surrounded with an incredible figure, made her look like a celestial being. That girl was so beautiful. Issei thought with an intense blush on his face as he remembered the red-haired girl, more specifically her breasts. I think I had seen he continue in his thoughts that a girl as beautiful as she couldn't be ignored by anyone. I remember now. Issei shouted suddenly as he remembered where he saw the red-haired girl, that day. At the window of the old school building, the chestnut con struck his right fist into his left palm, remembering the whereabouts of the last time he saw the red-haired girl. Definitely the strangest dream I had, Issei murmured as he got out of bed. Revealing his boxers, he began to stretch his muscles, as he lifted his hands as high as he could. And letting out a great sigh of pleasure as the bones of his back thundered simultaneous movement. I'm not too sure about that, a new voice responded, causing the chestnut to jump in total surprise as he turns around. There in front of him was a beautiful woman who seems to be about her 20s. With silver hair that matches her eyes. Her hair flows all the way down to her back, long braid on each side with small blue bows at the ends, while the rest is let down, ending in twin braids. She wore a blue and white French-made outfit with long sleeves and a white lady headband over her head, with red lipstick as a cosmetic accessory. In short, she beautiful girl the chestnut had ever seen in his life. Who are you? Issei asked in complete shock and amazement to see the beautiful woman in front of him. He didn't even remember that he was wearing his only but this didn't seem to bother the silver-hair lady. Lady Rias told me to finish healing your wounds, the silver-hair lady replied with a face that showed no emotion. That dream you had really did happen, she con looking at Issei with the same stoic expression. But Issei tried to disagree. The dream he had couldn't be real. He was close to death during the time. Besides, no one can heal wounds that fast. I know it may be confusing for you, but I think Lady Rias can answer all of your questions. The silver-hair woman interrupted when she saw the confusion of the Issei didn't know what to say, but he nods to the young woman in understanding, seeing the only course of action to find answers. But before we go, the young woman began as she lifted a set of clothes in her hands. You better change into something decent, or in the occult club are sure about this. You, Rias? Akino began in complete shock hearing her king decision. She didn't disagree with her, but she was very surprised that she made quickly, and she seemed so determined to do so. Rias just grinned, Akino's surprise expression. In fact, Rias was surprised herself by her sudden decision. But after talking to Gohan, she was sure this was a good idea. I don't see the problem, is Akino. Rias began without stopping her smile to the confused girl. After all, I took Issei, why not Gohan as well? The red-haired girl concerine smile on her face. As she began to imagine the Demi-Saiyan, Gohan was a very attractive boy, but that's not what got Rias' attention. She can't explain it, but there was a sudden warmth of Gohan presence. Just meeting that can tell that Gohan cared deeply for other people. Proof of how concerned Gohan was over Issei and the guilt that she has sensed from the Demi-Saiyan, failing in pro-chestnut. Rias could tell Gohan blame himself rather than the fallen angel. Gohan was a wonder to her. She never met his type before and she wants to know more. Demi-Saiyan. Akino was staring daggers at Rias with jealousy all over her face as Rias' face softened when mentioning the Demi-Saiyan and notice her cheeks turn pink. She didn't what's going on, but she could tell it had something to do with Gohan. She didn't like it. It doesn't matter that you are my best friend, Akino thought as she looked at her president of the occult club. I will never give up Gohan, the black-haired girl con looking away from the red-head girl. She was an open-minded girl. What I mean, XD, I'm secretly aroused and terrified at the same time, but when it came black-haired boy, she only saw the Demi-Saiyan with her and only her, nobody else. We shall see. Go Gohan X Rainier. Rias caught Akino's jealous eye and she was about to ask her what was the problem, but was interrupted by a reddish flash and then a red circle began to appear on the club. What? But, how? A voice of light said, catching the attention of the two girls. How did we get here? The voice continued in the light before the red circles, the disappears revealing a very confused Issei and a young woman with silver hair. Rias and Akino were a little surprised by the sudden appearance of the two mysterious strangers, but after checking who they were, they calmed down and decided tomecomers. Hello Graphia, Rias began with the older woman, and I see that you are awake. Issei, the red-haired girl continues as she turned her gaze to the chestnut tree. Issei couldn't answer. He was in complete shock when he saw Rias and Akino who greet him with a small hello. The two looked a little amused at the reaction of the chestnut. Graphia only remained impassive as always while watching the whole scene in front of her. My apologizes, Lady Rias, but I have to go back to the mansion. Graphia said before disappearing in a circle like before without even waiting for a response. Fro. Why do you torture me so much, Akino? Gohan said in his thoughts as he continues to stutter. She is carrying this too far. Rias thought to herself as her cheeks began to warm up, looking at the scene with jealousy and taking notice that Gohan was uncomfortable as she was. How about we leave your little talk for later? Rias said, being annoyed by Akino antics, breaking the two teenagers back to reality and make them remember that the only ones in the room. Gohan could only blush more than he already was and scratch his head in embarrassment as he walked away from Akino. He had forgotten his present situation. Sin made her appearance, right? Akino began while still blushing, but not dropping her smile. Sorry, Rias, she apologized with a small bow to her king. Rias only frowned at the two of them as she looked at them carefully. She was standing right in front of them. Akino was losing the focus of the surveillance mission, and now here she was losing focus of the assignment that Rias gave her of the same person who Akino was supposed to watch. Rias would have a serious talk. This is over, or location unknown. Who was that bastard? Rainer shouted, citing at her semi-throne. She had returned to her base after escaping the clutches of the Demi-Saiyan. I swear if I see her cries of anguish were interrupted, as the fallen angel clutches her stomach, gritting her teeth enduring the pain. That blow the Demi-Saiyan caused hurt constantly. She was sure at least one of her ribs are broken. This only annoys Rainer, remembering the strength the boy has. Wonder how could anyone be so powerful to give a blow that hurt constantly. But that's not all that bothered her. His speed was something she couldn't believe. He was so fast that she couldn't follow his movements. He seemed to just appeared in front of her. Forgive me for the blow, but you were asking for it. Rainer could hear the Demi-Saiyan voice in her thoughts. This guy not only defeated her but also made fun of her. She was Rainer and nobody, but Noboff her and lived to tell it. She began remembering the other fallen angels that made fun of her for being so weak, making jokes behind her back, commenting, Aza's puppy. It stung the female fallen angel hard. Who does he think he is? Rainer murmured angrily as she held her ribs carefully so it won't cause her so much pain than she already was. Does he think that by and handsome he can do whatever he wants? She continues in anger but soon realized what she said and blushed furiously. Point one thing, if it was safe for her to say, son Gohan, you will die painfully. Rainer muttered to herself, imaging herself killing the Demi-Saiyan in the most painful way possible. Oren, the occult club. Gohan was sitting on the sofa staring in front of the two girls and the table that was the middle of the room. Akino was now wearing her school uniform, standing Rias behind her desk, much to the Demi-Saiyan relief. So Gohan, Rias began after a long time of silence had passed, could you explain to me what you and Issei was doing in the park? The red-haired girl asked as she the Demi-Saiyan closely to see if he was lying. Gohan had to give her credit, she seemed to be very good at interrogating people, knowing whether they were lying. But it was nothing compared to Azazel in his mind. Actually, we didn't hang out with each other during the time. He confessed shyly, scratching his head nervously. This only causes Akino to chuckle. But, what were you doing there? Rias asked, a little confused. I got no choice, I have to answer, but I can't confess too much. Gohan thought to himself as he sighs in defeat. The truth is that I was following him, he said as sat his hands. Rias and Akino exchanged a confused gaze, wondering why Gohan was following the chestnut. The president of the occult club frowned when she asks the question. Black hair boy was also interested in Issei power. If that was true, he would have to answer Rias, since from now on Issei was her servant. Why did you follow Issei? Rias asked the black-haired boy cautiously again. I was trying to protect him. Gohan confessed as he looks down at the floor as he clenched his fist, remembering Issei near-death experience. This caught the attention of the two girls, wondering what Gohan was protecting Issei from. Who or what were you trying to Issei protect from? Rias asked, trying to make sense of the situation. Yuma. Akino said suddenly as she remembered the name of Issei's girlfriend. That's correct, Akino, the Demi-Saiyan said to the girl as he watched her, surprised that she knew about her. Rias just remained silent as he remembered what Akino had told him about Issei's girlfriend. Apparently Gohan was protecting Issei from her and unfortunately didn't job. I tried to stop her. The Demi-Saiyan responded as he tied his fist in anger, directed to himself, but I couldn't reach him in time. Gohan continued as he Titan made his nails dig into his flesh a little. He knew that he had failed to protect the chestnut tree. He was angry with himself for being an idiot, having let Rainier almost kill the boy. He had failed Azazel and especially, his father. He will always find a way to save his friends no matter how impossible the situation seemed. Gohan knew he had failed them and couldn't do anything about it. Don't blame yourself, Gohan, Rias said to the Demi-Saiyan as he felt a hand on his shoulder, reassuring Gohan. What matters is that you did your best, the Red continues while looking at Gohan, giving him a sweet smile. The Demi-Saiyan didn't know how to answer. Instead he could only stare at the red-haired girl in front of him. He could see the sincerity of the girl voice. Gohan cooed back with a genuine thank you. Akino just stared at the scene in front of her with some discomfort. She could feel a strange sensation of annoyance invading her stomach as she watched them smother. Rias began after a long silence had passed between the two. They began to lose each other, when they stare at each other's eyes. When Onyx's eyes met Sky, moment ended when Akino did a fake cough which snapped the two teenagers back to reality. Both Gohan and Rias' cheeks turned red as they both looked the other way. As Gohan scratched his head nervously and Rias trying to control herself, I know it's very nosy of me. But I'd like to know who and what you are. Rias asked as she returned to her seat facing the Demi-Saiyan. Gohan scratched his head nervously and smiled shyly. He didn't know whether to reveal his Saiyan heritage to the two girls. He could lie to them by saying that he angel like Azazel, but Azazel told Gohan that fallen angels and devils don't get along very well. He could tell them about his Saiyan heritage and risk what they wow. What should I do? Gohan thought to himself, scratching his head nervously in his trademark son style, how I wish Krillin was here. Gohan mentally said to himself, remembering that his father friend was a very good liar. Surely, he would come up with something to respond. Like how humans are very strong if they train. Paused, realize a way to tell the girls without revealing his Saiyan heritage so he wouldn't have to lie. That's it. Krillin. You're a genius. Gohan shouted excitedly. The two girls' presence, Rias and Akino, were confused of the Demi-Saiyan's sudden outburst. Huh? Stated Akino, confused of the Demi-Saiyan outburst. Who's Krillin, Gohan? Huh? Gohan responds to the two girls who were staring at the Demi-Saiyan, making Gohan blush in embarrassment at the realization of his sudden outburst. Friend, murmured the black-haired boy. Very well then. Rias said, a little disconcerted with the black-haired boy, but can we please get back to the subject? She asks the Demi-Saiyan as polite as she could. He, of course. The black-haired boy replied as he laughs awkwardly, I'm a human like Issei. Gohan continue as he stops laughing and look at them serious. This only took the two girls by surprise. He was human? Impossible. If that was true, then you wouldn't have survived my attack. Rias said accusingly. Losing her temper a little. Besides, the first time we met I tried to follow you, but you disappear as if you were never there. Akino added to the accusation. She knew there was no way for human. He was too mysterious to be one of them. The Demi-Saiyan just smiled with confidence. He knew he wasn't a very good liar, but what he told them was partly true, so it wasn't a lie, only half-truth, and he caught hat. I know it may be hard to believe, but it's the truth. Gohan said as he looked at them with a smile. Humans can be very skilled people if they are very well trained. Saiyan continues as he sees the face of disbelief of the two girls. What do you mean, skillful? Rias asked with interest. I don't know how to explain it. Gohan murmured as he put his hand on his chin and began to think of something. I have it. What better way to explain than to said excitedly. This only confused Rias and Akino more. They didn't understand the enthusiastic fury coming from the Demi-Saiyan. They were about to ask him what he was. They were silent when they saw Gohan holding out his right hand. In front of them was a very tiny light that appeared in his palm. What is it? Rias asked in surprise as he watched this tiny sphere of light at the palm of the black-haired boy. Amazing. Was the only thing Akino could say as she stared at the light that appeared on the Demi-Saiyan palm. Normally something like this wouldn't astonish Rias and Akino, but the real reason why they were in complete astonishment was because this tiny sphere of light, of a grain of sand, radiated tremendous energy and not energy like that of devils, angels or fallen angels. This energy was very different and much denser. This is what a human being can achieve if one gets trained properly, Gohan began as he faded the small sphere of his hand, would even dare say that people like can do it. He finished as he s. Causing her to collapse as she sat on the ground. She didn't want to admit it, but in a long time she felt helpless before someone. Gohan watched as the girl recoiled her conscious mind. Maybe he didn't have to fight after all, maybe, this key? Gohan wondered as he suddenly felt something behind him. He turns around and saw the flyer Aquino gave to Issei was on the floor glowing in a deep red. The Demi-Saiyan recognizes this energy. Gohan didn't know what she want from this place. But he need to find out, what are. Rainer began to ask but was brutally interrupted when the black-haired boy disappeared and felt two strong arms holding her. Huh? She responds co-situation. They were at the same park, but the only difference was that they were from a further distance away from Issei's body, hiding behind some bushes. Rainer mouthed the Demi-Saiyan hand and she felt a strong arm around her stomach bring her closer to Gohan's chest. Unable to escape from his grasp, Gohan had used his speed to hide behind the bushes, taking Rainer with him since the fallen angel wasn't going to move from her position, still processing from damn it. Issei still there. Gohan cursed himself forgetting the chestnut was on the floor. He just hoped the mysterious figure didn't do anything to harm the chest, and Rainer is confused. She could feel her back being pressed with the guy's chest and abdomen. In fact, now that she was so close to him, Rainer could feel that he good shape for someone his age. God. Are these muscles for real? Rainer thought with a small blush as she closes her eye, cuddle closer to the Demi-Saiyan chest, enjoying the embrace while fear around her. What am I doing? I have to get out of here. She struck mentally for thinking that way as she tries to find an alternative escape. Gohan paid no attention to the girl in his arms. Instead he watches intently as the mysterious stranger began to emerge from the flyer. The Demi-Saiyan saw the figure and his eyes widened of what he saw. There she was, the girl with red hair who Aquino was talking to yesterday. This girl was none other Gremory. She doesn't have bad intentions, Gohan realizes when he felt her ki. Azazel had assured the Demi-Saiyan that she wasn't bad, but he couldn't be sure until he saw eyes. What is she doing with Issei? Rainer didn't pay attention to the scene in front of her. She was searching for a plan to escape. The fallen angel knew she couldn't escape by brute force thanks to the Demi-Saiyan, but there was another way. It seemed pathetic at her part, but this was her only option. Gohan shrieked in agony as he felt a pair of fangs bit his hand. This caused Gohan to release the girl, holding his right hand in pain as it started bleeding. Without wasting any more time, Rainer takes her chance and took off. Gohan was about to fly after her but was stopped by some kind of red and black flames shot in his direction. Luckily for the Demi-Saiyan, he dodges the attack before him. Who are you? The red-haired girl demands fiercely as she stares at Gohan's direction. Now what? Thought the black-haired boy as he watched the heir of the Gremory clan approaching him cautiously. Gohan didn't know what to do. He was trapped towards a corner by a beautiful, elegant girl with an aura that radiated authority in front of him. Under these circumstances just disappear thanks to his super speed, leaving only unanswered questions. But now that wasn't an option anymore. The girl standing before him was none other Gremory, the president of the occult club and a student of GOKU Academy. What should I do? Gohan thought to himself as he began to panic at the sight of the elegant red-headed girl walking towards the Demi-Saiyan. I can't escape, like continued with his thought, seeing no other possibility of escape. If I'm not mistaken, your name is Son Gohan. Rias respond to the Demi-Saiyan as she continues to go closer to the teenager. Am I correct? She asked, but Olrenser, damn. Gohan thought to himself as a bead of sweat trickled down his neck. Why does this always happen to me? He asked himself mentally without bothering to question. Rias just frowned as she got no response from the black-haired teenager. She stopped walking towards the Demi-Saiyan as she stood 2 meters away from the NE. She was not accustomed of being ignored by people. Then I'll take it as a yes, Rias responded as she began to notice the Demi-Saiyan was beginning to tremble nervously. It made the red-haired girl smirk, knowing the debt wrapped. The black-haired boy didn't know how to respond. The devil caught him thanks to Rainer. The bite of the fallen angel hurt constantly. He made a mental note, heat his all over. Just thinking about that bite hurts like hell. Gohan murmured in a muffled voice so the red-haired girl wouldn't be able to hear him, but Rias was able to see Gohan. What am I talking about? This isn't the time to think about this, he reminded himself as he saw Rias looking at him curiously. Why don't you speak up? The red-haired girl asked the dark-haired boy as yet again he didn't reply. Gohan just sighed as he closes his eyes in defeat. He had no choice but to talk to her. Maybe he could answer her question without revealing much about himself. And look, I know you have a lot of questions, but I think Issei needs medical attention as soon as possible, the black-haired boy said, pointing towards the unconscious boy behind her. The Demi-Saiyan knew that the chestnut was stable thanks to his ki. But that didn't take away the fact that he was still wounded and risk of dying. Rias, on the other hand, only frowned again at the black-haired boy before looking at the unconscious boy behind her. You don't have to worry about that. I gave him a special gift, Rias replied as she returned her gaze to the black-haired boy. I'm sure he'll recover quickly. A gift? What do you mean by that? Gohan wondered, confused what Rias meant. If you want answers, you'll have to come with me, she said, giggling at the dark-haired boy as she noticed his confused gaze. Gohan didn't know what to do. He wasn't sure this was some kind of trap, but on second thought Azazel told him that they weren't really evil. In fact, Gohan didn't feel any malice attempt towards her. All right. Gohan said with a defeated sigh. I just hope you don't try any funny business. You do not have to worry about that, Gohan, Rias replied with a reassuring smile. By the way, I don't think I got your name? Gohan said as he watched. Rias moved away from him and raised her hands towards the sky. Rias only smiled as a red light had completely covered her, along with the strange circle the red had formed under her feet. My name is Rias Gremory, she replied, still smiling at the stunned black-haired boy. Gohan was astonished by the beauty of the red-haired girl to notice the reddish light. But his astonishment turns to worry as he realizes that the girl ki was rising slow. The Demi-Saiyan was about to ask what was she doing while preparing a combat position ready for anything of the girl tried to pull, but he lost focus when he saw another presence. What? How the hell did I get here so fast? Gohan wondered, as he notices a new ki presence. What's the sudden urgency, Rias? Asked the newcomer as the reddish light faded and exposed the giddy voice of the newcomer. It was Akino, and it seems that she just took a shower as she only wore a towel around her. But that didn't help cover her large bust and her thighs. Akino, I need you to take Issei home, Rias said, pointing to Issei who was still unconscious, while I have a talk with our guest. The redhead finished as she turned Saiyan that was standing right in front of her. Guest? Akino wondered what she meant as she looked at Rias' direction only to discover a blushing Gohan averting his gaze from her. Nice to see you, Gohan, a sweet smile. Hello. Gohan greeted her back as he began looking Akino up and down on her towel. Stupid hormones. He chided himself as he felt his body heat up. Gohan didn't understand why he felt this way every time he saw Akino. He didn't understand why his eyes took on a life of its own and traveled all over the girls. That it felt like there was a volcano inside him wanting to erupt. Dark 0-0000. You better mention Gohan reaction of Rainier clothing and that body. Done. The two girls just observe Gohan. As the Demi-Saiyan shook his body violently, Akino smiled seductively at the realization that she was the cause of the Demi-Saiyan anxiety. You seem nervous, Gohan. Began the violet-eyed girl as she walked towards the black-haired boy and moved her hips seductively, causing the towel to reveal a creamy thighs. Don't tell me, I'm bothering you, she continues, standing before the nervous Demi-Saiyan, puts her two little hands on her chest, making the Demi more nervous than he was ever before. What do I do? Gohan panic as he tries to resist looking at the black-haired girl chest. As she was looking at the nervous Gohan with a beautiful smile, oh okay get the words out. Being too nervous of the black-haired girl in front of him, Rias only frowned at the scene in front of her and was a bit confused by her best friend antics. She knew that Akino had an interest of the teenager, but this was V for her. But can you blame her? Rias thought as her vision traveled all over the body of the Demi-Saiyan. What am I thinking? She chided at her thoughts with a small bare cheeks. She didn't understand the sudden interest of the boy. Of course he was very handsome and strong. But she was not a girl based on appearances. Besides, Akino has her eyes on him. She continues in her thought as she began to frown at them. What's wrong, Gohan? Akino asked without turning away from the black-hair boy, "Don't you trust me?" She asked yet again, looking into his eyes. The Demi-Saiyan did not know whether to look at her beautiful violet eyes or her large creamy, perfectly formed breasts that were only covered by a bath towel. "We should probably get going," Yuma replied with a beautiful smile as she began to follow the chestnut. They were at the market, where Gohan and Azazel had bought Kuo uniforms for the Demi-Saiyan. Yuma pulled the boy's arm, dragging the chestnut to the cloth. Issei accepts willingly, but he never imagines the hell he had to endure being a personal mannequin for his date. It was a bit tedious as Issei wears each shirt, shoe, girl gave him. After the clothing store, they went through a costume shop. They enter for pure curiosity. They both have fun, more specifically the boy had fun. The girl just acted afraid. Yuma is so funny, Issei thought with a smile as the two headed to the food court. Sitting at one of the tables. "If he touches me one more time I'm going to kill him right now," she thought angrily as she tightens her fist. They order their food, sat down at one of the empty tables. They were chatting about trivial things while they ate their meals for a while. But someone with a trench, the man from head to toe, took a seat at one of the empty tables that were nearby Issei and Yuma. "Who is that guy?" Issei responds, staring at the mysterious stranger. "It's Spring." "Why is he wearing a coat?" Issei said, looking at the guy with confusion written on it. "It's too hot to wear a coat that covers your entire body." "Maybe it's chilly," Yuma suggests, acting as positive as ever. But deep down she could only wonder what's wrong with this guy to wear something like a coat at the season. "I think you're right," said the doubtful chestnut, returning his gaze to Yuma. After all, who was he to judge people? They talked for another hour while they were being watched by the subject with the coat. They didn't know that they were being watched, nor did they care. But everyone in the food court could clearly see the mysterious man didn't stop staring at the two teenagers as he eavesdropped. After a while Issei and Yuma decide it's time to go home, seeing that it's getting late. Or with Gohan. Gohan had gotten rid of Akino some time ago. She left the Demi-Saiyan apartment claiming that she had some things to do, but not before trying to convince Go to sleep in his apartment, when she wants to. Now, Gohan was staring at Issei as the chestnut got up from his table. Gohan was wearing a long brown trench coat that covered him from head to toe in the hope chestnut and Yuma didn't recognize him. Underneath the trench coat is Gohan wearing regular clothes, a blue shirt, leather belt, blue jeans, and black shoes. The Demi-Saiyan had been following the two teenagers ever since they arrived to the mall, while the Demi-Saiyan hid at different corners, trash cans, chairs, or any Saiyan could use as a hiding place. Fortunately for him, they never saw him. But that all changed when they entered the food court. "What is that girl planning?" Gohan thought to himself as he got up. Start walking to the mall entrance where Issei and Yuma were heading. She hadn't done anything. Gohan was about to open the door, leaving the area as he continued to follow Issei and Yuma, but he stops when he felt a hand on his shoulder. "Excuse me, sir, but we have some questions for you," said a police officer with a firm voice. Gohan turned around to see a man in his mid-30s wearing a uniform. The Demi-Saiyan could only guess he was city police. Shit. Gohan thought in panic, wondering what he had gotten himself into. "Is there a problem, officer?" he asks politely. "Not to cause any more problems, we have been notified that you were following two teenagers," the officer replies as he grabs the Demi-Saiyan arm. "Was it so obvious?" Gohan asks naively as a bead of sweat trickled down his neck. "That's it. You just confessed a crime," began the officer as he grabs Gohan wrist. Turned the Demi-Saiyan towards the wall and began putting the handcuffs on. "The Jew are under arrest." Gohan just sighed at the situation. He let the officer handcuff him since he didn't want to go against the laws of this world, as he cursed himself for being an idiot. "Now what am I going to do?" Gohan wondered, trying to get out of this situation, but his eyes widened when he felt Issei ki decrease considerably and Yuma ki rises, shouted, confusing the officer. The officer was about to ask what the teenager was talking about but stopped as he was pushed by an invisible force. Then watch as the subject disappear towards the behind shattered pieces of the police officer handcuffs and the trench coat that was laying on the floor. What? He couldn't find the correct words as the policeman remained on the floor in complete shock of what happened. Gohan felt Issei ki disappearing with every second that passed. The Demi-Saiyan need to hurry or the chestnut will die. Taking by impulse Gohan add more ki increase explodes into a white flame that surrounds Gohan body. As he launches to Issei direction at full speed, I found him, Gohan murmur as he notices two people at a circular fountain. Using his super speed he disappear and reappear to Issei's side, who was on the floor with his stomach as blood kept pouring out. The Demi-Saiyan could see the blood kept coming out of the boy's stomach and there were traces of bleeding and saliva in his mouth. Issei was dying and Gohan need to do something fast. Issei, don't die on me. Listen to me. Don't close your eyes. Please. Gohan yelled desperately as he places his hands to Issei wound and began to give his first came to this world some of his energy to keeping the chestnut alive. Rainier watched with interest as the boy from the other day have appeared. She watches the Demi-Saiyan put his hands on the idiot's stomach. Rainier was no longer Yuma, her appearance has drastically changed. Rainier was older as she appears the same age at the Demi-Saiyan who was currently healing his friend. She has long black raven hair reached to her hips, violet eye bravado, a slender figure that's shaped like an hourglass. And a large bust that no one can ignore. But even with an incredible figure that goddesses will go green envy of such beauty, the main focus was the two large black wings that appear on the girl back. Rainier clothing leaves zero imagination as her large bust and her tight posterior was exposed to the world to see. She might as well wear nothing at all. She was black stripes resembling leather around and under her breast, a thong-like piece held around her hips by three thin straps at the right side of the thong. She also leather gloves that run right up her arms, but at the right glove there was small length chains hanging loosely at the air. There was black shoulder guard-like object shoulders, however at the left side there was three large spikes sprouting from her right shoulder, and finally she wear a black high-heel boots that reaches to her th. This must be my lucky day, Rainier thought arrogantly as she watches the Demi-Saiyan trying to wake Issei up. What Rainier didn't know that the black-haired teenager was transferring some of his ki to the chestnut, stabilizing him. Although it didn't heal Issei completely, it's just not more time before he die. I have to take him to a hospital as soon as possible. Gohan panic. He knew that a hospital couldn't heal the boy's wounds in time, but he has to cling some hope. Senzu Bean right now, the Demi-Saiyan murmured to himself, ha 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 ha. It's useless, he'll die in a matter of seconds, said Rainier, drawing the attention of the black-haired boy, and you will join him, she continues smiling as she summons a spear of light. Gohan didn't respond nor even react to the threat of the fallen angel. The son of Goku wasn't angry. He was furious. Didn't you hear me? I said. She didn't finish as she saw Gohan disappear, then felt a fist at her stomach that made her spit some blood from her mouth, losing Rainier collapse at the ground as she was at her knees holding her stomach tightly from the pain. I heard you. Gohan replied as he stood tall in front of her. He didn't want to hit her, but seeing Issei in this state didn't let Gohan think. Luckily, he was able to avoiding the fallen angel going unconscious. Or worse, killing her. Rainier couldn't answer as she felt the air escape her lungs. What the hell? That was the strongest blow I ever had in my life. Rainier thought to herself, trying to handle the blow of the Demi-Saiyan. Gohan sighed to himself. He was sure the girl deserves this or even more, but Goku raised Gohan to show mercy to their enemies as well, teaching the Demi-Saiyan off chance, forgive me for that blow, but you were asking for it. Gohan responds as he pauses, staring at the girl who's still clutching her stomach in pain. Go. And don't get an Issei, he continued as Gohan turned around and began walking to his fallen friend. He need to take him to a hospital as soon as possible. If Issei would be able to make. Rainier couldn't believe it. She had been beaten by this guy. No, she wouldn't be beaten so easily. Using her left arm, she began to summon a spear of light the same color as her angry eyes as she stares daggers at the back of the Demi-Saiyan, because she. Rainier thought angrily as Gohan was walking away from her, no one is stronger than me. Much less someone like him. Rainier continued as lifting her spear above her, while pointing at the back of the Demi-Saiyan. Here we go again, muttered the black-haired boy as he didn't turn around of the fallen angel. He could feel the girl ki flow erratically. I think I don't have any other thought with disappointment, not able to leave without having to fight. Nobody makes fun of the great Rainier, she shouted as she throws her the spear of light towards the Demi-Saiyan. Gohan didn't need to turn around knowing that the spear was coming right behind him. He waited for a while, and when the object was close enough he turned around spear with his bare hands. What? She thought in complete shock as she saw the black-haired boy stop her spear like it was nothing, but I put all my energy into it. Rainier said with disbefelt weaker. There was the fault for everything, she added with anger as she continues crying. Gohan was surprised by this sudden change for the girl. He struck himself mentally for forcing that subject, but he couldn't help but ask about what her father's FAU. I'm an idiot. Gohan thought angrily at himself as he tightens his grip, slipping his right hand to the back of the girl's scalp. I'm sorry Akino. I didn't mean to bring memories. Gohan continued gently caressing her head. Why, you don't have to apologize, the girl said as she looked up at Gohan with a small smile. Akino, thought the black-haired boy without looking away from the girl. He wasn't sure why, but the Demi-Saiyan put his head down and watched Akino's face get with every minute that passed. Gohan, thought the girl just to see him get closer to her face. She was sure the Demi-Saiyan had an interest with her, but now that she saw him approaching, she on her face. She wasn't sure if this what it felt like to have an interest on someone, or did she really love him. Both Akino and Gohan closed their eyes as they got closer from each other's face. Their missions to watch over each other no longer mattered now, and what if human, they no longer cared. Their cheeks flushed as they were so close together, but they didn't stop there. They kept coming closer and they could feel the tip of their lips touching lightly. Prunk. There was a flash of lighting that came outside through of the windows. I do not know how to write how lightning sounds. XD, OH, then Gohan first to return to reality as he opens his eyes only to remain speechless of what he was about to do. Excuse me, I just. The black-haired boy started awkwardly as he walked away from the girl and turned around to hide his blush. Are you hungry? He asks. Get out of this situation. Yes, was the response of the girl while she stayed at her original position. Take a seat, the Demi-Saiyan said awkwardly as he walked into the kitchen preparing something to eat. Gohan struck himself mentally for letting himself for getting carried away like that. He was not sure what happened, but just remembering seeing those beautiful eyes. Damn it. What's happening to me? He wondered at the fridge as he'd come out with a few loaves of bread along with the ham and other things he needed to. Mathis never happened before. Not since old Kai had released his hidden power. He felt something deep within him wanted to be released. But right now something is Demi-Saiyan acting this way. He wasn't sure what it was, but he knew it wasn't anything good. The black-haired boy prepared the little snack in a matter of minutes and then went to the room where Akino was already waiting for him, whom seemed to be lost thoughts. Here, I hope you like it, Gohan said awkwardly as he recalled what happened a few moments ago. Thank you, Akino thanked him with a small smile. But something dubious was in the girl's mind. Gohan sighed to himself, seeing the girl's reaction. It still bothers him about what happened. If that was the case, he had to clear the misunderstanding as soon as I'm sorry Akino. The Demi-Saiyan responded as he stared at the floor. I didn't mean, it's just that. He continued, but stopped as he felt the girl hand on his SHU. Don't have to apologize, I'm also to blame. She reassures the Demi-Saiyan as she gave him a serene smile. In fact, she wasn't annoyed, it just surprised, and this was the first time her heart beat so fast with a boy. Well, how about we forget about it and start eating? Gohan asked with his typical son smile appear. Okay, the girl answered to the Demi-Saiyan while looking at him with a smile that never left her face. I won't ever forget this moment, Akino thought to herself as was planted in her cheeks. They ate their snack while they watched their shows. They had an enjoyable time together while they laughed at a comedy program. As time accelerated for the two, Tina the storm didn't wither out and it was time to go to sleep. This only brought more problems to the Demi-Saiyan. The apartment only had one room and Gohan wowed Akino to sleep on the sofa while he sleeps comfortably in his bed. I insist, you can have my room, Gohan repeated for the fourth time to the girl. He offered Akino to sleep on his bed while he slept on his sofa, but the girl still refused. I can't take your bed, Gohan, Akino responded while shaking her head. It's more than enough that you let me stay at your apartment. I won't let you sleep on the sofa, Gohan said once again as he made his concern for the girl to be known. Akino responded as she tilts her head pretending to think of a solution. So how about we sleep together? She said, while smiling innocently at the Demi-S, but that's not right. Before Gohan could continue, Akino interrupted him, but we won't do anything wrong, she said while staring at the Demi-Saiyan with bright violet eyes. If you want to, she continued with a strange smile that made Boy a little nervous. Gohan could only swallow a lump in his throat listening to Akino's words. They won't do anything bad, they would only share a bed together, that was it. Gohan I'll think nothing would happen when sleeping with a beautiful girl. Hurry up, Rainier. Oh okay, answered the black-haired boy, seeing that this was the only way for Akino to sleep comfortably in the Demi-Saiyan bed. Akino smiled even more if that was even possible. This would definitely be a long night for the Demi-Saiyan, or the next morning. Gohan was sound asleep, until a ray of sunshine beamed through his window settling on his face. Stupid window, he murmured as he turns to his side. This only caused him to lift his eyebrows from his still closed eyes as his right arm felt a lump. The bump seemed to move and then feel a bit soft. Two fleshy spheres were pressing with his bare chest, snuggling closer to him. What the hell? Thought the black-haired boy as he got up. Opened his eyes to capture the offender of his vision. What he didn't expect was to see a completely naked Akino sleeping in his bed. The black-haired boy was in complete shock to see her like this with all her glory, sleeping peacefully. What, but me? When? He asked in panic as he looked at the girl in front of him. Akino groaned weakly as she sat up, stretching her arms to the sky. Huh? Good morning, Gohan, she greeted to the complete shocked Demi-Saiyan. Gohan was speechless with an intense blush appearing on his face. He could see Akino breasts bouncing in every movement. Seeing the incredible figure of the bee front of him, every curve that was accentuated to her delicate pale body, small nipples bristling as it came contact with the cold air. Hey Akino, what are you doing and naked? Asked the Demi-Saiyan as he covers his face in shame. Huh? Akino asks the confused as she listens to the black-haired boy. You invited me to sleep here, dummy, said Akino smile at the embarrassed Demi-Saiyan Bobi butt. Began the black-haired boy, but he stops when he remember his offer. But that doesn't explain why you're naked, he said pointing towards her, but keep his eyes close, but you're also naked. Akino replied as she pointed at his exposed chest. I don't see what the problem is, she continues, tilting her head in confusion. I'm not naked. Gohan said as he got up and looked at her in disbelief, but immediately regretted as he shut his eyes. Anyway, it doesn't matter, just get Dressia outside, he replied with some frustration. Wait, Gohan. I began Akino as she tries to stop Gohan from leaving. Akino thought that Gohan was angry with her as she got up to stop him, apologizing for whatever she had done wrong. But she never got the chance as her feet the white sheets, causing her to trip. She closes her eyes, expecting the hard blow of the ground, but it never arrived. Instead she felt two muscular arms sustain her fall. Gohan watched as the girl fell to the ground and reacted instinctively, caught her in his arms before she fell to the hard ground. But now that he had her in his arms, bulky breasts pressing with his abdomen as her delicate hand was on his muscular chest, she's so beautiful, he thought in total astonishment, seeing her in his arms. I'm sorry Gohan, I didn't mean to make you angry, said the girl timidly as she lowered her head and brought Gohan attention back to reality. I am not angry, but I think you should change, the dark-haired boy said awkwardly to the girl still in his arms. Why does she has to be so cute? He himself. Forgetting that she was naked and in his arms. Okay, she replied as she reluctantly leaves her position, grabbing her uniform. The Demi-Saiyan could see a better view of her back when he saw her pick up her clothes on the floor, but he immediately turns around as his face was completely spending time with Issei and the others are starting to affect me, Gohan thought to himself, remembering the perverted trio antics. He was about to tell the girl that he would wait outside but stopped when he felt a pair of soft hands around his neck. I already changed. So what's next? She asked in his ear with a seductive smile. Rof. There was a loud noise of the black-hair boy's stomach signaling that he was hungry. Are you hungry? Gohan asks timidly as he was relieved that they were interrupted, or with Issei. He was in the middle of the mall waiting for Yuma. They had agreed to be here at 5 o'clock. But the chestnut was so excited about his date that he arrived early indicated. I hope what Akino said is true, Issei murmurs as he reaches into his left pocket and dug out the flyer that Akino given him yesterday. He only hoped that the charm would work, Issei. Yuma shouted as she approaches him, snapping him back to reality. Hello, Yuma. Issei greets her as he approaches Yuma, putting the paper in his pocket. Sorry that I'm late, huh? Don't worry, I just got here a bit early, the chestnut advised the girl as he scratched his head in shame. Was interrupted by the school bell. It seem our time run out. I want you to G37 and answer page 38 of your textbook, the teacher told them before taking his belongings. After Gohan finished packing his stuff, he started heading to the main exit of Kuo Academy. The Demi-Saiyan turned the right corner of a wall and stopped to look at what was in front of him. There about 15 meters from his position was none other than Awa's, also another person with her, more specifically another girl just beautiful as Akino. Who is she? Thought the black-haired boy as he looked at her closely. She had crimson hair and like Akino was wearing the academy uniform. We'll see each other tomorrow, the red-haired girl said to Akino as she nods. What is she? Thought the Demi-Saiyan as he watched the red-haired girl in the distance as he felt her energy was way stronger than any human. Gohan began Tao as a devil that Azazel told him about. Gohan was lost in his thoughts wondering what that red-haired girl was. But he lost track in his thoughts when he felt their Soham. Is there something I can help you with? The Demi-Saiyan asks as he turned around and saw Akino as she immediately wrapped around the Demi-Saiyan arm. Were you looking for someone? Akino asked in his ear as she watched as the Demi-Saiyan shuddered at the warm breath on his ear and neck. Hello Akino, not really, no, the dark-haired boy replied awkwardly as he felt his arm being squeezed by the girl's chest. Akino just laughed lightly at the Demi-Saiyan ear which made him shudder again. She couldn't help but think how cute the Demi-Saiyan looked every time he got in. It seems that I am not the only one eavesdropping, Akino thought seriously, but without losing that beautiful smile. Gohan didn't know what to do. He been caught. I think I have to go, said the dark-haired boy as he broke free of the girl claws. Is it okay if I come with you? Akino asked the Demi-Saiyan beautifully as she looked him in the eye. She had failed 2 days ago where the Demi-Saiyan live. Sheesh will be able to succeed this time. Gohan could only scratch the back of his head. He knew Akino's intentions are but his manners and the fact that the girl was so cute when she asked didn't allow him sure. The boy replied nervously, but why do you want to see my apartment? He continued wanting to get a response from her. So I can come to your apartment when school is over, said the girl as she walked towards him as a seductive smile was planted on her face. And maybe for some continues in his ear with a seductive voice. Oh okay. Gohan replied as an intense blush grew on his face. He was not sure, but something in the girl's voice disturbed him a bit. Very well. Let's go, Akino said happily, as she took the Demi-Saiyan right arm and began to walk out of the academy, heading towards Gohan apartment complex. Gohan was being carried away by this girl, still surprised of what happened. He wasn't sure why, but this girl makes the Demi-Saiyan nervous when she spoke in a Sado. They walked for about half an hour. Akino kept stopping to admire the beauty of the park, or show him some other clothes she liked. Every time they passed a STO the black-haired boy didn't complain. In fact, he had fun every time he saw the girl acting like any normal teenager. After a while they arrived to Gohan apartment complex and stopped outside the building. Well, here it is. Gohan said to the girl, I'll see you next time Akino. The Demi-Saiyan said goodbye to her but stopped when he saw that Akino was staring at Sam. Akino. Gohan responded as waved his hand in front of the girl face to get her attention. Huh? She said, confused looking at the black-haired teenager. Sorry Gohan, I wasn't paying attention. She apologized with a bow. You don't have to apologize. But I think this is where we said goodbye, Gohan said with a smile. Gohan, is it alright if you lend me your notes for biology? She asked, looking at him with a smile. Gohan didn't expect that, but he was aware that Akino didn't pay attention to one of their teachers from biology as her mind was off somewhere else. Sure, but I have it all in my notebook. And Gohan started thinking about the next thing he was going to say. Let's go upstairs and I'll lend it to you. He continued uncertainty as he wasn't sure why he just invited Akino to his apartment. Akino just nodded, smiling as usual. They entered through the door and were greeted by the receptionist, who could only remain in total astonishment and envy to see Gohan and Akino climb the elevator apartment. Yeah, I would definitely like to live alone, she told no one in particular as she watched the elevator doors close. XD, it seems age means nothing to the Highschool DXD lol. Gohan and Akino reached their destination. The black-haired boy opened the door, allowing the girl to pass first, followed by the Demi-Saiyan. What a lovely place, said Akino. Thank you. A friend got it for me at a decent price. The black-haired boy answered as he left his backpack on the table and started searching for his notebook. Here it is. When he found what he was looking for, Akino didn't say anything, just walked to the couch and took the seat right next to Gohan. She began to take out her notebook and a pencil to write down Gohan, and I think it was here, murmured the black-haired boy as he took a seat next to the girl and looking for the page of his notebook in which he had written everything. Said, what a relief, said the girl as she began writing in her notebook. Akino is a very good student, but like any other teenager, school was a bit tedious. Gohan watched as the girl copied the writing in his notebook. He was amazed by the speed, but delicacy in writing each paragraph. When he wrote only he was that thanks to his training of becoming a warrior. Is there something wrong with my hands? Akino amused seeing the Demi-Saiyan who kept looking at her hands. Huh? And no, it's just, began the black-haired boy with a blush appearing on his cheek. It's just that you write very fast, he said as he shook his head. Akino only smiled at the embarrassment of the black-haired boy. Gohan was so cute every time he acted like this. Really? Thank you for the compliment. The girl thanked him as she returned her gaze back to her notebook and continued writing. Gohan just smiles at the girl, but even with the present blush, he could have sworn that he saw the Akino cheeks turn to a pink color. I think it's time for me, Akino began as she finishes taking her notes, but was brutally interrupted by a thunderbolt. It seems that a storm is coming, she calmed, smiling at the Demi-Saiyan. Gohan didn't say anything. Instead he went to his apartment window and could see that in fact the storm had already reached the city. It seemed to be a strong constant drops of water that hit the glass, the streets, buildings, houses, among other things that were completely soaked with water in a matter of seconds. I can't let her go at the rate the weather is going, thought the black-haired boy as he looked up at the sky and watched the thunder fall in the distance. Your apartment is nice, Gohan, but I think it's time for me to go. Akino began saying goodbye but was interrupted. Why don't you stay here for the night, Akino? The Demi-Saiyan asks after seeing the girl raise her eyebrows. Confusion. I mean, the storm is getting stronger and it's a good idea for you to leave like this, he added to clarify his point. Akino looked at him for a moment before replying, although it didn't bother her spending time with Gohan and that this could be a good way to watch over him. Do you want to disturb the black-haired boy with her presence? You don't mind if I stay with you? She asked the Demi-Saiyan earnestly as she stares at him closely. Gohan was surprised because this was the first time he saw the girl acting so serious. Of course, I don't mind if you stay for the night, Gohan answered with a smile. He didn't mind Akino staying here for the night, but that didn't take away the fact them nervous. Okay, I'll agree to stay for the night, she said, while smiling at him beautifully. Gohan just laughed, confused by the sudden change of attitude from the girl. He wasn't sure if it was a good idea to let Akino to stay here for the night, but the Demi let the violet-eyed girl leave in such a storm. Well, I think we'd better let your parents know that you are staying here for. Gohan didn't finish explaining as the black-haired boy see that the mood of the girl the Demi-Saiyan didn't like. Akino, what's wrong? Gohan asked softly as he approached the depressed girl in front of him. The girl didn't answer as she turns around so that the black-haired boy wouldn't see her. She could feel the tears that threatened to leave her eyes. Why do that happened so many years ago and I said I wasn't going to cry again, she thought as she closed her eyes tightly to try to keep the tears from escaping from Akino. Did I say something wrong? The Demi-Saiyan asks, alarm. He never saw the girl in this state. It's nothing, Gohan. Akino replied as she turned around and smiled. They're nothing to worry about, she assures him without stopping her smile at the Demi-Saiyan. Gohan knew she was lying. He could easily tell as the Demi-Saiyan felt her key, but that was not why he knew, it was because that smile was a lie. He knew the girl's this was not it. Please, Akino. The Demi-Saiyan began to wrap his arms around Akino, giving her a hug from the warm embrace. I know there's something wrong, please tell me wrong, he said softly in her ear as he hugged her. Akino was surprised by the sudden embrace of the Demi-Saiyan, but as time by she began to sink into Gohan's arms and bury her head to his chest. She didn't want something as silly as this, but she couldn't stop. With Gohan so close to her as she felt the Demi-Saiyan's strong arms made her feel like she could talk about anything. And my mother died when I was a little too, she said between sobs, and MIF. Of Akino, and I don't like it, the guy without his black coat replied in rage while he glared daggers at the Demi-Saiyan. Gohan was confused by the boy comment, wondering what he meant by taking advantage of Akino. I don't know what you're talking about, began the Demi-Saiyan as he looked at the boy in front of him. I'm not taking advantage of Akino, he continues Willem seriously and somewhat confused. How am I taking advantage of her? This only angered the boy. It was obvious to him that Gohan was taking advantage of her. That or he was just jealous and refused to see reality. Don't lie to me, you bastard. I know you're taking advantage of her and you're going to pay, he shouted furiously at the Demi-Saiyan, causing some of the students approached the scene. Think what you want, I have better things to do, the dark-haired boy replied as he turned around walking away. Gohan felt an urge inside him, wanting to hit this guy, but he was not that type of person. His father would be disappointed in him if he knew that his son got carry anger and killed an innocent bystander. Just calm down, the Demi-Saiyan growled in his mind as he pushed through the crowd of students. He didn't want to lose control just like he did in the Cell games. Boy was making it very hard for Gohan to control his instinct. The student causing the scene only smiled triumphantly at the sight of the black-haired teenager leaving. It was to be expected that someone like you could be so pathetic, he said out loud so everyone present can hear. I think Akino is better off with me and he'd fist stops only a few centimeters from connecting with his nose. Don't you dare say it, the Demi-Saiyan growled as he watched the boy trembling in front of him. Gohan could handle if someone was making fun of him and handle being beaten by a bloody pulp. But when you make threats or making fun of the Demi-Saiyan Frise, it's not a pleasant experience. The boy couldn't answer as he was paralyzed by fear. He could swear that he saw fire in the black-haired boy's eyes. Gohan didn't say anything else. Instead he turned around leaving the courtyard. He didn't want to stay or do something he would regret. That's what happens when you mess with Gohan, said a girl from the crowd as she looked at the boy who was still shivering. What the hell, man? That guy is scary, a boy said as he looked at the retreating Demi-Saiyan. I told them it wasn't a good idea to mess with him, added another student. So handsome and strong, sighed another dreamy girl as she stared at the dark-haired boy. The boy who had challenged Gohan stopped trembling and heard the murmurs of the other students. He couldn't believe that idiot put him in such a shameful situation. Come on, man, he's not worth it, one of his friends said as he approached towards the boy that challenged the Demi-Saiyan, lifting him off the ground. Let me go. That idiot is going to pay, the boy suddenly shouted as he shoves his friend away, running towards the black-haired boy. Gohan heard the boy cry, knowing that there was no other option. Gohan just hoped that he wouldn't kill the teenager in the process. When the angry boy was about to plug his fist at the back of the Demi-Saiyan head, Gohan just took a step aside, allowing the fist to pass by him and then using lightly at the boy's stomach. Hag. The boy screams in agony as he walks away from the Demi-Saiyan, holding his stomach in pain. I'm sorry, but you brought this to yourself, said the Demi-Saiyan before leaving the boy who was in verge of fainting. Retrospective scene and Gohan just sighed as he remembered that day. He was thankful that the teenager had only fainted by the force of the blow and didn't cause major injuries, but the learned of that small incident. Needless to say, Gohan was on the list of problematic students for the principal. If mom finds out about this, she's going to kill me, the Demi-Saiyan thought, remembering his mother's temper. Gohan. Akino began calling the attention of the black-haired boy. You look distracted, said the girl as she smiled beautifully at him. I'm sorry, Akino. I was just remembering something, confessed the Demi-Saiyan as he returned the smile. What were you remembering? She asks with a beautiful smile. Why does she have to be so cute? Gohan thought with a flush without taking his eyes off the girl in front of him. I was just thinking of what happened 2 days ago, that, said the girl. Unfortunately for her, she hadn't seen Gohan's little fight. She learned the fight accrued thanks to her classmates of what happened that day. No doubt Gohan was something else, she thought to herself as she was staring at the Demi-Saiyan. they walked for a while before making a stop in the school dining room. The food bar was to the left side of the room, and in the center, there were multiple tables, arranged in order with seats on each side of them. The wall colors are sky. Several windows on the wall allowing the sun shine through the room. Gohan and Akino went to the bar ordering their food. The girl ordered a small plate of wasabi with some rice. Gohan ordered 3 servings of what Akino ordered, a large burgers and 5 pieces of pizza accompanied by a soda. Akino was only amused as the Demi-Saiyan ordered his food. She already know his appetite. In fact, the whole school knew. For the students, it was the strangest thing they had ever seen. Seeing a teenager eat that amount of food and not getting fat was bizarre. They took to an empty table after ordering their meal and were stopped by a familiar cry, "Hey Gohan, Akino!" Issei shouted, calling their attention to the black-haired teenagers as the two turns around staring at Issei. "Sit down with us," Issei said to the sitting in the middle with Matsuda and Motohama on one side of the table. Gohan and Akino only nodded and began to walk towards them, but they couldn't help but notice all the students' murmurs. "It can't be, Akino and Gohan are sitting with the perverted trio," murmured a girl in terror. "No. Don't approach them, Akino," another girl shouted. "I don't know why would Gohan be around with those idiots," another commented angrily. Gohan could only let a drop of sweat ran down his neck as he listened to the students' comments. He knew that Issei and his friends were perverts, but he didn't fat hat bad. Or if, XD, Akino paid no attention to them, following the black-haired boy towards the perverted trio who didn't stop watching her as they drool. "Hi guys. How you been?" the Demi-Saiyan asked as he and Akino took a seat next to each other. "We're fine, Gohan." "Right guys," said the brunette as he smiled at the black-haired boy. "Guys?" Issei asked again when he didn't receive an answer from his friend Matsuda, and Motohama didn't respond. They were still drooling, staring at the girl who sat in front of them. They knew about the famous Akino, and her extraordinary had never witnessed her up close. "Idiot, stop looking at her like that," Issei shouted to his friends, disappointed by their attitudes. Although he has no right to scold them as he too couldn't stop the enormous breasts, the girl just laughed at them. For her these 3 boys were the funniest guys in the entire school anyway. Said the Demi-Saiyan with some annoyance in his voice. He didn't understand why he was annoyed, but the strange looks of his friends gave towards a little bit angry. "So Issei, about your date with Yuma?" asked the black-hair boy, wanting to change the topic. "It's going to be super cool, I'm really excited," the brunette replied, as a big smile fell upon his face. Gohan could only sigh in disappointment. He was hopeful that Issei would cancel his date, but apparently, he didn't. The Demi-Saiyan would have to spy Issei and make sure no harm come to the chestnut. "You have a date, Issei?" Akino asked the boy. She knew that Issei is having a date with this Yuma, thanks to Kaneko, but now it would be a good idea to get more from the boy. "Why yes. We're going out on Saturday," Issei replied awkwardly as he saw Akino, or more specifically her breasts, which she whipped around in every movement. The girl smiled charmingly at him. She hoped the boy would do well on his date. But everyone in the ORC club and herself find it odd, given Issei's reputation with W. "Take this, Issei," Akino said as she slipped her delicate hand into one of her pockets and pulled out a slightly crumpled piece of paper. "If you take this at your date, turn out better than expected," she continues, giving Issei the paper. "Thanks, Akino," the chestnut thanked the girl as he took the paper. Gohan watched with interest as Akino gave him that strange paper with symbols he had never seen before. He wasn't sure why, but that paper radiated a strange energy. "What is that?" Gohan asks the black-haired girl. "It's just a lucky charm," the girl replied with a smile. Gohan just narrowed his eyes. This was not a lucky charm, that was certain, but he couldn't take that away from Issei. After all, Akino gave it to him and he wasn't something that wasn't his. After that little incident they ate quietly. Well, Issei, Akino, Matsuda and Motohama ate quietly, but Gohan was another story. "I'll never get used to this," Issei murmured as he watched Gohan devour every crumb of food. His 2 friends only nodded in agreement. Akino, on the other hand, only laughed quietly at the spectacle in front of her. She knew that Kaneko ate a lot, but seeing Gohan eating was something else. The rest of the day passed without any further incident. Now Gohan sat in the classroom while taking notes of today's lesson the teacher was giving them. Gohan looks at his side only to find that a certain girl with black hair and violet eyes was not here. Akino left the classroom 5 minutes ago, telling the teacher that the club she joined had a very important meeting. Beside it was the final period, so there wasn't a problem, and the atom is composed of, said the teacher as he wrote on his blackboard, but every corner. Hi, how can I help you? The receptionist politely asked the two customers. We are here for the 15D department. Azazel smiled with the same fashion he did with receptionist from Kuo Academy. 15D? Ah. You must be son Gohan? She pointed to the adult in front of her. No, I'm not, that would be him, Azazel replied with a chuckle while pointing to the Demi-Saiyan behind him. Your son Gohan? Asked the receptionist with uncertainty in her tone. This one looked like a boy of no more than 17 years old. Well, if that's the case, take this. She gave him the keys to his new room. Gohan didn't say a word and took the key and bowed in gratitude. Both Azazel and the dark-haired teenager made way to the elevator. It's always nice to see some parents allowed their child to live on their own, the receptionist thought with nostalgia. Azazel and Gohan remained silent as they ride the elevator. The Demi-Saiyan didn't know what to say to fallen angel. For some reason there was this mysterious Ahim, and truth be told Gohan wasn't completely sure if he could trust him. En serio, he is so mysterious that you do not know what he is thinking. Oh. Or maybe quiet. The elevator made a stop on the 2th floor, then the doors open, allowing both Azazel and Gohan to come out. They continued walking down the corridor following a row of doors before standing on one that said 15D on a metal plate that was attached to the door. What are you waiting for? Let's go in, the adult said to the black-haired boy with a sketchy smile on his face. Okay, murmured the Demi-Saiyan, a little disturbed by the adult's smile. Getting used to Azazel might take some time. Gohan put the key that the receptionist gave him in the lock and then turned it clockwise. After hearing a clank, he pushed the door slightly inward only to discover 'twas in complete darkness, followed by Azazel who closed the door behind him. The Demi-Saiyan couldn't see anything and was about to ask Azazel, but was interrupted as the room lit up. This is your new apartment, Azazel began as he let go the light switch. I hope you like it, he continues while smiling even more. If it wasn't possible, Gohan noticed that his apartment was far bigger than Azazel's own apartment. The kitchen attached to the dining room and the living room, there was a piece of furnished wall with a television above it. In the middle there was a glass table with 3 red armchairs that surrounded it. See, I told you, I have an obsession with, fair warning you might see more description of furniture more often. The kitchen and dining room consisted of a stone bar lined with small white tables. Around the bar there were 4 chairs that were at the same height as the bar. It's very pretty, Gohan commented in surprise a tone seeing the detail of the room. We still have to see your room, Azazel said as he pushed the black-hair boy towards the only door in the room except of the apartment entrance. There was this navy blue color layered bed to fit 2 people and a couple of wooden furniture on each side. I do not know how to thank you, Azazel, said the black-haired boy as he returned his gaze to the adult. You don't have to thank me for anything. It's the least I could do, Azazel replied as he smiled at the teenage boy. Besides, you're helping me out. Speaking of, Gohan began while staring at the adult with a serious gaze. Issei seems to have a girlfriend, he said without dropping his gaze. Azazel realized that the Demi-Saiyan was serious, although he doesn't see anything wrong that the boy has a girlfriend, but he knew that what the Demi-Saiyan while I'm listening, Azazel told the teenager as he sat on the living room sofa. There's this girl named Yuma and Gohan began to explain every detail of what happened to Issei's new girlfriend. He also told him about her key. Azazel listened carefully to every detail. He was certain that this girl is Rainari, a fallen angel who disobeyed his orders. He told her that this Issei Hayadu about hand the fallen angel pass on the information to her. She later questioned Azazel about why don't we just eliminate the boy to avoid problems in the future. But like told her when giving the assignment, she is supposed to keep watch and asset Gohan. This information began to worry Azazel. If someone like Rainer who admires Shemhazayan himself, then a civil war is more intimate than he thought. I know who she is, Gohan, Azazel responded after hearing every detail from the black-haired teenager. she is a fallen angel, her real name is Rainier. She was Suyo and keep an eye on Issei, but she decided to disobey my orders claiming that we have to kill the boy. He confessed as he let out an exasperated sigh. You were going to kill Issei? Gohan asked in disbelief. He didn't believe that Azazel was the type who kill people. Gohan wasn't hesitating to stop the adult right, know how much he did for the Demi-Saiyan. He was not going to allow him to hurt any innocents, of course not. I told her to keep an eye on him, the adult answered when he saw the seriousness of the black-haired, but she disobeyed my orders and I'm sure Issei, he continues while looking at the ceiling. Gohan thought about it, he couldn't let Issei be alone with Rainier, who knows what that girl could do to the chestnut. Here he thought she could help protect his. Protecting Issei is starting to begin more difficult than he thought. Rof. The Demi-Saiyan belly stomach suddenly roared, breaking the tense tension between them. Ha 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 ha. Gohan just laughed as he stared at his stomach. I guess I'm still hungry, continued with a blush as he closes his eye and scratch his head in embarrassment. There was no response from the fallen angel. In fact, no noise was heard. Gohan opened his eye and to his Azazel had disappeared from his sight, leaving without a trace. Where did he go? Someone did not want to go bankrupt because of a teenager with a very big appetite. XD, we would have done the same thing, don't judge, or with Issei. What Gohan doesn't know that Issei was with Rainier on a bridge with a motorway below them. A date? Why yeah, I'd like to go on a date with you, if you don't mind. Yuma asked shyly, staring at the floor. She hates acting like this but knew she had to continue with Issei was in complete shock for a while before answering. He couldn't believe it that he would finally have his first date with a cute girl like Yuma, of course. When? He said, being excited by the news. How about Saturday at 2 o'clock? She said with a sweet smile. That's fine with me, he said with the same enthusiasm. He can't wait to tell his friends. Very well, I'll wait anxiously for our date. Yuma said as she left Issei's side. Poor fool, this will be a date he will never forget, she thought wickedly as she left presents. Issei watched as Yuma disappeared from the distance. This could be the best day of his life, my first date. He exclaimed in total happiness as he jumped a little. The guys are going to be jealous, but what Issei didn't know that someone was watching him. It was a little girl about 15 years old with white hair and hazel eyes. In front hair, she has too long beyond her shoulders and several loose bangs hanging over the forehead, while the back end of hair was short. She also wears a black cat-shaped hairpin on both head. She wore the GOKU women's uniform, but without the cloak on her shoulders. She also had a pallet of ice cream in her hands. She didn't say anything, just stared stoically at the chestnut who was heading home. It had been 2 days since Azazel got him a new apartment. At first it took time to adapt. Gohan never lived alone except for the time he had spent half of a year while training for the arrival for the Saiyans, but this was different for the Demi-Saiyan, and that's how the square root of 37.9 is removed, the mathematics teacher explained. Gohan took notes of what the teacher said in his notebook. He already knew what the lesson was about. Thanks to his constant study at an early age, but Gohan Sorview to get ahead. Ring, the school bell rang, implying that fourth period was over. All students got up from their seats, heading towards the cafeteria, but not before making sure to keep their materials in their backpacks. Are you coming, Gohan? Aquino asked the black-haired boy when she saw that he didn't get up. Coming, Aquino. It had been 3 days since Gohan had enrolled to GOKU Academy. During those days Aquino kept a close eye towards the Demi-Saiyan. At first she was hanging out, keep a close eye on him. But during those times she began to enjoy every second spending time with the new student. They left the classroom, walking down the school corridors. It seemed that everyone was looking at them as they passed by, as the girls looked sonorously at the two teenagers. The boys watched the two with zeal and a hint of fear when seeing the Demi-Saiyan. This only embarrassed Gohan. All he can do is just keep walking down the aisle, avoiding all the stares as he remembered what happened 2 days ago. Retrospective scene. Gohan was walking towards the school courtyard. He was thinking about the news that his friend Issei gave him. It turns out that Issei had a date with Yuma, the black-haired teenager. Knowing very well that the girl was not what she appears to be, thanks to Azazel, he had an idea of what she wanted from the chestnut. I have to do something about that date. Gohan thought to himself as he walked down the small path. He was so deep in thought that he didn't realize that a group were following him until someone yelled, "Hey! You!" shouted one of the boys in the group, getting the attention of the dark-haired boy. The Demi-Saiyan turned around only to see a group of teenagers, perhaps the same age as him, all wearing the GOKU Academy's uniform except for one who only had his white button shirt on. "Is there anything I can help you with?" Gohan asks them doubtfully. "You're taking advantage." Hat blow was nothing he couldn't handle, but for a human like Motohama it was a devastating blow. After that, Gohan and Issei ate their lunch together without any incident, before they helped Motohama and Matsuda to the infirmary. After the two boys finished their Lubgon to be Gohan personal guide so the Demi-Saiyan won't be late for class. Thanks to the chestnut, the Demi-Saiyan around knew more about what each section as they part ways head out of their respected classroom. And that's how Christopher Columbus discovered America. The social study instructor finished reading the paragraph about how the country known as America, and nobody cares about that, XD, except for Gohan. Ring, I want everyone to give me a summary of how America was founded, tomorrow afternoon. Just like that, teacher got up his seat and left. The rest of the class follows the teacher example. "Aren't you coming, Gohan?" Aquino asked, as the Demi-Saiyan hadn't gotten up yet. "Where are we going?" "We still have the last period, ahaha." This just only caused Aquino to giggle. "Last period is gym," she informed him as she took Gohan's hand and began dragging the Demi-Saiyan. Once again Gohan was being dragged against his own will, but for some strange reason it didn't bother him. The enthusiasm of the girl that was manhandling made Saiyan feel happy. For some strange reason, being around Aquino made the Demi-Saiyan feel with content. Gohan didn't know why, but Aquino reminded him of having cheery smile. After Aquino released Gohan's hand, after a couple of minutes the two teenagers walk for a few minutes before reaching the gym entrance. The black-haired teenager smore closely and couldn't help but be astonished by the size. "It's huge." "What's huge?" the violet-eyed girl asked the black-haired boy. Gohan didn't say anything as his cheeks went bright red and turned to face the exact opposite direction from Aquino. When the two arrived, Gohan was amazed. It was like any other. There was a basketball court, volleyball, etc., everyone in session. Came a hearty voice, making the black-haired teenager come back to reality and looked at the owner of the voice. It was the PE teacher, who mid-40s. His facial hair had a brown mustache that goes along the same colored hair and was slim but well-built. Everyone present did what they were told. They knew their physics teacher was like when he's angry. Let's just say it's not pleasant. "Today we're playing basketball. But first change and make it quick, I don't have the time," he ordered them with a firm voice matching a tone of a drill instructor. As the students could only murmur a yes and made way to their gender-specific lockers. The boy locker room consists somewhat large room with blue sky walls and the light bulbs that illuminate the room. There was a very long bench in which they could put their belongings, etc. Around the bench were several lockers that already stored their gym uniform. Does this school have everything? The school has a tennis court, a basketball court, and a stage for the theater department. After Gohan had finished changing into his new uniform, his male companions glared daggers at the Demi-Saiyan with nothing but envy. Right now the Demi-Saiyan and companions were waiting for the female students, who haven't finished changing yet. "Why are they staring at me like that?" he murmurs in embarrassment, as his male companions continued glare dagger at the Demi-Saiyan. Gohan never could center of attention and wasn't aware that his masculine physique has a negative effect on people. Well, to those who are the same gender of Demi-Saiyan, the outfit consisted of a loose white shirt, but Gohan having a physique of a Greek god. The shirt he wore was accentuated to his figure. The shirt had short sleeve view at his muscular arms. He also had some dark red shorts and a pair of white sneakers. "At least someone exercise," said the PE teacher as he gives a disapproving scowl at the male students. He was grateful that at least one student of this academy physique. Ever since he took the job, none of his students care about having a good physical health. Everyone here is either too scrawny or just overweight. Imagine at least one student who care about having a good physique. This only caused Gohan classmates to glare daggers at the Demi-Saiyan. it reaches the point that the Demi-Saiyan swear that he saw fire in their eyes. If the Luke's black-haired teenager would already be 2 meters below the ground, that's not really helping me here. Gohan thought as a bead of sweat trickled down his neck. Luckily for him the girls arrived wearing their uniforms, saving the Demferocious students. The girls wear the same white shirt as the boys. But instead of wearing dark red shorts they wear a sporty blue shorts. King, Akino is so beautiful, whispered one of the boys to see a certain girl with black hair and violet eyes. She always looks good in anything she wears, added another in complete amazement. Gohan heard the murmurs and stare at the group of guys staring at Akino figure. He didn't understand why the boys talked about her that way, but even he was Akino was really cute. To say Akino was astonished would be an understatement. She knew that Gohan has an impressive physique. But seeing him here without his uniform wearing why nothing to hide his muscles impressed the girl. Akino met well-fit men before, but Gohan was another new category. The Demi-Saiyan chest was broad and from waist was very well defined, his arms were very well marked on both his biceps and his triceps, his neck was wide to match his muscular chest. Why does he have to wear t-shirts? Akino thought with a blush as he got closer to the black-haired teenager who was still in complete shock at the girl in front of Gohan, was dumbfounded of the girl that was standing before him. Gohan never met an angel, but the heavenly sight is a good description of how to describe the Gohan. Gohan, Akino said repeatedly as she waved her hand in front of the black-haired boy. The Demi-Saiyan recovers himself a little. Oh, sorry Akino, what is it? Gohan asked as he blushed slightly. Were you distracted by something or by someone? The black-haired girl teased with a sly smile appear of her perfect features. How do I look? Akino spin around give have a good view of her body. Gohan was lost for words. Akino is beautiful. But something inside him just wanted to take the girl in his arms and rip off that shirt that's been bothering him. Willand, I think I'm a little bit gone too. XD, yes, you were, but who can blame you? Still praying Rainier gets Gohan though. You look cute. Gohan stammer a bit, trying to suppress his instinct. Thank you, Gohan. Akino said with a cheery smile, being flattered by the Demi-Saiyan compliment. You don't look bad either. Akino added as she got closer to hit racing the Demi-Saiyan muscles all the way towards Gohan chest straight down to his abs. That damn Gohan. It has to be him, growled one of his classmates seeing the whole scene. No. Akino, Gohan is mine, chirp a girl in disappointment as she witnesses the scene. Imagine what it would be like to be between those two naked bodies? Asked another girl imagining such a scene. And then they complain that Issei and his perverts. XD, yeah, that would be an understatement. Gohan snap out of his daze, starting to keep his distance from Akino, before they receive any more unwanted attention. Alright everyone, get into teams of 2, the teacher shouted. Get everyone's attention. Stupid hormones, he thought with annoyance as the students began to matto Gohan relief and Akino displeasure. They were into 2 different teams, also thanks to their classmates they were set far away from each other. The game began with the Akino team being the first to score, after that it was Gohan team score a point. The pace keeps going so on and so forth. Their game was a bit longer than expected for both Demi-Saiyan, and the violet-eyed girl played very little in the game because of their position as the defender. Murleaf, since he didn't want to make a similar mistake at his first physical ed class. Remember the time Gohan played baseball? Or time after PE, ended. Gohan made his way to Azazel apartment. To the Demi-Saiyan surprise, the adult was outside waiting for him. The two made their way of the Menikuo, heading towards the Demi-Saiyan new apartment that the fallen angel bought at a good price. Excited about your new apartment? Azazel asked with a grin as they continued walking through the city streets. A little. Began the Demi-Saiyan, placing a finger on his chin. I honestly have never had my own apartment, he confessed while scratching his head in embarrassed. Don't worry, I'm sure you get used to it. I hope so. The walk towards the Demi-Saiyan new apartment was long and quiet. Gohan knew that he need to tell Azazel about this Yuma. Maybe he already knew about Hen at the time. He was hoping to meet this Rainier to help him out with this Yuma situation, but no such luck as the fallen angel hadn't made an appearance. The two continue walking, neither of them saying a word. they walk through several clothing stores, accessories, restaurant stalls, etc. Just talking about food made I think I'll ask Azazel ask for some food after he shows me the apartment, Gohan thought as he continued walking with the adult completely oblivious to what they walked for a while before arriving a small building where it was supposed to be the new department for the black-haired boy. This building had a pleasant view outside with very well-placed mats in front of the wooden door. There was a woman wearing a business suit sitting behind the desk. In the middle of the room was with 4 white chairs that surrounded it. I think I have an obsession with tables and chairs that are in the middle of each room, XP, nothing wrong dire location, the walls had a creamy color, the ceiling was white and lighting of the room illuminated from where all their classmates were, with their biology teacher began his lecture, as they heard a few murmurs of their fellow classmates. Teenagers enter the classroom. Look, it's Gohan and Akino, whispered a teenager to his friend's ear. Akino is never late for class, said another recalling this detail. That damn son Gohan, you'd better not do anything with her, growled another in complete jealousy as he clenched his fists. A drop of sweat low down the Demi-Saiyan neck of listening to his classmates. Akino however, didn't care so much as she enters the classroom, apologized to her teacher for being late. Excuse me, ma'am, I had an assignment that needs to be done by the student council. The girl apologized while making a small bow to the teacher. Don't worry, this is your first time, just take your seat, she replied politely. Knowing Akino is one of her best students, Gohan was about to apologize to his teacher, but instead received a hard look from her. I hope you don't make this a habit, Mr. Son, she said with a firm tone. Of course not, the Demi-Saiyan replied nervously as he headed towards his seat. The time passed on very quickly without any inconvenience to the Demi-Saiyan, but he did have to deal with the constant harassment of his female classmates. For him Akino was not part of, but he did notice that every time one of the female students tries to talk with him, a disturbed smile was plastered in her perfect features. Feel her ki fluctuate flow erratically. Someone is jealous? Looks like we got ourselves a Yandra, but other Akino strange ki. Everything was normal. Then the school bell rang, and everyone got up from their sites and headed to the cafeteria. Preparing to eat their lunch. I think Issei might be around, Gohan murmured as he walked down the hallways of the school. Thankfully he was out of sight of his female classmates. Gohan spent 2 minutes walking, trying to find the perverted boy, then take a turn in a corner just to see a strange scene. There in front of him about 5 meters from his position was Issei, but he was not alone. Matsuda and Motohama were with him, and it seems the one with glasses something to Issei while the bald teenager grabs the chestnut by the neck, pressing Issei to the wall. Gohan, come closer to have a better understanding of what's going on, you traitor, shouted the bald-haired teenager, which only made Gohan raise his right eyebrow. Hey guys. Gohan greeted the three when he approaches the perverted trio. Gohan. Issei shouted towards the Demi-Saiyan as he gained his attention. Please tell me you're on my side, he pleaded to the Demi-Saiyan. Your side? What are you talking about? Issei has a girlfriend. Matsuda said thickly with tears in his eyes. Are you talking about Yuma? Gohan asked the chestnut tree. I do not see what the problem is. Issei just smiles at the black-haired teenager. At least he was on his side. Matsuda and Motohama only stare down in regret. You'd better get a girlfriend soon, Issei told them in a mocking tone as he was released from the clutches of Matsuda. He wasn't sure that he was being cruel to miss an opportunity to tease the two perverts. Issei, I think you're going to have a tough time with them, the dark-haired teenager told the boy, although I don't understand why they want a girlfriend. I have an idea. Issei shouted as a sly smirk plastered on the pervert face, and wrap his right arm around Gohan nape. Gohan, why don't you teach them how to? Gohan dumbfounded of Issei's statement. He didn't know anything about girls and much less girlfriends. Surely the chestnut had lost his mind. What are you talking about? I don't know how to flirt with girls, said the black-haired teenager, while he shook his head at the affirmation of the chestnut tree. Gohan, don't be modest, I've seen you talk to a lot of girls. Issei smiled, but Gohan notices a hint of envy in his tone. Besides, Akino seems to like you. Alt-hot's your type? Continue Issei as he put a finger on his chin. The Demi-Saiyan face turns bright red at the boy comment. Gohan didn't know if he felt that way towards Akino. he only thought her as a friend, he never considered Akino that way. I leave it to you, XD, as I said before. I'm full board with Rainier being with Gohan at the end, but what will happen is up to Dark. Why you're wrong, we're just friends, the dark-haired teenager stammered defensively while his face still red as a tomato. Come on Gohan, there's nothing wrong having a girlfriend, Issei told him with a sly smile. Gohan was about to deny the chestnut statement again, but stopped when he took a glance at the pleading faces of Matsuda and Motohama. He couldn't say no to father taught to always help someone who is in need, but the problem was that Gohan didn't have the slightest idea when it came to girls. Okay, I'll show you, Gohan sigh in defeat. The two perverted boys suddenly cheer. They were finally about to get a girlfriend. This is going to be a long day for the Demi-Saiyan, or with Akino. Akino was in a somewhat dark room. This room was only lit by several candles that were all over the place. In the middle of the room there were 3 red sofas, 3 furnitures. There was a small wooden table with a candelabra of 3 candles on top of it. The walls were cream-colored, adorning the room with an atmosphere of elegance, and finally there was a wooden desk in front of the room. Behind the desk was a hair. Akino, did you gather any information about this son Gohan? Rias asked her while sitting behind her desk. She had asked Akino to meet her today during lunch to report her about this son Gohan. I haven't discovered anything, Rias, she answers honestly. This only confuses Rias. Akino was an expert at collecting information from targets by following them around without going unnoticed or by seducing said targets. You did talk to him, right? Rias asked, receiving a continuous yes. I'm starting to think he doesn't have a sacred gear, she commented, seeing the possibility. Don't worry, Rias. Akino reassured the redhead as she called her name in a cheery tone, taking away the fact that she was her master, but her best friend, Jest, was following son Gohan. He suddenly disappeared, she continues as she remembered that day. Rias was confused, she didn't understand what she meant by suddenly disappeared. How did he disappear? She asked in a suspicious tone. After all, it wasn't normal for people to disappear in thin air. I'm not sure. She stared at the ceiling and remembered every detail of what happened. I was following him and when I turned a corner, he vanished, she said. Rare turned her sight to Rias, who began to bite her nail and began to think about the information. I see, she murmured as she turns her sight back towards Akino. I want you to watch him more closely and make sure he doesn't notice your presence. Rias choruses from her chair and made way to the window that was behind her. One more thing, she said without turning to see her friend/servant. Huh? Akino responded as he saw the back of the red-haired girl. What is it? Tell Kaneko to keep a close eye on Issei, or with Gohan and the boys. Gohan and the perverted trio were hiding behind the edge of the hallway, staring at a group of girls who were not aware of their presence. And what are we supposed to do, Gohan? Matsuda asks the black-haired teenager. Well, began the Demi-Saiyan, I think you should ask them their names first, right? He's still not sure if that was a promising idea. The two boys were unsure of the black-haired teenager answer, but who were they to question the method of the Demi-Saiyan? After all, it worked for him, so who's going first? Issei asked his 2 friends with a wicked grin, knowing what the result would be. Neither responded immediately. They want to have a girlfriend just like Issei, but they were not sure this would turn out well. I'll do it. Matsuda yelled as he swallows a lump in his throat, taking what courage he had left, and began walking towards the group of girls. The girls take notice Matsuda was heading right towards them. Everything seemed to be going well until, pervert, screamed one of the girls in complete terror and disgust. Hello ladies, how? He didn't get the chance to finish his sentence as one of the girls hit Matsuda with a broom at the perverted boy's scalp. Oh, he screamed in pain as he received multiple hits from the group of girls. Gohan and the others watched with pity as Matsuda received the beating of his life as the group of girls formed a mob and began clobbering the perverted boy. I think it didn't work, said the Demi-Saiyan as he stared at an unconscious form of Matsuda and an Issei who couldn't stop laughing out loud. Ha 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 ha. The chestnut laughed madly at his friend's misfortune. He knew it was cruel to mock Matsuda's failure, but this was just too funny that it was Impus law. Hey Issei. That wasn't funny, said Motohama, trying to keep his failed composure of Matsuda's misfortune. Ha ha ha, sorry, but that was too damn funny, apologized between gasps. It was his first time, Motohama replied as he looks at his unconscious friend. So, you could do better, the chestnut asked incredulously. Of course, I can. Motohama replied arrogantly as he inflated his lungs, then why don't you give it a try? Issei challenge, forming an ominous grin. Gohan was perplexed. Exchange a little of Issei attitude form. He pretty sure if the situation was reverse Issei wouldn't fare out too well in Matsuda Shu. This is odd. Everything was starting out well in Motohama reality. When he approaches one of the girls he was about to speak up, but that's when all hell break loose. Hello. Before he could finish his sentence he was brutally interrupted when a fist from a certain pink-haired girl made contact his face, shattering his glasses in. That's got to hurt, came sorrowful Issei as seeing a KO. Motohama, poor Motohama, the Demi-Saiyan murmured. Gohan watched as Issei and the black-haired girl was walking towards them. He knew the girl was not what as she appears to be, but he had to admit that she was doing playing as a normal human. Good morning guys. Issei greet cheerfully as he approaches Gohan, Motohama, and Matsuda. Is everything alright? He asks them as he saw their mouths were no one answer. Instead their gaze focused on the new girl who seemed to be seized by Issei's hand. Morning Issei, we're fine. How are you? Gohan asked the chestnut, realizing that nobody said anything. He was also intrigued by the girl. But being rude wouldn't time great, exclaimed the boy with a huge smile as he looked at his three friends, two of whom were in complete shock. Guys, this is my girlfriend Yuma. Neither Matsuda nor Motohama said anything as they gaped the girl in front of them. Hello. Nice to meet you, the girl timidly said as she did a small bow greeting them. Nice to meet you Yuma. The Demi-Saiyan said in his own reverence, my name is Gohan and those two are Matsuda and Motohama, he continues while making two boys to snap out of it. But they were still in shock. It's nice to meet you, she repeated with the same shyness and bow again. The Demi-Saiyan didn't believe her facade at all. He could feel her key was malicious and he didn't like it. He just knew that this girl would be a problem. Later guys. I'm heading off. Issei said with the same smile, taking Yuma's hand to walking towards GOKU Academy. Gohan didn't trust this girl. She might look like a cute and shy girl, but he knew she wasn't shy. Cute yes, but shy he didn't think so. Hey, Issei. Is it alright if I come with you? Gohan asked politely to the chestnut while smiling innocently. He started a bit distressed, wanting to spend time with his new girlfriend alone, but couldn't say no to the Demi-Saiyan. He was too kind to deny his friend. She said with an unsure smile. Gohan noticed the girl expression change to an annoyance for a moment. It was so fast that nobody would notice, but with Gohan trained eye, he could see that to leave Issei alone with this girl. I hope I'm not bothering you, Yuma? Gohan asked politely. But with some mockery in his tone, hoping to catch girl in the act. Unfortunately for him the girl didn't react of his abroad statement. But inside she just want to pierce this human with one of her spear of light for meddling of what concern him. Of course not, she replied politely as she smiled at the Demi-Saiyan. Perfect. Let's get going, Gohan told them as the two boys head towards GOKU Academy. With this, Yuma, they walked among the crowd of students towards the school entrance. Anyone who stare at the scene would think that they were only three typical teenagers on school, but if you look closer, you could feel the tension that surrounded them. Matsuda and Motohama remained behind, still dumbstruck to make a move. Gohan, Issei, and Yuma walked in complete silence for a while before the black-haired teenager decided to ask some question to Issei's new girlfriend. So Yuma, began the Demi-Saiyan, bring the attention of the two teenagers. What school are you going? He asked politely. This grabs Issei's attention. Now that you say Gohan, I don't even know the name of your school, Yuma, added the chestnut, scratching his head, confused about what school Yuma shoe that damn human. Think of something Rainier, she thought to herself as she glares daggers at the black-haired teenager whom smiled more and more with each second. I'm going to the Kanabi Academy, she said between stuttering as she wasn't ready for the sudden questions. Kanabi? Gohan asked as he put his hand on his chin and making it look like he was thinking. I don't know a school by that name, he continued as he returns his girl. He actually did know, but he just wants to put this girl into a corner. I haven't heard of it either, Issei added. Yuma was sweating bullets, having no idea what to say next. she couldn't reveal herself yet and there were so many people around to be exposed. The academy is out of town. That's why you haven't heard of it, she said hastily, finding another excuse. That damn human, he's going to pay for this. She stares daggers at the Demi-Saiyan. I see, murmured the black-haired teenager without letting his smile fall. But how do you go there if you live in the city? He asks her again, seeing another Oppo. Yuma or Rainier did not know what to say. This guy was putting evidence after evidence, and with all these questions. I don't live in the city, Yuma counter, remembering that she never mentions where she lived. Surely that would answer his questions and be silent. Seriously? Gohan asked to receive a continuous yes. Then what do you do in the city? And how do you get here if you live so far away? I have a grandmother in the city and I visit her every day. I could, said the stuttering Yuma as she tries to correct her mistake with another lie. Gohan was finding this very amusing. In fact, he nearly forgot that this girl wasn't human. Seeing her try to correct her mistakes was very amusing to even remember. Fact. So, Yuma, is it all right for you to walk with us? We don't want you to be late for class. Gohan added as he saw Violet-Eye Girl was sweating more bullets but held Osmile. I swear when this is over, I'm going to kill him, Yuma thought to herself as she tries to hide those malice thoughts towards the Demi-Saiyan. Try to figure out, oh no, it's fine, my school is closed today because the staff is doing mandatory cleanup. Rainier stuttered, hoping the Demi-Saiyan will shut up. I got you know, Gohan thought to himself as he found a wide opening of the Violet-Eye Girl. If you don't mind me asking. But why are you wearing your uniform if you don't have any classes today? The Demi-Saiyan finished as he saw Yuma. Violet-Eye's turn was sweating even more bullets. I guess I didn't take the time to notice. I was wearing my uniform, Yuma said with a nervous smile as she mentally faces palm herself. Gohan was fighting the urge to laugh at the black-haired girl. This was kind of amusing for the Demi-Saiyan to see the girl struggling for another lie. The chestnut, on the other hand, only looked at the scene with bewilderment. He wasn't sure why there were so many questions coming from the Demi-Saiyan and understand why Yuma keeps stammering every time he answered. Your school? Yuma yells in complete relief, pointing at the entrance of the Kuo Academy in front of them. I have to go, see you later. Yuma ran in the opposite without even saying goodbye to them, but did give a murderous glare towards the Demi-Saiyan. By Yuma. Issei said goodbye to her while still confused by his girlfriend attitude. Gohan watched as she ran away. He was sure that he had been blacklisted by her, but that didn't matter. It was not like she could do anything harm to him. Right, no, waiting for Yuma to make a move before any harm come to Issei. Good morning, Gohan, said a voice that the black-haired boy knew too well. As he felt two arms surrounding his muscular chest along with two bulges pressing on it was Akino, who was hugging the Demi-Saiyan behind his back as her lips were close to his ear. Gohan's cheeks began to turn red. He was still not accustomed to this kind of attention by girls and it did disturb him a bit. Morning, Akino. Gohan responded, regaining his composure a little. How are you doing? He continued as he tried to free himself from her clutches. I'm fine. For now, she whispers that last part with a seductive tone at Gohan's ear, making the Demi-Saiyan blush in embarrassment. Issei could only gawk in complete jealousy. He couldn't believe that a girl like Akino was embracing Gohan. He would kill to be in his place. What am I thinking? I have Yuma, he thought to himself, while beating himself mentally while remembering he has a girlfriend. Although it wouldn't be too bad more girls show up, he kept thinking while his gaze changed to a pure lust. Are you Issei Hayudu? Akino asked him when she noticed the chestnut tree was gawking at her. Began the boy as he heard her voice. That's me. But how do you know? He asked as he had no idea how an attractive girl like Akino knew about him. I know the names of all the students of Kuo, she answered with a beautiful. It was true, she knew every student of this school. But she didn't add the fact that Sto watch him and Gohan. Speaking of Gohan, he was still in the girl's grasp, and as much as he liked this feeling, he had to free himself from her clutches. Akino, could you let me go please? He kindly asked, not to be rude. Began the girl as she returned her gaze to the Demi-Saiyan. Of course Gohan, Akino said as she let him go. When Gohan was out of her grasp, he heard the school bell ring. indicating that the classes had just begun. The Demi-Saiyan was about to go to class but stopped Sud, grabbed his hand and began to drag the black-haired teenager. Classes are about to start, Gohan, Akino said as she led him to the entrance of the academy and leave behind a stunned Issei behind them. See you later, Issei. Goodbye to the chestnut while dragging the black-haired teenager. Yeah, later, Issei responds, confused of the whole ordeal. Gohan and Akino continue walking down the hallway towards their class. Apparently the girl let go the black-haired teenager arm walk by his own request. The Demi-Saiyan didn't know what to do with this girl. He knew she was watching him from the moment he arrives towards Ko. He was sure that Akino already suspects something. She's a good person. But I can't let her find out what I really am. Gohan thought to himself as he took a glance at her. How did Gohan escape me? I was sure I saw him walking down that street. Akino thought to herself as she continues her pace. There were no words to speak as the two teenagers were caught up in their own thoughts. They entered their classroom.